Expo, yeah. I heard that you were playing a game of cards. Yes, I did. Well, I will be the first to admit that's not quite the macho man's cup of coffee. No, it's not. But I have always got a trick up my sleeve. Yes, I do. And that trick, it will start right here. And it will culminate right there, yeah! On the grandest stage of them all, CKX Expo on April 24th, 2021. Yes, it will. No, this trick goes exactly like this. It will put the Macho Man Randy Savage, yeah, versus cosplayer after cosplayer after cosplayer, which will leave one, yeah. Right there! Standing at the top of that mountain, yes it will. And how do I know this fact to become a reality? Well, that is very simple, really, yeah. It is because nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, does it better than the Macho Man! Oh yeah! Dig it!
And that's how we're going to start our virtual CKX 2021. Everybody, thank you for joining us. This has been crazy in the making, sorry, and I'm so excited to get going. So I think we're going to start off right away. Now, we've already had a couple people mention that they're here. Nathaniel's here. Gray Mazing's here, who will pop up very, very, very soon. But first, we have the lovely Sylvia and Rachel from Ray Gray Cosplay and EA Parties. There they are. And they have a craft for us. So I will give you the stage.
Hey everybody!
Morning!
Now we are here to show you how to make your very own superhero mask. And if you don't have any supplies, we did send CK Expo printables, and you can print out and color your own superhero mask. What do you think about doing this today, Rachel?
I think it's going to be a blast.
Well, or should I say Mrs. Incredible?
Ah, yes.
So today we are going to show you exactly how to do this.
This is going to be really interesting and gloved.
And you're going to need a measuring tool of any size and shape. And you are going to measure from one side of your eye, like 2 inches from the one side of your eye, and then over. And then you're going to stop on the other side about 1 inch past your eye. And where that is, that's going to be where you're going to measure your mask on your piece of either cardstock, construction paper, or EVA foam like we have here.
Ooh la la.
So you're going to take that like
That's
this.
how you say it in French, correct? Ooh la la.
Yes. And you're going to take that and you're going to mark it with a pen or a marker. There.
No, that is a pencil. Okay, back to it. So how are we doing again?
So
One
we're
more
going to
time for
go
everybody.
about 1 inch past your eye, and then move it over to the other side, and 1 inch past your eye on the other side.
So you want like fully around your eyeball.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
And then when you take that, you put it onto the cardstock or your EVA foam, and then mark your 2 spots.
Wait, so you want inch from your eye? Are you saying here?
Will you mark from here over to where you ended?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
And then what you do, you can make any shape you'd like. You can make a round shape. You can make diamonds as well. Depending on the shape that you want, go ahead and get started in tracing out your shape.
I don't know what shape I want. You know what? Maybe I will actually just use one of your little tracing guys.
Mm-hmm.
Does this one fit me, you think? What do you guys think out there? Anybody?
It's pretty good.
Anybody awake yet? I barely am. Which one are you gonna make?
I am going to stick with this one because it's ready to go, and then we can go on and continue with our next steps. So after you've traced it out, what you are going to do is take your measuring tool.
I'm gonna use this area so that I don't waste all of my foam.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to put it across the largest part of your mask, like this. And you're going to choose in the middle somewhere. You're going to make a mark.
I'm going to go ahead and cut this one out.
And see, I've made a mark in the middle. And what you're going to do is, you might need your mom or dad's help for this. You're going to take some scissors, fold it in half, and cut. I suggest cut a larger spot just so that you have a bigger space for your eyes. Just like we did here.
I would measure your eyes too. That's probably a better way. Measure your in between so you can see how wide your eye hole needs to be before you cut. Like, do it.
So there's mine. See? Pretty nice. And to make it even on both sides, you can fold your mask in half and trace your circle on the alternating side.
It's always easier that way because then it's symmetrical. Whereas if you try to do it one and then one, it's possible to have it be completely different sizes.
See? Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hi, I can see you. I'm gonna have to.
And once again, you're going to fold it in half and cut it. I cut a little part, and then I like to go in and clean up the other side.
It's always good to do. You don't want to rush either. When you rush, you make mistakes.
And there we go. Actually, that's pretty cool.
So what would you use that one for? You think?
Well, if I'm going to leave it blue, maybe my own superhero, my lightning girl costume, like this would work for her. If I were to paint it, especially for a cosplayer, if you're using this for a cosplay, you could heat up the mask and place it on your face to make your shape so it's better for your face. And the little bit of heat, even a blow dryer would work. And you just form it on your face.
Or you could use this bad boy right here.
Yes, you could use a heat gun as well.
Bam.
For cosplayers only.
It is super duper hot, and you never want to touch the tip, regardless after it cools down or not. Do not ever touch it. And it's got specifically different different temperature settings so that you don't have to have it super high. When you're working with this kind of foam, you want to keep it on the lower end of the heat so that you're not going to get any kind of bubbling or melting. Yes. And foam will melt.
Yes. And after that, to attach it to your face, you can use wig tape, you can use eyelash glue, you can use spirit gum. Now, for our kids out there,
I've got all three on.
Me too. Now, for our kids out there, you can use ribbon. And if you'd like, you can put a little hole on each side and feed the ribbon through. You can use yarn.
Or you could tie it around it.
Yeah, you can tie it around it as well. So there's many different options to be able to put your mask on your face. And for decorating, especially if you're using foam, you can't use regular stickers because regular stickers will not stay on foam. We've tried it before at birthday parties and it doesn't work out very well. So today, we brought some sticky back foam and I brought glitter. And I also brought
glitter? I also have glitter.
Some black glitter foam. Okay. It doesn't matter. You can use whatever you'd like. And this time you can decorate your mask. And I see we do have a few questions popping up. We can't see them very well from our angle. Let's see. Ooh,
hey, Rob, I see you.
Ooh.
Hey, guys.
There's a deck of cards for the next trick.
Ooh la la.
That sounds like fun. All right, now this is going to be...
become French. Hang out with you now.
And there we go. I'm just going to... I already cut out some circles.
Set on how... Yeah. I'm not quite happy. Very yellow. It's very the opposite of my mask color. Like reverse is reverse.
Well, yeah.
It's incredible. You know, there's like reverse flash.
Yes.
I'm reverse flash right now. I really do love Flash. I think he's so cool.
There we go. Check out the mask. Here it is. could add some more circles
Part
or
of-
little stickers and stuff.
Part of
So.
me wants to jump a whole bunch of glitter on this.
Ooh,
How
that'd be
how
cool.
do you guys feel about that? So
That'd be so fun.
watching me struggle with the glitter. Maybe I will. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. What
It just
color?
it
do you
matches
think?
mine. Ooh,
You don't have black. You can do black.
do gold. You have gold. It'll kind of go with your outfit if you have gold. If you have gold. So this is my mask. I could add lots more things to it. So she's gonna throw the gold on top.
Let's do.
And like I said, you can do any shape that you want for your mask. So here's a different shape. This would be good for like the original Captain Marvel with the black outfit. And then this one can be used for whatever you want. Or you can do whatever shape you want, kids. You can put lightning bolts on it. You can put hearts.
I think I'm gonna
Whatever
go
you
with
like.
this guy. Puzzle
Oh,
glue.
some puzzle glue.
Yeah, because it's got a really easy applicator. Got a little.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, have you ever used puzzle glue before?
No.
No, it's got like a little flat spot. You can kind of brush it all on really quick. Comes with its own little brush. Throw that on there. Oh my gosh, this is so hard with gloves. Yeah, thank you.
Typically, we wouldn't be making these things in cosplay.
Well, I mean, no, typically I am in like a hoodie,
There you go.
you know, chilling
Comfy clothes.
with my puppy dog. It's upstairs, so
And that's probably what everyone's doing right now.
are you ready for this?
Let's see.
Oh my god. Again, getting gloves, maybe not the best plan. I'm kind of digging it though.
The scissors are not a good idea. They're
What's going on
pulling
here?
off
How
the
did we
glitter.
get- How did we get here? No,
That's weird. We got some weird music coming on.
classical. Well, I do love all kinds of music, so sometimes YouTube just picks random things for me.
Ooh, looks awesome.
Ooh la la.
Woohoo!
Very, very, very quick job, but shiny. Look at that shine.
Absolutely. All right, friends. We're going to be signing off for now. And stay tuned for the magician next. He said, make sure you have a deck of cards for the next trick. And
I'm
we will be
excited.
seeing you again shortly.
Oh
Make
my.
sure you have your pool noodles or pens, duct tape, and some electrical tape. And you'll get to see what we're making next. Bye, everyone.
Nice.
Bye.
I'm excited. Thank you so much, ladies. We'll see you in just a little bit. Yes, now we have a very interesting show. Let's bring. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, what's with this mask, ladies? I mean, it doesn't work. I ruined a perfectly good freaking mask for this. Like, what
Oh.
the hell?
I'm sorry,
I,
doctor.
I can't see. I'm gonna spread COVID this way.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
What is going on? I can't really see. Like, what the heck? I'm like Lone Ranger here.
Yeah,
Phantom of the Opera.
we'll come back to
Hey.
you. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the doctor quite listened to the instructions there. Let's bring in this guest. There he is. Now that's a superhero mask.
Yeah, so I took one of the printout templates. By the way, that was such a fun tutorial on making a mask. I wish I had foam core so I could make this better. This is very bizarre on my face. But I took one of the printouts and it's kind of Wolverine inspired, right?
I like that.
Rob, do you want to see a quick trick before we really get going here?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, here, because it involves this mask, and I don't know how long it's going to magically stay on my face.
Okay.
But I'm going to mix these up. All I need you to do, Rob, is just say stop at any point.
Okay. Stop.
Okay, I'm going to show you the card. I'll look away. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm going to mix these up like this. I'm going to take a guess. This is like one of the hardest things to do in Magic. I've been practicing this for like 10 years. It's called a dead cut, where you get someone to choose a card, you mix them, and then you cut, and hopefully you can cut exactly perfect to the card, okay? Watch like this. I've cut to one. Rob, just yes or no?
Yes.
Is this your card?
No.
Okay, that's totally fine, because you know what? While I was making this mask, I happened to make a little bit of a prediction on the back of it. Rob, what was your card?
4 of hearts. That's hilarious. That's awesome.
Look at that. And for those people watching, I don't know if they mentioned it, but how I stuck this to my face, if people are curious, I have a little piece of sticky tack there.
Okay. I wasn't
And I
there for a second.
Yeah, and I stuck it to my forehead. So anyhow, there you go. My name is Grimazing. Rob, thank you so much for having me at CK Expo. I'm a level 7 wizard that's totally real. I have a starfish badge in mind reading and a black belt in card tricks. And this morning, we're going to do the impossible. We're going to do virtual magic through the internet. We're even going to try to do magic to the people watching at home in the comments. So if you're watching at home in the comments, write your favorite magic word in the comments so we know that you're there and you're interacting, like Shazam, Tadoozle, Abracadazzle, whatever you want to put, just so we know that you're there and I know who I can maybe interact with in the chat as well. But
Well,
Rob,
I do have someone here to join us.
okay, cool. Yeah.
This is Messiah Complex Cosplay. He's going to be coming on later to do a little comment section. But how you doing, Messiah?
I'm really, really well. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Amazing. Amaze me, man. Magic me. I need it in my life right now. Please.
Okay. Ooh, that sounds desperate, but we got this. We got this just for you. Okay. We're going to try something. In order to do magic through, I see some tadas in the comments. That's awesome. In order to do magic through the internet, it requires a whole lot of imagination, which is great because I know everyone here today has maybe the most amount of imagination. First, I want you to imagine that I have here 4 playing cards, which is kind of easy to do so because it appears I only have a few.
Gotcha.
You're going to imagine that they're the 4 queens. Let's pretend I've pulled out 2 of them. Are they the red or the black queens? It's totally your choice.
Can I pick one of each?
No.
Give me the black ones.
Okay. The black ones, I throw them away. Now there's 2 red ones remaining. I'm going to pull out one of the red ones. Which red one did I pull out?
You pulled out the Queen of Hearts.
And I throw it away with those 2 black ones, leaving just one left. Which queen would that be?
That would be the Queen of Diamonds.
The Queen of Diamonds. And inside this packet is 1 queen face up. It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get out of here. What? What?
Now, I had no idea who was going to be joining us this morning, but I had this little hunch this morning because I'm a level 7 wizard,
Right.
that you might end up on the Queen of Diamonds. So much so, this card comes from a different pack of cards.
What?
Now, I get that some of the people watching, and even you yourself, are probably the wheels are turning, the wheels are spinning. What if you had chosen a different queen? It wasn't even a possibility.
Rob, why is he a wizard? I'm almost uncomfortable right now. What's going on? That's amazing. You appropriately named, sir. Amazing. That's amazing. I don't want to know how you did it. I want to live in the magic. That's awesome.
Thank you so much. And by the way, if we like stuff virtually, I always love the round of applause. Or if you're in the comments,
nice.
You got to hit us with those magic words, those Shazams or those Tadoozles.
This is nice.
We are going to try an interactive magic trick here with the audience in a moment. So if you are watching at home, grab a pack of, all you need are 12 cards. They can be trading cards, playing cards, business cards, actual playing cards, but all you need are 12 cards. So get those ready for an upcoming trick that we're going to do. But Rob and Messiah Complex Cosplay. Yeah,
it's a mouthful. I know.
Well, I got to get it in there. Plug skis. I want to try something that's really difficult, but I feel like you two would know what these are from. And Rob, I think we've done something like this before. But Messiah, have you ever seen these cards in this formation before?
I have. Yeah, I've watched Ghostbusters. I know what this is about.
Okay, yeah, 100%. These are popularized by the movie Ghostbusters. These are ESP cards. They were developed in the 30s to see if we have extrasensory perception, if we have a little bit of extra something else. And to be honest, they stopped studying this stuff because they actually started to kind of hijack the tests and everything. And they no longer study this sort of material. But magicians and mentalists, we still practice this sort of stuff, or wizards too. So I want to try something with both of you. There's 5 shapes. I have duplicates of the cards. I'm going to start with this one. And Messiah, if you could choose, which one do you think this matches? The circle, the square, the 3 wavy lines, or as I like to call it, the bacon, the cross, or the star? It's your choice. Are we still here?
He's really putting thought into it.
Did he freeze you?
I think he froze.
Okay. I was like,
whoa. So intense.
This got so intense. Okay, Rob, I'm going to just flip this over to you for the first one, okay?
Okay. I'll go star.
The star? Okay, awesome. And then we'll go for it while Messiah is making me terrified right now, but we'll go for another one, Rob, the second one. By the way, Rob, The star is usually for the people that like to have the spotlight on them. They like to be the star of the room, which makes sense because who's the guy hosting the show today, running the whole program? And you have so many amazing podcasts too. I feel like, are you live all the time?
It kind of feels like it. I got my own reality show.
Okay, yeah, you do. Okay, we'll start with this
George
one.
is with us. George said star. There we go.
Star, awesome. Okay, let's go for the next one, Rob.
Let's do square.
Square, we'll go square. Square are people that like to follow the rules. They love Foundation. Messiah's back. We've placed 2 cards. I'm going to go for this one. Which one do you think this matches, Messiah?
You had me at bacon.
Okay, bacon is very much go with the flow, right? It's like Bruce Lee, be shapeless, be formless like water. Do you think you're a go with the flow kind of person?
Absolutely not.
Okay, great choice. That's fine. They're only... Oh, way to bring down the day, Rob.
I know. That wasn't me. Dr. Steve, what are you doing here?
But hello. I'm the reason he froze, okay?
Oh, I knew it.
Please. That's
Oh.
right. Who calls himself Messiah, really? I mean, come on, you've got like a big Messiah complex or something. Like, wow.
He's got to go. Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah, get him out of here.
I thought we were going to have to deal with an evil genius for a second, and I can't handle that this morning. That's a lot
Sorry,
to take in.
amazing.
So we've got a circle and a plus. I'll go with this one, Messiah. What's your take? The circle or the plus?
Let's do everything is a circle. Everything comes back on itself. So let's go with a circle there.
A circle, yeah, that's very big picture. Circle represents big picture thinking. And now there is one left. It's the cross. But since you were putting so much thought into those first 2 cards, so much thought that you almost got a little frozen. What should I place this on the cross, or do you want to switch it out? Do you want me to change it?
No, let's go ahead and put it on the cross. Yeah, let's do that. Yep.
So these were 5. By the way, this is no sleight of hand trick. These were choices made by the 2 of you. I can't change anything. It's common to possibly get 1 or 2 of these to match. If we happen to get 5 to match this morning at CK Expo, mind blown. And I think everyone watching live right now needs to like super like the stream and share it 8 times over, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's check
here. Nathaniel said poor Stevel. I don't think so. I really don't. The floor is yours, Grimmazy.
What?
Oh.
Come on. We're 2 for 2. This is what? I mean, there's always room for more bacon, but come on. Okay. All right. You're definitely getting a round of applause on that one. That's genius. That's so good.
Give him no applause. We picked those cards.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it was all you. It was totally all you.
If I was actually psychic, I would feel like I'm a little disappointed. I'm definitely an underachiever over here if I'm actually psychic. That's really, really sad.
Do we, Rob, do you know if we have international viewers today, or do you think it's mostly Canadian, Southern Ontario?
I have someone up here that mentioned hello from YK, but then corrected himself, UK.
Oh, okay. So here we go for that person in the UK.
Slytherin.
For the person, that's super fun. Rob, what's this?
It's Canadian.
Look at that. Yeah, that's a little piece of home right there. That's a little piece of Canadian Tire money. Or in the entertainment industry, we call this a food stamp. Watch. If I was a real wizard, I could take this. I could give this a little wiggle, a little shake, and like this, it changes into a real deal $20 bill. And for those Americans, if there's an American watching this one, it tastes like maple syrup. But don't put money in your mouth right now. It's so gross. Don't put money in your mouth.
You don't know where that's been.
All right, you got me. I'll share since you got all 5 correct.
Spencer, that's awesome. You know what? For the people watching, I was going to do something else, but I think we should do the interactive trick because we've been promoting it for a little bit here, and I want to try that. So for everyone watching, and Rob and Messiah, do you happen to have 12 cards with you?
Oh, hold on. Let me grab.
That's totally fine.
I've got 12. Oh, and there's George saying greetings from Windsor.
Oh, Windsor.
Nice.
So I really enjoy Windsor. Windsor's got a great restaurant scene, which is unfortunately
yeah, very slow right now.
Very slow right now. But we always like visiting Windsor. My girlfriend and I had to go check out the restaurant scene. So if you're watching, grab 12 cards. They can be playing cards. They can be, any game cards, Settlers of Catan cards, Sushi Go, whatever you got. Just 12 cards.
I have a whole deck of cards, so I'm going to go ahead and just count out 12.
12. It doesn't even matter what they are.
And there's Charlotte's
5,
magic
6,
word.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And to those watching at home,
Random cards.
Yeah, people in the comments, you can play along as well. I'm going to do the counting for us. That's the spell. Follow along closely. There's one moment where there's going to be two piles they can't touch, or that might break the spell, okay? But if this works, magic should happen in your hands, in your homes.
Ooh.
I know it sounds absolutely impossible. So we've got the cards. This is what's going to happen. You need like a surface to count down to make two piles, okay? So we're going to count like this. You don't have to count out loud. I'll do all the counting. 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's all that's going to happen, okay? We're going to start again. But we're going to start. That's basically exactly what happens. Here we go. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And then put your hand on top of this pile so no wizard can fly in and do anything sneaky. Or a Death Eater, which, Rob, why would you book a wizard and a Death Eater on the same show? What's going on here?
That seems insensitive.
I know. Dr. Steve will ask me about that one. That was a request.
Terrible.
He'll move, Rob. He'll move. So we're going to count these in a very special way. Take the top one. It goes to the bottom. That's number 1. The next one goes to the bottom. That's number 2. The next one goes to the bottom. That's 3. This one, it goes face up. That's 4. This next one, it goes face up. This is 5. And this next one goes face up. That is 6. We have 6 cards, 6 cards. This is the part I was talking about, the transition that could break the spell. I'm going to place these cards on the table, and I'll pick these up, but they can't touch, or the spell might break, okay? Same thing with this packet. 1 goes to the bottom. 2 goes to the bottom. 3 goes to the bottom. This one, 4, it goes face up, and it goes to the bottom. 5 goes face up, and it goes to the bottom. And 6 goes face up and to the bottom. 6 and 6 cards. Rob, Messiah, and everyone watching at home, with your empty hand, make a magical gesture just like this. Oh, Natalie's watching from Cambridge. Hi, Natalie. What you're going to do is pretend to pick up an invisible card from this packet just like this. Okay? And then you'll add it to these cards in your hand just like that. Messiah, if that was real, if you really picked up a card invisibly, moved it from the table into your hand, how many cards would you now have in your hand?
I would have 7.
Level 7. Can you slowly count those out loud for us?
The cards in my hand?
Yeah.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are you doing to me?
Now, that feels weird, doesn't it?
What just happened? What's going on?
To confirm it, right? To confirm
Yes,
it, there's still a pile on the table.
There is another pile on the table. I have not touched the other pile on the table since I put it on the table.
If this truly happened, right? If 7 cards are now in your hands, there should only be how many on the table?
5.
Give those a count.
Come on, man. All right. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm a changed person after this experience. I want to make sure that we're clear on this. There's 5 cards here in this pile. What are you doing to me, Grimazing?
It's a little too early for stuff like this, I think. Oh my gosh.
I need an adult. I need an adultier adult than I am, for sure. That's
because we're doing some cosplay crafts here this morning too. I figured, and I realize sometimes that doesn't work for everyone at home, and that's okay. I did bring a trick that I will teach everyone that you can make as well, because it's this is a full on experience. Rob, I've got 2 cards. I've got the 3 of clubs, and I also have the ace of hearts. Okay. I'm going to take the ace of hearts. It goes behind my head. Which card did I stick behind my head?
The ace of hearts.
It's the 3 because the ace is over here. I'm going to do it again. I'll show you exactly how this works. And you can make this today if you wanted to while you're enjoying all the fun interviews with that evil psychopath genius. We've got the ace and we've got the 3. I'm going to take the 3. It goes behind my head. Messiah, which card did I stick behind my head?
the 3.
It's the ace because the 3 happens to be here. So I'm going to reveal 2 secrets in one. This is called a double backer, and this is called a double facer. Okay.
Awesome.
I know. Spoiler alert. And how the trick works is all I'm doing is turning over the cards, but there's one move of sleight of hand which I call a slidey do. So when I turn them over, I also slide the cards, boop, like that. So it replaces the visual space where those cards should be if you were to actually turn them over, even knowing they should actually be overlapping different. But as you noticed, you didn't really pick up on it. Mm-hmm. So you can make this by using old playing cards if you have them, glue 2 back to back or 2 face to face. Or I'm going to plug Ski as a PDF on my website, Rob. where is it? Here, boom. I've got 4. If you want to learn more magic tricks on my website, you can go find 4 free tricks there. Plus, download the PDF to make these exact playing cards with the little wizard lightning bolt on them if you wanted to as well. If
Very
you don't
cool.
want to ruin cards. Plus, these are a little bit bigger than playing cards, so they're a little bit more fun.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Very cool.
Rob,
Nailed it.
out of curiosity, not enough alcohol. Out of curiosity, how much time do we have left before you want to bring back on the cosplay?
We have about 15 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, great. We're going to try. This is one of the most impossible things that I do, and this is one of my favorite. So recently in Magic, we celebrated 100 years in sawing someone in half. 100 years of that amazing illusion. And everyone's had different takes on it, cutting a woman in half, cutting a man in half, cutting 2 people in half, and putting the different legs onto the different bodies, all sorts of different things. You can do it see-through. Chris Angel had a groundbreaking version where he did it with no coverage, and a big saw went through, and you just like broke apart like that. It was really bananas. So we're going to try something. Now that I hyped up a saw blade and someone getting cut in half, we're going to try a card trick. We're going to try a safe version, the virtual version. But this is something I've been practicing for a long time. It doesn't matter the cards we use, but I'm going to personalize them for both of you. We'll start with the 5. And Messiah, is there anything that you have been watching, streaming, binging lately on any of the platforms? Because I know there's too many to list now.
There really are. His Dark Materials I've been watching lately on HBO.
I have not heard of that. Is that really good? What's that about? Give us the.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's a kind of it's based on a book series called His Dark Materials. They made a movie called The Golden Compass a few years ago with Daniel Craig. Unfortunately, it didn't do very well. But the TV series is other worlds and fantasy crossing over with our contemporary reality. It's really, really good.
I need to subscribe to HBO. Okay.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And then Rob, I'm gonna get you the next card. Doesn't matter. We'll use the 3 here. And same question to you. Is there something that I know you watch so much stuff besides watching yourself live? What are you watching streaming for the most part?
Actually, I never watch myself, but I'm watching 24 again.
20. Oh, cool. Okay. Where are you at in 24?
Season 3, like 2 episodes from the end.
Hour 7.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try something with both of these cards here. I've got both cards. We've got His Dark Materials for Messiah, and we have 24 for Rob. I'm going to take both of the cards. I'm going to fold them in half. And then with the strength of John Cena, I'm going to tear both in half at the same time.
There's a difference. We can see you, so that's clearly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you can actually see over my shoulder here in my pot of wands, magic wands. Right there is John Cena, because my magic wand. So
Nice.
Before I get to this, I guess now we're in this rabbit hole.
Nice.
So you know how you don't choose a magic wand, but a magic wand chooses you?
The wand chooses the wizard.
Yeah, so mine happens to be Mattel Elite John Cena, and he makes things disappear really well.
Hilarious. That's awesome.
So this is kind of like tearing a phone book in half, except it's just a 2021 phone book. I'm going to take the pieces. I will take 24, and I will crush those pieces in this hand. And I will take His Dark Materials, and I will crush them in this hand. And if I can squeeze hard enough, maybe the clamminess of my hands, gross. Plus, it acts as a natural hand adhesive and makes the cards go back together. Yeah, I can see from here I made a little mistake.
Wait a minute.
I currently have half of each card in my hand.
What?
You know when you think you did everything right, but maybe you made a little mistake and things don't tend to work out? Sometimes they end up a little bit more magical.
What? 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 Even the dog is impressed.
Yeah, this blew my dog Luca's mind right now.
Come on!
And you can see these are real deal stuck together. There is no tape. There's no glue. You can pull on those. And if this was like CK Expo 2022 and we were live in person, this happens in your hands. How about that?
I'm a little scared right now. I don't know what's going on. That's awesome.
I feel like Oh crap! A plot twist. This is. I feel like we're in a good energy with the ESP and warping cards. This is an experiment that I don't try too often because it gets a little bit bizarre. But I've got an old haunted key. This comes from Fergus, Ontario. Actually, we have a little video special about that too. And I've got some business cards here. I've drawn a little lock on there, and
This is Andrew Thomas. He's coming up later from Orica the North, so it's cool that he's watching.
okay, you know what, Andrew? While you're here and you're watching, we're going to try this through the internet, through the chat. I'm going to put AT on this business card for you. But Andrew, to make sure that we know this is real and I'm not like cheating or anything, I want to make it even more special to you. Can you give me like the name of someone that that you wish would be tuning into the stream today? Maybe someone that might not tune into the stream, but someone that you really hope would tune in. Just their first name. And I'm going to put AT here, and while we wait for that comment, boom. This is for Andrew through the comments. We'll try this. So while we get that name, I'll put that on the back here too. I'm going to use the bigger marker.
It might
I
take
guess
a
it's
second. There's about an
it
8-second delay from live to feed. So
he did write witchcraft. I feel like I might just write witchcraft. But you know what? I'll tell you about this key first of all.
Here we go.
Kevin, perfect. So this key, I want to be clear with everyone that there's sometimes people think there's threads or magnets going on here. This again could happen live in person with nothing extra special. It's just this bizarre key. So we'll write Kevin on the back here. Perfect. And that's for Andrew. We already kind of got the psychic abilities going. The Steve, which, you know what? I've been working on a spell for that guy to try to make that guy go away. But he's always got some sort of freaking
Please.
I know. So I need kind of everybody's help, and this might sound really bizarre, but I'm going to put the key in my hand here. And I kind of want everyone like Rob and Messiah, if you can hold a hand out and give me as much energy as you can, and everyone watching at home do the same thing. Think about Kevin and that lock, right? Hopefully we can unlock that relationship with Andrew and Kevin to encourage Kevin to tune into the stream today. Okay, we got a full rotation. Usually I get like a half and it goes back, but it's hot and weird. It's hot and weird. That's so bizarre. This was locked before. This was just a drawing of a lock.
Yeah.
Andrew, let's hope Kevin shows up today. If that happens, that is next level bizarre. Now, there's a common question in Magic. Like, what happens when tricks go wrong? Which really does happen too much sometimes. But I do want to try this. Messiah, I'm going to mix up the cards here.
Okay.
Just say stop at any point for me.
You got it. Stop.
Okay, right there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to look away. Just take a look at the card.
Got it.
Okay. I'm going to mix these up. Now, at the start of the live stream, I was demonstrating the dead cut, which is something I've been working on for about 10 years. It's like an old gambler's move to cut the cards, and hopefully you cut to the right card. And I got it wrong. I'm going to go for a second. Okay, we're going to try a second time because I want to see if I can make this work. Andrew, there you go. Okay, yes or no, is this your card?
No.
Totally cool. That's called a mulligan. I'll show you something I've been working on for 15 years. I've been studying Magic for 25 years, and I specialized in restaurant Magic, and this is something I do fancy flourishy stuff. If I cut the cards like this, I get one card to shoot out of the pack. Yes or no? Is this your card?
No.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's totally cool. I mean, this is live and not everything works all the time. Before we started, I kind of slid out this magician's insurance policy, coverage for when things go wrong. Look at this. Before the trick started, inside the policy is one playing card. Yes or no? Is that your card?
No.
Okay, this is not going well. This is not going well. Out of curiosity, what was the card?
The 5 of hearts.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
I've got full coverage for that sort of thing. That's bonus. That is just bonus. That is bonus. All right, I'm gonna wrap things up with one last trick. Is that cool, Rob?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Amazing.
And ooh, you know what? Before I go there, I'm even gonna shamelessly plug one more thing. One more thing. I've got a secret show. Shh, don't talk about this. While you're hearing this, forget it at the same time. But next Friday, there's 3 magicians from all over Southern Ontario. Some have been seen on Fool Us, Penn and Teller's Fool Us. I've done TEDx before and things like this. But if you want to experience an interactive virtual magic show where we see all your faces, it'll happen in Zoom next Friday, 3 of us. But it's a secret, so you didn't hear this.
No, it even says Secret Society that I didn't read.
No, we didn't see any. So I'm missing my Men in Black pen, but I hope someone has one of those. Okay, Messiah. This is the most impossible thing I can do. I have a deck of cards here that I can actually give you. I can pass this to you through the internet. It's called an invisible deck. I'll give this to you now. Great. Remove those cards from the box. Keep the box close by. We'll need that because they're going to travel back through. There's 2 jokers there. You get to keep those. Those are a little virtual gift from Grimazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know. Awesome. Okay. You should frame those. And then what I want you to do is mix up the cards because they're in new deck order. Perfect. And then you're going to fan out the cards in front of you like this so you can see most of the faces.
Okay.
And you're going to be drawn to one of the cards. And maybe not like the Ace of Spades or the Queen of Hearts. Those are super common. And it might seem like this was kind of, like maybe a mental, psychological force. Choose a card that you're attracted to. Maybe it's your favorite card. Some people have a favorite playing card. And when you have that card, slide it out. And you're going to show everyone, but not just yet, because I'm a level 7 wizard. I can see invisible cards.
Okay.
So let me just look away for a second. Show everybody that invisible card. Now, while it's still facing everyone else and the cards are facing you, take that card and stick it right back in the pack. So it's technically the only one reversed.
Done.
And then close up the cards.
Okay.
Give them just one more shuffle.
Done.
Okay, and then put them in the box. Yep, and then you're going to hand them back to me. Perfect. And hopefully we can all see this, or the acid is really working hard this morning. Now, Messiah, a moment ago, you pulled out an invisible card and you showed everyone here live at CK Expo 2021. But I realize not everyone's like a level 7 wizard. We might only be like level 3 or level 2 wizards, and we can't see invisible cards, just so that we can all have the same experience of amazing magic at the same time. What was that card that you were thinking of?
It was the 9 of diamonds.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Inside this deck of cards, there's one card here. There's just one card that is reversed, face down. How, like, this would be really wild if this happened to be the 10 of diamonds, right?
Or even the 9 of diamonds.
What?
The 9 of diamonds, not the 10 of diamonds. Stop it! Stop it right now. What? Get out of my head. Stop it.
I know, it's absolutely
This
bananas.
is off limits to you now. You're not allowed in here anymore.
Rob, Messiah, thank you so much for jumping in on the call this morning and being a great audience member. Andrew, thank you for cooperating through the chat. The cosplay beforehand, that was really fun making the mask. I actually want to go grab some foam core. Pool noodles and electrical tape we have to grab for this next one, which Karen, thank you so much. Do you guys want to see one last really quick thing before we duck out?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a really cool picture that actually my friend Tyler Twombly took of the moon. But I'm a student of the impossible. I'm always studying the impossible. And this is one of my favorite new things that I've recently discovered. It happens quick, so watch close.
What? Oh, that's wicked. That is cool.
So that's a new thing. It's not really in the show, but there's a little bonus just for CK Expo.
That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me. And I'm going to plug one last thing. I have a podcast. If you're interested in magic, Magicians Talking Magic podcast comes out every Wednesday. We interview all kinds of magicians. And we also talk about magic in a high level sense, from creativity, recording ideas, and things like that. And we have a Discord community and all sorts of things like that. So if you are interested in magic and you want to dabble into it a little bit more, check out our podcast.
Yeah, I think Andrew needs a little bit of help. I've only done for 20 minutes, but I'm pretty good at making chips disappear. Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, check out that podcast, because everybody's listening to podcasts now. This is a great one to listen to while you're exercising, sitting at the table with decks of cards, or like Andrew with chips.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And I know you have an incredible day lined up. Screw Stevel, and I look forward to everybody else's stuff today, though.
Awesome. Thank
Clary's
you so
House
much.
of Frankenstein.
Yes, right? He's coming up very soon. All right, we'll see you later, Gramazing. And thank you so much, Messiah, for jumping in.
More than happy to. It was a great experience. I'm definitely going to check out that podcast. That was great, amazing. Absolutely.
The name's perfect. It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no question.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. See
Oh, I guess I jumped him out real quick. And now it's back to the ladies.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
There you go.
The quick change orders. We two are
Woo!
magical.
All right, so today we are going to show you how to make your own light sword out of pool noodles, or you can also use a pen, because, you know, pool noodles are not essential. So you might not be able to have access to that.
True. They are in the dollar store right now, though, so I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. Is anything real anymore? I don't know.
I don't know.
Anything essential?
So what you are going to need is electrical tape, black, red, blue, silver, duct tape, and we're going to get started. So your pool noodle will have to be cut in half, because it will be way too long if you don't cut it in half. So we use a serrated knife to cut it in half. So make sure, if you are with your parents, make sure your parents help you with this, because you should not be doing this on your own.
You can also use an X-Acto knife, but the serrated knife is a lot easier because it's bigger and wider and gets done faster.
So as you can see here, we use the silver duct tape on the bottom half, and then we used a few colors for, say, buttons, and then we also used the black electrical tape to give it an extra look.
I'm going to do this green one.
So she's going to do a green one. I'm going to do another blue one. But I'm first going to show you how to do it on a pen. So you're not going to need as much duct tape on the pen, for the pen, as you would when you're using the pool noodle. So I just have a little sheet like this. And I'm going to wrap it all the way around the top of the pen. There we go. We have the bottom half done. Yeah. I'm going to take a little bit of the black electrical tape and wrap it around the top half, but I'm going to slice it in half. You don't need a full thickness.
For the pen one?
Yeah.
Here, I'll put you. I'm going to cut some little buttons out for her.
And you can even use black for the buttons too.
Your small little, very, very small pen.
Mm-hmm.
Run them like a square. Yeah.
So this is what I've done so far on the pen. I accented the bottom and the top of the pen for the lightsaber. And then we've got some little square buttons. As you can see, it's about the size of my finger. Just trying to keep it straight. I'm a little perfectionist with this.
Pen. Probably only need 3.
Oop, I didn't grab it.
Oh. Sorry. Disappearing.
So there we go. Now you have a lightsaber pen. And you can have lightsaber battles at school. No, not at school. Shh. But you can have a little lightsaber battle with a little mini tiny lightsaber.
Do you remember back in the day when they actually made Star Wars pens and they were light up so that you could actually battle your friends in school? I used to do that.
So as you can see, Rachel's already put her silver on the bottom.
I am
Or
gonna put
Padme.
one more. I'm gonna put one more though because I want to have a nice, sizable hand grip here.
And you can be very creative with this. You can do it any way you'd like. You don't have to be like, do the same thing I did. You can do something totally different. Doesn't have to be the same. Be creative. Show your fellow Jedis how to make your lightsaber. And that's basically what Jedis do. They do form and create their own lightsabers.
That is true. That's why all of them are different colors.
Not one lightsaber looks identical to the other.
Look at that! Oh my gosh!
You
Hello.
need to get out of here, Steve.
You know what? We
It-
might need
you
our
know,
real lightsabers.
It's
for this.
illegal to
we might need a
purchase
real
those noodle
lightsaber on
things,
a
you
real
know.
day right
It's
there.
illegal.
Hold on a second here.
I almost got one myself, but Kevin's mom came out and beat me away because he almost drowned with it. Like,
It's time to go away.
Get out of here, Steve-O.
Woo! We did it. Woo! Well, that was a close one. We don't want him taking over. He
No.
shouldn't be taking over.
No, I've seen people take things over before. It never ended well.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep on going with our lightsabers. All right. I think I might add one more layer of the silver.
Yeah, right? It's just
too.
better. There's
Yeah.
better hand grip. It looks more accurate to the accurate one, you know? Hand grip, hand grip. A little shorter.
Well, I made the other one as just a sample.
Yes.
I like to have a sample when we make crafts. That's why we
Always
had
good.
samples with our math.
Always good to be able to show them off faster. That way.
Great. So there's that one. And
You
I'm
know
going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the black layering like I did before.
I'm going to put like side. Actually, the blue.
So be really creative with this. And like we said, all Jedis don't have the same lightsaber. They're all different.
And that's why at Disney World they actually allow you to make your own lightsaber. Everybody can go and take different parts and put their own. So cool.
I know.
Hopefully one day we'll all be able to go back there. One day. Now, are you guys more pro dark side or pro light side?
Yeah, are you Jedi? Are
Like
you
to build a dark
Sith?
saber.
Are you Jedis?
Definitely on the darker side. This is not going the way you think. I have the high ground. Actually, my favorite line is, I hate sand. Of course, and it gets everywhere.
It's true when you talk to some of the actors when they've been like in the area where they're supposed to be on Tatooine, they always say the sand gets everywhere and it's the worst part of the part of shooting and everything else.
Even the younglings?
Yeah.
Even the younglings? It's okay, younglings. We're here for you today. Don't worry. He's gone. Oh, that's sad.
And if you want to use other colors of electrical tape, you can. We also have yellow and we have green.
Of course, Dr. Steeple is Sith. That is not surprising whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been a Sith today, but it is so much painting, and we only had so much time.
Absolutely. All
Can you imagine?
right. Ooh.
I kind of look at this.
Like, look at. There's our little buttons and stuff. See, and they're both different. They don't have to be the same.
No, cosplay's about having fun.
See, we have fun all the time together.
Oh no, my hair. I got too excited.
And that's about it. It's a fun, easy, quick craft. And if you want to be able to watch these again, they are on EA Parties on our Facebook page because we did these activities in the summer. And so they're all right there. The only exception for our light sword tutorial on EA Parties is that we didn't do the little light sword pen. Because
These
at that
are more
time,
fun, though.
yeah, these are so
These are
much
way more
fun.
fun. And they're safe too, so your kids can wail on each other and wail on you, and nobody gets hurt.
Mhm,
Right?
absolutely. This
Better to
is
be that
why
way.
I made my 6 foot tall Harley Quinn hammer out of pool noodles.
Makes sense. so that everybody can be safe and not hurt each other.
And it's not heavy. It's very, very light. So does anyone have any questions about this craft or anything like that right
the
now?
younglings forgot to block. Oh my god. The younglings were too young to block. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. You can block.
I wasn't. Because we still have about 6 more minutes. So if anyone has any questions, you can feel free to hop on. We do have the stream running on another device so that we can see what's going on.
Yeah, that's why I keep looking off of this. What are you saying?
Now, EA Parties has been around for almost 7 years now. It'll be 7 years on May 22nd. And we do virtual birthday parties. We do virtual chats because we can't do our curbside visits at the moment. And we also do character pals and their letters from characters, and the kids can also write back. Or you can just ask for one letter and you get one letter with a few little activities and stuff like that. Because right now, there's not a lot to do to have some fun.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Ray Gray Cosplay has been around for about almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years 10 years this upcoming August?
I think so.
Or the next August. I think it might be this August, 10 years for me. And it has been hard. I've been learning new technology and how to, keep going in these hard times. So I've just been trying to sit at home building a bunch of stuff and helping out my pal here with all the spreading joy to kids, because we're all trying to do stuff for each other, right? We're trying to keep things together.
Thanks, guys.
Do the Star Wars. I guess can I do the Star Wars? We might get kicked off if I do that.
We'll wait until like the last few minutes and we'll throw it on for you guys, okay? We'll search up and we'll do it just for a little tiny bit because hopefully they won't mute us.
Let me see if I can even do that.
Well, the thing with that is sometimes if you play copyright music, they shut the feed down.
Yeah, that's what
See,
we were
that's
thinking.
why we were doing no copyright stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe we'll just not.
Yeah.
This time around.
Sorry about that, guys. But we hope you guys had fun with us today. I know we had a blast playing around with all of our different tools and being able to show you some crafting. And the best thing about the mask craft is that cosplayers can also use that for cosplay as well. And it isn't just a kids thing. You can do it for cosplay. And
for like
post
Con when you're at the pool.
And post your crafts. We want to see them on CK Expo. Post them to EA Parties so that we can see all the awesome crafts you guys have made today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what everybody did.
Like I saw Steve will use a mask to make a mask. Was that right?
Yeah. Yep. He had some kind of mask on his face, I guess.
Yeah.
So somewhere on his face.
And we want to see all that cool stuff.
He's a rule breaker. He doesn't,
Awesome. Well, ladies, thank you so much. Everybody out there, make sure to go check out EA Parties and Ray Gray Cosplay. I can't thank you enough for those cool ideas and crafts. That is amazing.
Thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Stay safe and have fun.
That is awesome. Ladies, again, thank you so much. And now I have to bring on a podcast brother of mine, James. How you doing, James?
Hey, Rob. How's it going?
Good. Are you ready for your interview?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we have an amazing talent ready to come on. I see her in the back room there. She's been ready for a couple minutes now. This is Annette Hanna. I will bring her on. Annette, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing pretty good at the moment. How are you?
There she is.
Yes. I am going to leave you in James' capable hands. Thank you so much for coming on with us today. And then I'll jump back in at the end. All right, James, all your show.
Oh, okay. Hi, Annette. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well today. It's been a nice day recently, surprisingly, in England. But how have you been?
I am good. We're I don't know if we're in exactly similar situation, but everyone's kind of in the same boat these days.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming to CKX.
It's no problem. It's good to be here.
Well, it's good to have you. I wanted to ask you about, because I was looking up your credits, and as much as you can trust IMDb, it looks like the most work you had done was with the show called The Worst Witch.
Yeah.
Which now I wasn't very familiar with the show, admittedly. I read up on it, but it sounded like early on it was very similar to Harry Potter, and then kind of really diverted from there.
Yes, yeah. It's sort of ironic because it's based on the book of the same name, but it was actually written before the Harry Potter books.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very similar to Harry Potter, except it's instead of kind of a mixed school, it's an all girls school with magic and brooms and wands, as you might have it. But I think what differs with The Worst Witch to Harry Potter is Harry Potter's quite it's based on Voldemort. It's based on this one villain, whereas because The Worst Witch is an episodic show, there's this new villain every episode or so, which I think is as it's mainly the main demographic is for children. I think it's quite good in that case.
Nice. And you were it looked as though you were in, what was it, was it second season on or third season on?
I was in the third season of the show. Yeah.
Okay, and I was looking at the release dates for the was it, you said second and third season, not third and fourth?
I was in the third and fourth season, yes.
I was looking at the release dates, and it looked as though towards the end of the fourth season was coming out when everything went to hell. And
yeah.
But when you were how early prior to its release date were you shooting the final season? Like, were you shooting it when everyone started hearing rumors of COVID stuff?
Oh, no. We actually were filming from, I think it was April 2019 to August 2019. So we, it wasn't as, we didn't know about it. We didn't know anything about it. And I think it wasn't until a few weeks before the show actually started airing, I think in January, when it started, people over here in England were starting to hear of the coronavirus and that it was, or COVID-19, and that it was sort of starting to spread, and things were starting to get a bit iffy then, and then things got a bit weird as it was being
a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
What was it? Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I haven't done this that many times, so it still makes me a little nervous.
Don't worry about it. I'm really nervous at the moment as well, so we're in the same boat.
Cool. How did you manage to? You did this after Game of Thrones. Did Game of Thrones lead to this, or is it?
I think, yeah. Roughly a year after I finished. After I filmed a bit from it for an episode of Game of Thrones, that bit ended up being cut from the final showing. But a year after I.
That's actually funny. That's actually funny. I apologize for cutting you off there, because I was looking, and I had looked up, and I was thinking like, oh, she's in a few episodes of Game of Thrones, and I looked it up, and you. It looks like you played a lot opposite Qyburn, the actor who played Qyburn. And one of the clips was with Spider, Lord Varys.
Yeah.
Is that the one you said was cut from the final episode? Because I'm looking at the final episode, I'm like trying to see. Okay, she's one of those. She's one of the little birds. And I'm looking through the episode. I'm like, where? I can't find it there. I mean, the episode's almost an hour and a half long, but so that makes total sense. I've seen the entire series a number of times, but I had forgotten about that. Were you in there was the one episode where I think you appear with Qyburn, but then you have Jaime Lannister and Cersei and
Yes.
the Mountain coming in there. Were you in there in the background somewhere when that happened?
Yeah, it was really, because it was my first time filming like ever in my life, and so it was all kind of quite daunting but also really exciting. So it was sort of really exciting seeing this just like massive human being. I think he's the strongest man in the world. I can't remember his name, who played the Mountain. And then
it's tough to pronounce.
Yes.
No, I'll look up his name. You keep going for half a second.
But just seeing these, because we were also filming underground at the time, where it was wet and muddy and damp and cold. But being my first time ever on a set, I was just absolutely ecstatic and just ignoring like all of the things that usually people who have been filming for a long time will get irked about. But yeah, it was just brilliant seeing these experienced actors just flawlessly just sweep the floor while we were just sort of running away and hiding out in the corner. And I think as you know, acting experience goes, and just I think going straight into Game of Thrones was definitely a jump. I think. So, I think it was 6 years ago. Yeah.
Now, how did you say Game of Thrones was your first shot at anything?
Yeah.
How did you get Game of Thrones?
Well,
a roundabout way to ask you how you got started in acting, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I think I was part of a drama club, and that we have in the UK, and they always ran on Saturdays, and they also had an agency attached to it. So me being this little excited drama kid, I just went, okay, I'm gonna sign up to this agency. And then I think it was a year or 6 months later, I got a call like, hey, there's this show called Game of Thrones, and would you like to audition? And my parents actually didn't. I actually answered the phone because my parents were out at the time. So me being 10 years old, not knowing what it was, I just went, oh, okay, yeah, sure, okay, just. And then I went to the audition and did this sort of group audition with a bunch of other people who were in it, and then they ring me up and say that I've got the job. So yeah, it was. I may have got a couple of things wrong because it happened quite a while ago, but I think it was quite exciting at the time. Yes.
Now, when you told your parents, did they react sort of like, you're on that awful violent show?
Well, it's actually quite ironic because I was with my brother and his friend, and my brother, none of us knew what it was, but my brother looked it up and found out this kind of stuff that they do. So my brother basically said, you can't tell mum or dad, you can't tell them, this has to be kept secret. And I was just, I have to. So I don't think I told my mum, but I think I told my dad, who understood what it was, and he's more not down to earth, I think he's more chill than my mum. So he just kind of went, he just kind of said to my mum, oh, she's got an audition for this show, but she didn't know what Game of Thrones was. So I was sort of in the clear there.
sort of in the same boat as the boys that were in the movie Good Boys, where they weren't old enough to go see the movie that they acted in. It's like, you wouldn't have been aware of Game of Thrones because you're not old enough to watch that show.
Yeah.
Although the scenes you were in, minus the one where you pull out a knife,
yeah,
I would say are relatively tame.
Yeah. I mean, eating sugared plums all day is I think is quite a good day for quite a good day for a group of 10-year-olds.
Indeed. Oh, the one guy had just commented about Sandor Clegane. His real name, Hafbor Julius Bjornsson, and I butchered that name. I'm certain of it, but yeah, that's the enormous actor.
Yeah.
Now, you're probably just like, my neck hurts from looking straight up at the ceiling
Yep.
because that's his tone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Now, while you may not have had many scenes with, say, the main cast, did you have a favorite? Did you have a favorite character or a favorite actor in Game of Thrones that you may not have worked with, or just like, oh, Kit Harington's just the best in the world, or what have you?
Well, I thankfully once I was in it, my dad would get full-on episodes and just edit the bad parts out so I could still watch it.
Okay.
And I think the moment I started watching, I think as any sort of young spirited sort of tomboyish girl, I sort of fell in love with Arya Stark. She was, she had this sword that she could wield about, and she could kill people with, and she was learning water dancing, and I think like the moment I just saw Arya just on screen, I knew that like she would be my favorite. And I know that sort of Dany and what do you call it, Jon Snow are sort of favorites that you go with. Well, not now because of season 8, but but yeah, I think just Arya Stark from the very start was my favorite. Yeah, it's just brilliant.
Nice. Oh yeah, when she certainly went through quite the arc. Not so much Cersei, where you hate her, you feel sympathy for her, and then you really hate her.
Yeah.
Arya, you're just kind of iffy about towards the end because she goes completely expressionless.
And just kind of dead to the eyes. Yeah.
Now, did you carry any of that experience when you went to Worst Witch?
Yeah, I think I did. I think I'd say that I definitely did actually, because I think I did this little advertisement thing, but that was quite small. So going from Game of Thrones to Worst Witch, because Worst Witch was, compared to Game of Thrones where it was just a one-off and I'm filming for a day or two, Worst Witch was, I was living with people and I was constantly going from this one house with like a bunch of my castmates and then going to set each day. I think this, with acting, I think there's, especially as a young child, there needs to be a sense of maturity and an ability to sort of handle things and handle changes. So I think the fact that when I was filming Game of Thrones, there were constant, we need to change this, we need to change this, we want you on set, we want you on set. Can you say it like this, or can you do this instead? So I think that experience and that knowledge that, okay, I need to be quite adaptable and I need to be able to handle sort of different changes and different experiences that I may come across was definitely something that I was conscious of, and I knew that I needed to have on me at all times, just due to how many days I was filming and how constant it was, I guess. Now,
when you
James,
I don't want to phrase it like when you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Jump in for just 1 second.
Sure.
Watching the feed, and I noticed a gentleman named Mike Hanna is answering a lot of questions in chat for Annette, and thinking, okay, he must be related, and he just commented, "It's her dad."
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the chat, those answers coming from him, those are good answers to take because it's her father. He would know, right?
Well, yeah, the one I saw the one that had chimed in with the character's name. I was trying to look up the actor's name, which I can't pronounce properly.
Yes. Right. I just had to do that so people in the chat know what's going on. Annette, thank you so much. I will leave you guys. Keep talking.
Oh, okay, cool. Hello, Mr. Hanna. Okay, what was I saying? No, when you got the job, when you won the role, I suppose, for the Worst Witch, did you know it was going to be a recurring role, or was it one that you started and they expanded as you went along? Because sometimes sometimes in the case of, like, say, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, certain shows where a guest comes on and there's such a great fan reaction that they expand the role, and where they could have been a one-off, they became a season regular or series regular.
Unfortunately, I don't have as cool of a story as that. But yeah, from the very start, it was said that this character would be a series regular. At the time, there was no guarantee for a season 4, so we weren't 100% sure if I would come again the year after. But I did know that I would be filming quite a lot, as even before I started filming, they were talking about sort of housing because and sort of staying and how long we'd be filming, because I'm not sure how it is for other shows with a large teenage or child cast, but we were all kept in sort of in houses with sort of big groups of us, so we could easily just go from set to home and home to set without having to drive 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, it was, unfortunately it wasn't as interesting as suddenly being and coming on a lot.
Well, hey, no, that's fine. Are there any? Let me see. Okay, this could apply to both shows, I suppose. Are there any of the actors, or I don't know if background actors that you're still in contact with from either Game of Thrones or I suppose The Worst Witch? Because you probably would have had more contact with the background actors in Game of Thrones, but being a sort of regular on Worst Witch, are there any of the cast members that you keep in touch with, or was it just that's work?
I think with Game of Thrones, sadly, I didn't keep in contact. I follow one of them on Instagram, and I think he's doing a lot of good work now. But I can't remember the names of a lot of them, sadly. And with Worst Witch, I think I follow all the cast on social media, and I very occasionally speak to a couple of them through text. But sadly, I think even though I do occasionally talk to people,
oh, there's your dad, Anton Christie, yeah. Jessica Odell.
I do keep in contact. I have kept in contact, not severe contact, but that I do have connections to some people from the cast, such as Anton Lesser, who plays Qyburn. But if you're asking whether I speak to them on a regular basis, sadly I don't, and because I think when you're paired up with a bunch of different actors, that's all different personalities, and sometimes those personalities, you get along very well, you're always talking to each other, and so afterwards you can very easily go on to a good friendship. But sometimes you're friends, but you're not close enough to sort of keep that friendship and keep it close. But all of them were incredibly nice and incredibly friendly on set on Worst Witch and Game of Thrones.
One that helps to make a very enjoyable work environment.
Mm.
Now, how? So it's been what, a year or two since you finished on The Worst Witch.
Mm.
Are there particular things that you're looking for now? I mean, being most of your experience being almost exclusively in the fantasy genre, in the fantasy area, is that something you are looking to continue with, or are you like, I want to do comedy, or I want
to? I personally, I'm pretty much up for anything. But I think one thing I definitely do love, and if it comes again, if I do get an audition for something fantasy again, I definitely will accept it. I think me being, I grew up with, the Lord of the Rings and the Narnia films and The Hobbit. I've always been sort of intrigued and fascinated just by fantasy shows and or just historical dramas, or just shows that are based on a sort of fantasy type setting.
We have a Nathaniel asking, "Would you ever do Star Trek?"
If, to be honest, yeah. If someone gave me a call right now, hey, we want you for Star Trek, then oh yeah, I'd accept. Anything sci-fi, fantasy, I just absolutely love.
And Jessica Odell says, "Oh, hi, Annette."
I just.
Or the Game of Thrones prequel series that they're starting to do.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That'd be funny to have your same background, your same character 1,000 years before the original show, and then give no explanation as to why.
It's just a secret time traveler, you know. You never know.
Oh yeah, get a whole backstory behind your character, and then all of a sudden you're the star of the show. And
yeah.
Well, that is cool. Let me see.
Hey, James, I got to jump in and ask a question. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just curious because, like you said, you've gone from Game of Thrones to being part of a major series. You didn't really start out in a commercial, or what do you envision now? Like, what are your plans? Where do you go from there? You've been in Game of Thrones.
To be honest, I think personally, as I've grown up, acting has always, from the time I got Game of Thrones, acting has been a dream of mine. And I think whatever roles I get asked to do or get asked to fill, and I'll take. And I think there are a lot of actors who were very specific, but I think I just love just taking on a character and embodying that character and being able to just get people watching to connect to someone on screen. And as I think acting is definitely a side plan of mine, but another plan is animation. I think just telling stories, whether it's through acting or just acting through art, is just something that I'd love to show. And I think just getting people connected to characters and their stories and story arcs is something that I like to do for the rest of my career. So I don't think I have a specific plan of I want to do this, but I think anything to do with films or TV shows or something that people can really connect to is, I think, something that I want. Yeah.
Incredible. Sorry, James, I had to ask because
no, that's okay. I had gone through the bulk of the questions that I had prepared.
Well, Nathaniel here says, well, now I have a reason to, if I'm ever inclined, to get the complete series, even despite season 8.
Oh, am I the only one who loves season 8?
You must be.
Of course, of course I am.
No, that's just it with anything though. You watch it and you enjoy it for what it is. It wasn't what people wanted, but you can't give everybody what they want all the time. It's just not possible. So I know I enjoyed it. Will I watch it again? Probably not, because I didn't like where the story went, but it was still well acted, well done. And my hats off to all of you involved in that cast.
Oh yeah.
Man, thank you so much for coming on with us. Like,
thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Really early or really late over there right now?
It's almost 4:30, so it's actually 4 p.m. So it's actually a pretty good time.
So yeah, you're only 5 hours ahead of us then, roughly.
Yeah.
I was picturing, nighttime, and she wakes up from the crack of bed and says, "Okay, I'll talk to you." Oh, your father said her deleted scene is only on the most expensive Blu-ray version.
Yeah, but it is on YouTube. So.
You really got to shell out the money for that one.
Must be pretty darn good.
It's just a scene, but it is on YouTube. So you can get it for free, or not get it for free, but watch it for free.
Yeah, well, on IMDb it has your I guess your acting reel. It's for a couple minutes long, and that's what leads off with it. I think I like season 8. And The Long Night was a thrill, despite plot armor. but the finale was underwhelming. I'd just watch it again to get my own second opinion. Like if I ever rewatched The Last Airbender season 7, I loved. Oh
There we
wait, Last Air. Oh, no, I did a run-on sentence there. He loved season 7, and then Last Airbender.
And that's a very polarized show, Game of Thrones, too. You either love it or you don't. Like, I don't see people that go, yeah, it's okay. You know, like you don't really meet them.
Yeah.
Were you
Yeah.
intimidated taking on that role, knowing what? Well, I guess you mentioned that you didn't really know the show when you actually took on the role.
No. I think it's good though that I didn't sort of understand really sort of how big Game of Thrones was, and it was just sort of, oh, this is a show that people watch, and I guess I'm a very small part of this now. I think if I did know how sort of worldwide and how popular it was around the globe, I think little 10-year-old me would be very overwhelmed, I think. So I think it's very good. No.
That would be terrifying. You know, just sitting here thinking about it, going the mammoth machine that was Game of Thrones, and it's like, here, come join us. No.
Yeah.
Man. Well, again, Annette, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you taking the time and chatting with us here. Maybe once the world returns to normal, we can actually get you over here in person and chat and hang out.
Who knows? That'd be nice.
Excellent.
It was brilliant talking to you.
Yes. Anytime you want to come back, you let us know. I will definitely keep in touch with Kelly, who we spoke with. That way we can keep in touch and see about doing some more stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you and have a great day. Oh.
You too.
All right. Take care, Hannah.
Even your dad's happy.
Annette, sorry. And Mr. Hannah.
See you later.
See you.
That is awesome. That's got to be terrifying to be in those juggernaut shows like Game of Thrones, especially, and which took off. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I was asking her because a lot of her scenes were with Qyburn, that the actor who plays Qyburn, and one with Varys that was cut, but she was actually in the one scene that had the mountain, Jamie, Cersei.
Yep. Mike, if you're still watching, Jessica says she'll see you in Belfast soon. Just passing that on.
Oh, yeah.
That is awesome. James, thanks so much for coming in to do that.
Oh, thank you, sir. I was nervous as usual, even though this is the 5th time I've done an interview, but
well, it is intimidating to be dropped into that kind of position. You know, it really is. So stepping up, man. I appreciate it.
I love what you have on the agenda, and Stevel doing a lot of the shouldering a lot of the workload.
Yeah, hello. How are you doing today?
Oh, Stevel!
Don't say his name.
Great job, James. It was fantastic finding out about Annette and her acting. I mean, wow. You super. You're no Dr. Evil, but that's because I'm me, right?
I'm number 2.
You are number 2. Yeah, we'll just get you a little eye patch here. I got a pen for you. We'll just gouge out your eye right there. You have a patch. Be my number 2. And yeah, you can bring me my coffee.
Yes, sir.
Wow, great job.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Stevel, Beetlejuice. Yeah, it's that kind of symptom. You know, you say it.
I know it's catchy, right? I should run for president.
And
I would be huge, big league. I mean, we've already had a supervillain, right? So why not a second one? I mean, here's my platform. Why spend trillions when I can spend billions? Right? It's a work in progress.
Yes. Stevel has a little extra evil in his eye today.
Oh, the witch is still on. How are you doing, witch?
No, wizard.
Wizard, right. The Annette was a witch, the worst witch, but she's still a witch. But you are kind of like a wizard, like a starfish wizard or something. You said you were. I don't know.
Oh, and then there's George. If he's number 2, I can be mini me.
Yes, you can. George, if anyone knows George, he kind of goes to Comic Cons. You can see him as Alf. You can see him as Howard the Duck. Anyone that's like kind of shorter, like Tom Cruise size.
Nice. Nice.
Right? You can be Tom Cruise, George. Dude, you got the height, man. You're killing it.
And the doctor is here.
Right? I know.
All right, James. Thank you again for jumping in.
Thanks for letting me do this.
We'll get together again on the Movie Madhouse Mondays at 6:45.
Sports. top 10 sports. Tune in.
Yes, that's our next one with Rye Barrett. I'm anxious for that one.
Yeah, Rye Barrett.
What's a Rye Barrett?
He's an actor.
Then why is he doing sports? What, he's an athletic, actor?
dear.
What?
All right, James. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Toodles.
Bye.
If he's not in the Austin Power series, I didn't know who he is. I just don't care. Really.
I see that. Now, just waiting for our next person to log in. He has not logged in yet, which is
Really?
Yes. The one thing I always get worried about in these situations is someone not logging in for a live show.
Yeah, but is he usually punctual?
Normally, yeah, dead on.
Well, this gentleman, as we know, is a Canadian icon, right? I mean, he's co-produced the Canadian cult children's television series, The Hilarious House of Frightenstein.
Yeah, I queued that up bad. There it is. Boom.
Right? Okay, there you go. Yeah, The Hilarious House of Frightenstein. In case you didn't hear me, we've got the visual up there. Yeah.
Exactly.
So we're going to talk to Mitch Markovich, which I'm looking forward to chatting with. But if he's not going to show up, I've got like half an hour to kill. So if you have any people you don't like, we can start with them. Okay.
Any people I don't like?
Where's Graham? He's the one with the magical mouth.
Yes.
You make him disappear. Whoa. And there's card tricks. Yeah. Charlatan, witch. I mean, I had him on my show once, and he frightened me. So I'm afraid of his taboo magic. Claims to be a wizard.
Magic. That was great.
Yeah, it's devil's work. Okay.
Devil's work.
Really? I mean, come on, the hocus pocus stuff. It's not normal. It's not natural. Stick with science. Evil. Fake mechanical monsters. You make people disappear with, like, let's see, a virus.
A virus? Yeah.
See what
bring that up again.
Great. We've got Karen saying, please get Mitch online. Don't give Steve a chance to take over the show. LOL.
Lots of love. That's what that stands for.
Lots of love. Okay.
I'm sure that's what it stands for.
Right? It does. It's amazing. Uh-oh.
I may or may not have made someone's sharks disappear.
Robert. I call him Robert. Hello.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I know. It kind of reminds me of you. It's got the little laser. Pew, 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 pew.
I wish I had a laser.
So while we're waiting for Mitch Markowitz, I mean, Mitch Markowitz, he's like a fantastic human being. He's co-produced Hilarious House of Frightenstein. He's also starred as Super Hippie in the show, right?
I don't know. Mitch, were you Super Hippie in the show?
Oh my gosh, Mitch. Wow, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you? Good to see you.
Good. I'd give you a hug, but the screen's preventing us.
I'm not allowed. Sister won't allow it.
Okay, the mask is not required. I'm pretty sure that Igor there is already, just not going to get any better.
I'm going to jump out and let you guys chat.
Welcome to the show,
right,
Mitch. Sorry, there's a bit of delay.
Go ahead. Yeah, no problem. On the subject of masks, my sister says, she insists actually, that I wear a mask from the minute I wake up to the minute I go to bed, even in the bathroom. On top of the fact that it sets a good example, I think, that this is what we should all be doing all the time. And let's get rid of this damn pandemic. Let's just put it all behind us.
I agree. I had a mask that, but it's got a couple of holes in it because I follow the craft thing and cut like holes in the eyes. Now it kind of ruined my mask. So now I just...
It's good to see you again. Good to see you again, Doctor.
It's great to see you as well. I mean, we're supposed to run into each other at Deep River Comic Con, and I was going to introduce you, and we're going to have our friend Anthony DP Mann with us for the 50th anniversary of the Hilarious House of Frightenstein. But sadly, this COVID happened.
I'm still on my way there. I'm only halfway there. It's a long trip.
You're walking, huh? That's fair.
I'm not allowed to fly these days.
Yeah, yeah. And Super Hippie's not flying anymore.
Very little.
Hello, Mitch. I love your mask, says Alliston Oster.
Oh, thank you. It's Pierre Luc. By the way, liberty of having my Twitter site put on paper. Anybody who's interested in anything new that's happening in the Hilarious House of Frightenstein land, as well as products that are available, just look
Let's
me up
zoom in,
on.
Rob.
Pardon me?
Rob's going to zoom in.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just look me up on Twitter, and even if you're not a member on Twitter, you don't have to be. All you have to do is go to Google, tweet my address. It's at I'm TV Super Hippie, and anything new that's happening in Frankenstone, as well as product that's available, I always talk about it. I post everything on Twitter, so please join me there at your convenience.
Okay, Rob. Hello, Rob. That's awesome. I hear you've got some great news for us. You've just signed a new contract to get the. How about you explain to the fans what's going to happen with the Hilarious House of Frightenstein now?
Well, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, there's lots of big news coming. You're right, just signed an agreement with 3 other industry giants, and basically they all have their own area of expertise. One of them is real big in the film distribution, mostly horror film distribution internationally. And as we know, there's a big market for horror in Japan and other places in Europe, America. So they're going to be distributing the original series, Hilarious House of Frightenstein original series. Another partner is involved in licensing to either broadcasters or narrowcasters, which for those of you who don't know, that means streaming services. So they're out at the moment putting together deals with major streaming services and broadcasters in the US. So we'll be back on the air across America as well as Canada. And the third partner is the partner that sort of put this whole thing together. They closed the deal we did with Crave TV, with Bell Media's Crave TV here in Canada, and they're instrumental in putting me together with those other 2 groups. And again, there's a terrific press release that went out a couple of weeks ago. And if your listeners, your watchers want to read it, just go to my Twitter site. Again, it's It's I am TV's Super Hippie, HIPPY, and all the information is there. I just got some new news, by the way. Is there such a thing as new news? I just got some interesting yesterday, and I'm looking for you for clarification there, Doc, just in case you're more than a doctor. You're also an educator.
Evil educator, but yeah.
So the interesting news is, a couple of years ago, I guess it's been now, I licensed a firm called Head Spinner Productions, and they were going to do development on a reboot of Frankenstein, as well as an animated version for a younger demographic, and a 50th anniversary special. And they've just been green lit, which means they got a go ahead on the animated. They're writing it right now, and they're hoping to have it ready and produced in time for Halloween. I get very popular around Halloween. Not me personally, but the show does. So anyway, lots of great stuff happening and new product available all the time with the Frankenstein logo and images on it. So again, check me out on Twitter, and it's all out there.
Karen Jang from Vancouver says, wow, that's great news. A chance to introduce the series to new audiences.
Doctor, have we got time for a quick funny anecdote?
We have plenty of time. The doctor's going to run this show and keep Rob at bay. Go for it.
Okay, on the subject of Vancouver and the person you were just referring to in Vancouver, our son, when he was graduated high school and he was ready to go to college, we were hoping, I was hoping that he would select a college that was somewhere within a 2 or 3 hour drive. Flying is my least favorite way of traveling. Now, I've done it extensively, as I think you know. I did 3 cross-Canada tours with Doug Henning, may he rest in peace, and we did a magic show right across the country 3 years in a row. And of course, I had to jump from city to city by plane. It's the only way to do it when you're on the road. But anyway, we took our son to all the schools within driving distance, whether it be McGill or London or Guelph or Kitchener or what, everywhere there's a college, we took him, and he checked them all out, and some of them looked really great to us. And then one day he came down from his bedroom where his computer was, and he said, you know what, I think I'm going to look into UBRCA, which is University of British Columbia, of course. And I just said to myself, I didn't want to show it to him, but I said to myself, oh no, please, not Vancouver. Like, that's a 5-hour flight, let alone a 3-day drive. Anyway, make a long story short, which is unusual for me, he applied, he got accepted, got a 50% scholarship. So what am I going to say? No. Anyway, next thing we know, my wife and I took Julian out to Vancouver. We got him registered. We stayed about 3 days. We got him registered in the dorms and registered at the school and got a feel for the city and where the restaurants and the fast food places are and all that other stuff. And then we left and came home, gave him a hug and a kiss and said goodbye, went home. The next day he called and said, Dad, you're not going to believe this. His room on the dormitory was on the 4th floor. He said, the day after you left, I went looking around. I went down to the 3rd floor. I'm just walking up and down the corridor. And that's where the common room was. And there was no doors to the common room, just a great big archway. So he stands in, by the way, my son is very conservative. All the time he went to public school and high school, he never told anybody who his dad was or that I had a bit of a history or whatever. Anyway, standing in the archway, and he sees these kids all sitting around on sofas and chairs and stuff, watching a big screen TV. And sure enough, they're watching Frankenstein. And he still didn't say a word. And then about half a minute later, I go flying by on the screen in my super hippie character, and he just blurted out inadvertently, said, "Oh my God, that's my dad." For the next 3
This super show will return in a minute. 58 seconds.
That super hippie son, that super hippie son. So that's my Vancouver. No, I've got another story.
Hold on. Mark Thane says you are popular all year round, Mitch.
Oh well, that's very nice of him.
Mitch, can you explain how you were flying a super hippie in this video? I mean, it seems like you were swimming. Want to show that again, Rob?
This super show will return in a minute. 58 seconds, 59. What does it all mean? It's all relative.
So the
audio.
The matter is, we used what was called chroma key back then. It's now referred to as CGI, computer generated images. And I was lying on what it's like a sawhorse with a piece of plywood on it. And believe me, that was a bitch, lying on that slab of wood for 14 hours. But anyway, I was lying on that slab of wood, which was covered with a piece of green paper. And that's the color they used back then for chroma key. And then they had 2 cameras. One camera was on me. Another camera was aimed, and of course, all that green stuff disappears. So all you see is me. Another camera was outside the studio, aimed up at the high tension lines and the top of buildings and just the sky. So they would just basically map me onto sitting on the high tension lines or flying or sitting on the edge of a building. And back then it was considered magic. Now it's, everything is used as computer generated images.
Look at that. Chroma key. Same thing. Magic. I really wish my lair would look like that.
A comic.
Now, Mitch, the first time I met you, you called me over to tell me a story about you meeting Mike Myers.
Yeah, Mike was a huge fan of our show, and I'll tell you an interesting little anecdote about him. Mike is a real gentleman, and albeit he's a huge star and has been for a long time, He was a real gentleman. He was awarded the key to the city. And when he was awarded that, he was up on the platform, he and the mayor. And as the mayor is handing him the key, he said, you know what? You have to give credit where credit is due. When I was a little kid, I would run home after school. We were on from 3:30 to 4:30 at that point in the local, the Toronto marketplace on CHH in Hamilton. And he'd run home from school. When he got home, his mom would give him a plate of chocolate chip cookies and a glass of milk. And he'd sit there and watch Friday Night for an hour every day, Monday through Friday. And then when he got to be rich, an adult and rich and famous, and he was doing his Austin Powers movies, if everybody out there can remember, there was the Mini-Me and the Maxi-Me. Well, he gave us credit saying he got that from watching Frankenstein, because we had the Mini Count, who was 31-inch tall, and his name was Guy Big. Now, I don't think he was born with that name, but that was his stage name. And we had the full-size Count, who was Billy Van, who was a, sort of traditional, I think, about around 8'9", 5'9", sorry. But I'm so excited to be working with you, Doc. I'm flubbing my lines. It was about 5'9". So it was the Mini-Me and the Mini Count and the Maxi Count, and he turned it into the Mini-Me and the Maxi-Me. And he was also kind enough to mention us in his book, I think, Being Canadian, or My Canada. He put a picture in there and a bit of a blurb about Frankenstein, which was he's a real gentleman.
So yeah, so Mini-Me is based on Little Count, and I think Fat Bastard is the other one, right? Or is it supposed to be Dr. Evil based on the regular Count, or Fat Bastard based on Igor? Which one?
You know what? I don't know. I never got that straight. All I remember was the Mini-Me and the Maxi-Me, because that was a direct hit. That was, and that's what he gave us credit for when he received the key. So we didn't expand on that and say, did your mother look anything like Griselda? Did your grandmother cook, crack food? But we didn't get that far into it.
Well, you have inspired a lot of people, because there's a lot of fans of yours out there. And a recent fan of yours, a friend of ours, Anthony DP Mann, approached you, and you guys returned to the House of Frightenstein with an audio CD a few years ago.
We did. I met Anthony at a Comic-Con I was appearing at. I believe, I'm sure it was Kingston, Ontario. No, it was Kingston, I believe. And we chatted a little bit and got friendly, and that was it. He told me what he did, and I told him what I did, and like that. And next, I met him at another show I was appearing at, and he said, I produce videos and audio dramas, and mostly scary, actually. And I'm wondering, had you ever considered doing something like that for Frankenstein? And I said immediately, no, to tell you the truth, I hadn't. It's not on my playbook, and I'm so busy, I don't have time to explore new possibilities. And he said, well, I'd like to do it. Would you be interested? So I thought about it for about 10 seconds, because by then I realized he was a really nice guy, but I didn't know the quality of his work. So I asked him, would you mind sending me some of your work so I can look it over, and then we can discuss it further, or not? And he did. He sent me, I think, 3 or 4 of the films that he had produced and directed, and did the acting in, and the voice acting. And they were terrific. He's a terrific writer. He's a terrific director. He's even a better producer, because he's able to pull all that together for what some big fancy schmancy Hollywood producers spend on lunch. And anyway, I said yes, and the rest is history. We got together, and he asked me to do a cameo on it and do my little super hippie part. And he got other actors from around the Kingston area that he was familiar and had worked with. And they were great. I'm still in touch with some of them. The chap that played the Wolfman follows me on Twitter, and we're back and forth all the time. It was a great experience. It was a beautiful product. He did a great job on the packaging of it. He did such a great job that Sunrise Records decided to buy hundreds of them, and they placed them in all of their stores across Canada. As a matter of fact, Anthony and I went to a couple of their stores to do signings, public appearances, and then signings. If you look behind me, this 7-foot Frankenstein behind me was for sale. It's a towel, and it was for sale at the Sunrise store. And I asked the manager, is there some sort of a family discount for people who appear in your store? And she said, nobody ever asked me that before. I don't know. And I said, well, why don't you check with some kind of a manager or something, a general manager, and let me know. She came back about half an hour later, said, you're part of the family. So they gave me a family discount. I bought the towel, and I've loved it ever since. And everybody who comes into this house and looks at it says, oh my God, I want one of those. So that's the story about Frankenstein, my relationship with Anthony D.P. Mann, except for the part that you didn't mention yet, which I'm sure you're going to next. So I'll give it back to you.
Yeah. All right, two questions. I mean, this one I didn't think about until you announced the animated series. Is he considered as one of the voices for your characters as he did the audio track for you?
Is the question, was he considered to be part of it?
Will he be considered part of it? I mean, putting you on the spot here. Sorry if case Anthony's
No.
watching.
No, there's no spot, because when the head spinner was starting to do development work on a reboot, I said, you know, you should really think about Anthony Mann. By the way, they knew each other from way back. Anthony and Ken Cooperis, who's he and his wife, and another third partner, Sandy, are all partners in Headspinner, and they know Anthony. So I said, have you ever considered using Anthony for part of the writing? The guy's very creative, does a terrific job. He's intimate with the show. Like, he grew up watching the show. He knows more. He remembers more about it than I do. And Ken said, we would love to. He's a very talented guy, but he's non-union. And everything we're doing, because they were doing their development deal at the time with, I can't really say who it was or is, because that's part of my agreement. But it's a national network, and it starts with C and ends with C. So I can't tell you the name though. And anyway, they only will allow everybody involved at any level has to be in a union, whichever union is appropriate. And they said, and you know what? He's smart not to join the union, because if he does, then he wouldn't be able to do any of the non-union work he's done. And all the things he's done, I think, so far in his career have been non-union, which is how he can put together a full-length feature film for like $9,000 or $10,000. Like, it's unbelievable. He's done some actually that he spent between $5,000 and $6,000, and they're fabulous. I'm sure you've seen them, but just terrific product. Actually, by the way, he's on Twitter as well for anybody who would like to check him out. It's at Anthony D.P. Mann, M-A-N-N.
Right, or bleakdecember.com. Bleak December, B-L-E-A-K, December, that's his company. And now, speaking of Anthony and your relationship together, he just finished a Kickstarter called Bug-Eyed Aliens Invade the Earth. I think or Attack the Earth. And you have landed a part in this movie that's to be filmed this summer in Kingston.
Doctor, you're making me shake. I'm so excited about this movie. I'm so excited about Anthony's new movie because he's got a special touch and a special feel for things. And he's approaching this movie. Matter of fact, I sent a little bit of stuff to my older brother who lives in California. As soon as Anthony invited me in, I jumped at the opportunity. And my brother looked at 2 seconds of it, said, oh my God, this harkens back to the early days of Hollywood. And he's right. That's where Anthony's headed with this. He wants this to look and feel like one of those old scary movies from the 50s or maybe even the 60s, I guess. And they were terrific. I mean, I love them. I watch Turner Classic Movies all the time. And I love when they go back to the 50s and the 60s. Not that I was around then, of course. I'm only 29, so I don't go back.
Millennial, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, he invited me to come in, and he said that yours is a small but integral part. And I'll tell you something. When Rodrigo Godino, who is the publisher and owner of Rue Morgue magazine, invited me to come and do a part in his feature film called The Last Will and Testament of Rosalind Leigh, L-E-I-G-H. I thought about that for about 4 seconds, and I said, sure, Rod, I'd love to. We had already worked together on a Comic-Con or two, and they invited me out. Their offices at that time were in the west end of Toronto in an old funeral parlor. And they invited me out for a tour, and they gave me a tour. Gary, I'm sure you know ghoulish Gary Pullen, invited me out. He gave me a tour he was their art director at the time. He gave me a tour of the funeral parlor and the embalming room and all those other horrible things. And then he said, now we'd like you to come and sit in the boardroom so you can meet with all the guys and gals at one time. And I did. And they were all just so excited to meet me because they all grew up watching Frankenstein, and they're all total horror freaks, of course. So anyway, Rod, and when he invited me to be in the movie, he said exactly the same thing. He said, yours will be a small but integral part in the film. Meantime, we finished the film. By the way, my part was a voiceover, and anybody would like to hear it. He chose to use me as the film on the film's trailer. So when you go to YouTube, look up The Last Will and Testament of Rosalind Lee, Leigh, official trailer, because there's a bunch of trailers, but there's only one official one. It's only 54 seconds. It's only 54 seconds long, so it won't take you long to watch it. The only voice you'll hear on the trailer is me. And the trailer, the film, once it was completed, they took it to the Cannes Film Festival. They invited me to come as well. But as I said, I'm not big on flying. And from here to Cannes is a fairly big flight, long flight. Anyway, it got critical acclaim at the Cannes Film Festival. Went on to, I think, about 33 or 34 other film festivals worldwide and won a bunch of awards. So I learned right then and there, anybody offers you something that says yours will be an integral part, take their word for it. And after I said yes to Anthony, he said, now you're going to open the film. The first 4 or 5 minutes is all you. And you bring some star power to the film, and the film will sort of launch with your part. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm looking forward to shooting it. I think it's going to shoot sometime early or midsummer. And by the way, about that fundraiser, that whatever it's called, Kickstarter, whatever it was called.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, not only did he get what he was looking for, it went over and above that. Like there were lots and lots and lots of people who wanted to get their finger into the dike and get involved in that film. And so far, his graphics are terrific. The few ideas he's told me about are terrific. He's going to shoot it, assuming that he's signed the papers and things on that. He's going to shoot the bulk of it on the lot of an old drive-in theater. So that sounds exciting. That's got an eerie kind of cool feel to it. And
yeah, I chatted with him. I'm trying to convince him to enter this in the Chatham Kent Film Festival, which is run by Robert Bellamy, who's running the CKX show. So you keep him honest to that, and this way he can enter it. And we will, of course, watch in a drive-in theater as we did last year because of COVID. And I think it would be perfect.
Yeah, I hope that Rob gets to go forward with that. You know, you can never tell what's happening these days. You know, they say, okay, but it's okay to go out again. No, 2 days later, nope, can't go out again. You know, you can hang with just your family and your extended family. No, you can't have your extended family. The rules change every 5 minutes. And
I know
we're all chomping at the bit to get back out there and work again. This is the first event that I've worked at in a year, and my biggest thing in life is to get out there, meet, as you know, because we worked together a number of times, is to get out there, meet fans, have a chance to chat with them, ask them where they watched it. And I can tell by what time they watch it. You know, if they watched it first thing in the morning, it was on the Global Network. If they watched it here or there or whatever, because we've been all over the place for the past.
Okay, Mitch. We have this has actually flown by really quick. We've just got a couple minutes left. Wow, I wish we had a lot longer because you have like so much information that to share with us. But thank you for spending your first live event in 2021 with us, and hopefully we can have you back.
My pleasure. Good to work with you again, Doc, and look forward to seeing you again soon. In the meantime, peace on earth, and wear your mask, social distance. Let's get this thing out of our lives.
Right, there you go.
There you go, man.
You know, info from Mitch. Wear your mask, okay? Social distance so we can get together and do real cons again.
Thanks for inviting.
No problem. Thank you. That's weird. Now though, the makeup's gonna be on the inside of my mask. It'll be like weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Robert. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Stevel, for that interview. That was great. I'm glad you behaved yourself.
It's all about the guests, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Remember that.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you more soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
And there it goes, the good doctor. Now I'm changing hats. Instead of CKX Rob, I am now the Movie Madhouse podcast Rob. And I get to welcome this amazing next guest. I've been waiting to chat with this gentleman. This is Jeffrey Blake. Jeff,
Hey,
how you doing?
I'm doing good. Let me know if there's any sound problems. I tried to switch to an alt mic, but it doesn't seem to be collaborating with yours. So I'll just go with the computer mic, and if there's problems, let me know.
No, you're coming through crystal clear.
Oh, good. I've been having Zoom issues, so maybe it's a Zoom software problem. So, hi, how are you? Where are you?
We're in Chatham, Ontario, about an hour from Windsor.
Oh, wow. Cool. I love Canada. Love me the Canadians.
And where are you?
As you can see, I am right on the ocean in Venice Beach, California.
Oh, you poor guy.
Yeah, it's awful. It's gloomy today, though. It's a little gray.
I'll take gloomy there than here any day. Trust me.
I got you.
So thanks so much for being a part of this.
Oh, of course. My pleasure. My honor. You know,
As soon as we got talking and your name came up, it's like, oh, I have to meet McCloskey. I have to meet Young Guns.
Yeah, it's the gift that keeps on giving. I have to say that Young Guns is it's a true brotherhood. We have all stayed in touch, and we all support each other, and we're very good friends. And I was actually chatting with Emilio this week and Lou Diamond. So, and Dermot and I talk to each other, a couple times a week usually. So.
That's crazy. That show made such an impact, and especially your character. Like, you are a pivotal character in that plot.
For sure.
Because you're the one that sends them over the edge. Like, they kind of balanced on the edge of it for a while, but once Emilio did that, they were in for a penny, in for a pound.
A mind-blowing experience, one might say.
Exactly.
To not be a spoiler alert.
Your career has been extensive. Like, your footprint on entertainment is huge because you've been part of every major show I could find. Elf, Cagney and Lacey, you were in an ABC after-school special.
Yeah, I did two of them actually. Yeah. I did one called "It's Not My Fault," and I think that was with Billy Warlock. I think was the kid who's wasn't his fault. And then I was in "All the Kids Do It." That was the directorial debut of Henry Winkler. So that was cool.
So you got to help Fonzie break into directing.
Yeah, it was cool. He again, another person has remained a friend, and I will always remember because I was very young, and I remember entering the room at Paramount in his production company's building. It was in the Happy Days was maybe just wind down, but obviously I grew up watching Happy Days, and that he was just so humble and like, "Hi, my name's Henry." It's like, yeah, no kidding, and just lovely, So then I went on to work with Ron Howard a few times too. So I guess the Happy Days connection were Happy Days for me. So
yes. Now, one of the other big ones you're on, and actually Nathaniel just posted on it. Yeah. Now that I Googled him, crap, I got to watch Forrest Gump again. You were not a good person in Forrest Gump.
No. It's interesting though that I do a live Zoom show for young actors called The Working Actor's Journey every Friday night, and my guest was Steven Weber from Wings, and we were both talking about that, how it's nice when you're a character actor like myself and like Steven. It's nice to have a definitive role that you can just go to, like people, oh, well, you're an actor, you look familiar or whatever, which happens at least 5 times a day. You can just go to, I was the hippie boyfriend in Forrest Gump, and then you can just leave it there. Because everybody knows who that is, not necessarily in a fond way, but they know who he is. So that helps.
Well,
for
and
sure.
that's going to be the fun part of a character actor too, because normally if I'm doing an interview like this, I always ask, is there an area you would like to try new? But you literally have done almost everything.
Yeah, I would say the only as a bucket list, I guess I've done great. I've been in Academy Award winning films, a couple of them. I've been on major hit television shows. Blessed for there too. Worked at the highest level with great actors. I'd say my only fantasy, and will never happen, is I would have always wanted to do a Broadway musical. Yeah, I don't know why, but I sing Broadway musicals all the time. I'm a shower Broadway musical singer. And it's very funny, and this is not in a derivative or homophobic in any way. When I did the interview, I was doing the press conference for Contact. They asked me at People Magazine. They asked me if our readers like to know. We pretty much, if you can sum yourself up in one sentence, that seemed to be People Magazine's goal. And I said, I am a happily married man, very heterosexual who occasionally enjoys a show tune. So,
yeah, I don't know how else you would sum yourself up, because there's so much to it.
So so that's I actually had, again, on my show, Friday Zoom show, I actually had 5 Tony Award winning musical stars, Donna Murphy and Judy Kuhn and Reed Birney and Patti LuPone. Ironically, Patti LuPone was the only one who somewhat stood me up. And ironically, the only one of all those actors that came on, she's the only one I'd actually worked with. So
oh, really?
I had done a series with her called Life Goes On, way back in the day, about a kid with Down syndrome. Chris, God, he was wonderful. But yeah, so Patty, I gave her a little bit.
Your Zoom class, is this something you started recently, or?
Yeah, I do during the. I do. I teach acting. I'm a member of the Actors Studio, and I've had 2 great mentors in my life. A woman named Peggy Fury. You would be shocked. I'll just tell you, the Peggy Fury's class. Peggy, I can't believe that nobody's ever done a documentary on her, because maybe there's just not enough footage. But she passed away in her very, very tragically, unexpectedly, in a car accident in the height of her Peggy Furyness. But literally, we would train. It was a place called the Loft Studio. And it was basically, an offshoot of the Actors Studio, but the West Coast version. And we would train 4 or 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. You'd have to be invited to be in this workshop, in this class, by Peggy, meaning she had seen you or something, or you'd been recommended by somebody that she respected. And literally in that acting class, I can tell you, Rob, it was me, Chris Penn, Sean Penn, Nicolas Cage, Forrest Whitaker, Kira Sedgwick, Laura Dern, Meg Ryan, Meg Tilly, Michelle Pfeiffer, Angelica Houston, Eric Stoltz, Anthony Edwards from ER, and I'm leaving people out. So that was all one class. I sometimes say, wow, maybe I was on the junior varsity. I think, I'm not sure.
Karen just commented, Life Goes On was a great show, and Patty LuPone was so talented. The actor was Chris Burke.
Chris Burke. Yeah, Chris Burke. And it was Chris. His name was Chris. And he was lovely. He was really good. It was a great show. So I did the first season. You admit to having had Googled Mr. Blake. That's okay. I give good Google.
Well, I was just going to bring this up because I think the biggest compliment to the best character actors is the fact that they don't actually know the characters. They don't know your name, but they know every role you have done.
Yeah. My dear friend, Alan Ruck, if you guys know who Alan is. Alan played Cameron in Ferris Bueller. See, there's another one. You can go to the one thing that I'm talking about. You can just go to Alan Ruck, Cameron, Ferris Bueller, even though he's on Succession right now, and he's friggin' brilliant in it.
He was in Young Guns too.
He was in Young Guns too, correct. But we were shooting a NCIS, I think we were shooting together, and we decided that our tombstones are probably going to say, or the name of our autobiographies, whoever writes it first, is going to be called "No, I'm the Other Guy."
That's perfect. That is perfect. that was the other show I was going to hit on that you were on, is NCIS.
Mhm.
Because that is a love of my life. My ex-father-in-law got me hooked on that show. And
Yeah?
yeah, we watched it religiously. When he passed, it was really hard to go back to it, but I have. But yeah, like, what was it like being part of that? Because I hear stories about joining casts that are already formed.
Well, I've done. I could talk for 3 days about all the guest stars I've done. So I've been on all of this. Any show that has an initial, I've been on it. That one is particularly. It was a very interesting story. I knew Gary Glassberg, who was the executive producer of it, and showrunner. Another one who passed away in an untimely death, unfortunately. But his kids went to school with my kids at a very hippy dippy, nutty crunchy, freedom school, basically, almost like Billy Jack in a way. For you young people, you have no idea what I'm talking about, Billy Jack. But Tom Laughlin, come on, those are great movies. Terrible movies, actually, but really entertaining. So I was in this little private school with his kids. And so he calls me up, and he had this wonderful little voice. It was very, very distinctive. It's like Gary Glassberg. And he said, "Hey, Jeffrey, it's Gary. Listen, I'm sending you a script, and you're going to read it, and you're going to read it. And here's what's going to happen. You're going to think that you're this one character, but you're not. Alan Ruck is that character. And the reason you're going to, let's face it, Jeffrey Blake, that when we see you on network television in any procedural show like our show, we know you did it." And he goes, and this particular case, I mean, basically back to McCloskey or Forrest Gump. That guy's the guy who did it. But this time, Alan Ruck did it. And Alan Ruck never does it. He's Cameron from Ferris Bueller. I'm giving you a perfect example of how this works. So he goes, "Any questions?" And I jokingly say, "Yeah, there's a thing in Hollywood called top a show, right? Which means the network sets a certain level of money that they're willing to pay a guest star, right? And then there's a thing that you ask for and never get. But and I said, "Yeah, I have one question. Do you break top a show?" And he goes, "You know what? You're my friend. I'm the #1 television show in the world for a long time. Hell yeah, I'm breaking top of show. Just tell your agents, what do you want?" And I didn't ask for anything ridiculous. I just made it a gesture. But what's great about that show, first of all, it was Mark is just, what's great about that show is Mark. And Mark is, I told him, Alan and I both told him when we left that 10 days of shooting that he should give a course in how to be the #1 on a call sheet. He should be, because he's so gracious, and the first day you're there, not at the mess hall tent or anything, he invites you to come have lunch with him in his trailer. So that doesn't happen. You have lunch with Mark, and then through the whole process, he's just, making sure you have everything you need. And he's just so appreciative of you being there. And it's just, it was a great cast. It was my first time meeting Michael Weatherly, who's a character. Ended up doing Bull with him as well. And it was, it's very similar to when you do that kind of stuff. It's similar to like being the new kid in the school on the first day, when you're moving into town and you've moved from somewhere, because they've all known each other. There's a shorthand, there's inside jokes, there's everything. So but that one was a pleasure because I loved Gary, and Mark was great, and Michael was hilarious, and Alan, and I have known each other for forever, and it was a joyous week. I couldn't tell you, Rob, this is not being braggadocious in any way, shape, or form. I've done so many of them, of all these shows, that I probably couldn't tell you even what I played on the show. I know it had something to do with people locked in some room, and something to do with somebody did something, or some broke some code or did something, but that's all I can remember. I don't name the character's name. I don't know what he did. I don't.
Yeah. Like we listed, you've got a footprint in everything cultural, like so yeah, I don't doubt it whatsoever.
Yeah.
But now you did do one other thing. You did a really cool voice, and I noticed you did some voice acting for Fern Gully.
Yeah. That was fun, actually. Marcy Learoff was the casting director on that, and I make a lot of money, thank God, with my voice. I do a lot of commercial voiceover. I was the voice of Toys R Us for like 10 years. So, Toys R Us, Leapfrog, blah, 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 $9.95. So I did that for a long time. I still do. And animation wise, yeah, I've done I've done a lot of video games and a lot of things like that. But that one in particular was Marcy, the casting director, calling me up, and she really, I think they pretty much wanted Joey Pantoliano to play that part. The guy, really? Yeah, Guido the Killer Pimp from Risky, another dear friend of mine.
Yeah.
So I basically just did Joey Pantoliano. Hey, Ralph, how you doing? Good. That's what he became. Like, we're in the forest. So it was basically my ripping off Joey. So maybe I did that twice, actually. I played Joey also in Critters 3. Oh, there's an epic. Critters 3 is noteworthy for one reason and one reason only. It was the cinematic debut of 14-year-old Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yep.
He did okay. Leo did well.
A friend of mine, Eddie, he was in Critters 2.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen either one.
It's Eddie Deason from Grease.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He was in Critters 2, and he goes.
I love Eddie, actually. I read into him. He's such a joy. He just had that. How are you? It's so good to see you. He's just that guy.
Exactly. What you see on screen is what you get.
Yeah, he's amazing. It's.
But he said to me, "That's the closest I think I'll ever get to working with Leo, is being in the one right before his."
I've known Leo a long time, and I can remember even Gump came out. And we were in the height of Gumpdom, and literally I was invited to a screening of a new movie in Paramount, at the Paramount Theater on the lot, not the Paramount Theater in New York, the actual lot. It's this beautiful Spanish screening room, harking back to the days of early Hollywood. And I was standing in the back and watching this movie, and Leo was standing right near me, and I turned to him when the credits rolled. And I said, Leo, buckle up, baby. And he goes, what do you mean, Jeff? And I said, you're about to become a major movie star. He goes, no, I'm not. You were so great in this movie, but it's not my movie. It's Johnny's movie. I go, no. It was What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Yes, I was going to say.
And I said, you are about to become not just a movie star. You're about to become an actor, a formidable actor. That's going to be a movie star. And he just, from there, I was right.
Yes. Yeah. It did sort of climb after that, didn't it?
A little bit. Yeah, he did okay. We use the same acting coach. So.
And see, that brings me back to your class, because I'm curious. Is this a class that anybody can join into? Or?
Yeah. I mean, as long as you really, really, really want to, I don't teach how to. People are shocked. I don't teach. I don't teach how to be in movies or television. I don't even really scratch upon it. It literally is the craft of acting. It's that from my two mentors, which I mentioned, Peggy before, which is based on the method, based on the teachings of Stanislavski and Lee Strasberg, the two great masters of modern day acting. And then also the other half, just as important and just of a mentor and contributor to my craft, studied with her directly briefly, and then she passed away, Stella Adler. And so Stella Adler and Uta Hagen are two great master women teachers that had the most influence on Larry Moss. And Larry Moss, if any of you people out here are young aspiring actors or even are interested in the process of acting at the highest levels, he has a book called The Intent to Live. It's the best acting book right now from an acting teacher that you could ever read. It's a must read. It's a base level entry requirement to be in my class. And we dive into exercise work, which is from the Actors Studio. We dive into, which is sensory, sense memory. Civilians have a very skewed idea of what the method is. It's not this, thing, they just pretend to be these things and they stay up 24 hours a day and they put ice cubes in their head. the Marathon Man story with Dustin Hoffman, but that's not what the method is. The method is actually a very disciplined way to approach your craft of acting and how to access your emotional life, how to access your physical body, how to access, and how they all tie together. And the kind of actors that you guys love, that you remember, and actors that we have sustainable careers, is because acting is never about the lines. Acting, the actors you love and the actors you like, the actors are about, it's about the life. You create a life of a character. You create the way they behave. You create the way that they look at things. You create the way their body moves, the way their voice sounds. I'm a character actor, so I become people that are not myself. Lately I've been playing a lot of real people. So, I played John Ford in Midway, the director, and he looks nothing like me. But I just I studied him and physically for over a period of a month before we were shooting, got his voice, that he had a very specific voice from the upper North Coast, Northeast Maine. It's not Boston, it's Maine, but he also came from an Irish family so he had very much some Irish lilt into his voice as well, even though it was low and draining. So that is an example of the method of learning the voice work. I played Kenny O'Donnell the same year. Kenny O'Donnell was part of the Kennedys. He was John F. Kennedy's chief of staff. And it's not a Boston accent. It's actually a Kennedy accent. They had a very specific way of speaking, the Kennedys and their friends. They all had this kind of Kennebunkport kind of meets Boston meets, again, Irish. There's an Irish influence in John F. Kennedy's voice. So that's part of the method. And then the imaginative work is Stella Adler based, and that is everything. Lee Strasberg believed that everything came within yourself and in your own life experiences. And Stella Adler believes that everything comes from active imagination, being able to imagine situations, and your body then flows from there. And they both work. And they work in different situations. It depends on the play or the movie or the television show you're doing. So I teach that. Like I said, there's a lot of people in LA and Toronto and New York and Vancouver and those places that supposedly teach you an on-set experience. I truly am if you can do theater and you can do the great works of playwrights, you can do anything. You can do television, you can do film, you can do anything. So you can't teach how to be a film actor. You can only become a film actor by being a film actor and learning the difference of it's just a matter of size. In the theater, you reach back here, and in film, you reach here. And it's modulating the craft in a way and understanding how the camera works. But you can't teach that. It has to be, every single set is completely different. I mean, a Robert Zemeckis set is different from a Ron Howard set. A Ron Howard set directing is different than Emilio Estevez directing set. All those sets are different than, a Tony Scott or Ridley Scott, either one of the Scotts. Tony's no longer with us, but even a Tony Scott to a Ridley Scott, two brothers, their sets, worked with both of them, are completely different. So that's what I teach. I'm very passionate about it. I'm only doing it during COVID because I just felt there were, on Zoom. I just felt there were, my class is multinational. I mean, I have people from Australia to Canada to all over America. One down in Argentina is in the class. I have somebody who just texted me this morning from Italy who wants to come to the class. So, I limit size just because I don't have the capacity, but it's great. And then here's the other great thing. I don't do it for the money because I don't need the money. I do it for the craft. And so I think there's so many people who are taking advantage of actors' dream to want to be an actor. And they charge this ridiculous amount of money and they have very little expertise. I charge like, $100 US for 4 classes. So that's not even breakfast in LA.
And I have to be honest, if I'm looking at those classes and I look at your IMDb,
right,
it's like, this is the guy I need to learn from because he has done all of this.
Done all of it, and blessed to done all of it, and I'm kind. That's the other difference. There's many acting teachers they're frustrated actors. and they're cruel to actors. And there's just, to me, it's an art form. And the worst thing you can do is be cruel to an actor, because it'll make them self-conscious, and it'll make them, it's a tough enough business as it is. Stella Adler said, to be a great actor, you have to have the soul of a rose, but you have to have the hide of a rhinoceros.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's so true, because once it gets out to the public, they do what they want with it.
Or even all she's even more referring to the rejection of the, when you put your heart and soul into something, then you don't get it, or you don't, or as you said, it bombs or whatever happens. So.
Well, and you're right about the life. That was the big thing when you were explaining the whole acting method. It's the life of the character, and you are 100% right. And I just look at McCloskey, just that one character that I love. That pivotal moment when he's trying to convince them. It's not the words that you say. It is the way that you say them.
Right.
Because it's so sly, and the body movement.
It's physical behavior. My favorite improvisational moment of that, to me, defined McCloskey, and it was a choice in the moment, was when I'm very first come onto screen in the movie and I kick chickens.
Oh, that wasn't in the script?
No. There just happened to be chickens there. So that becomes the life. There's another great antidote to that as well, that I like to get it right. And many actors I love, we say, like Jodie Foster, and people say, if we will, our talent lies in our choices. And our talent lies in really collaborating with the writer and the director to challenge each other to make sure that we get it right, that we get that what we're trying. There's two ways you want to look at it. What is this scene about? And then what is this scene really about? And those are two different things, usually. So, perfect example of that is Forrest Gump. Wesley, I was struggling with, there was something missing. And I kept saying to Bob, I go, well, in all my research, abusers of women, which Wesley was, they tend to justify their behavior. They tend to have some excuse as to why this happened or that happened. And it's always an excuse, and it's always bull crap. So I said, we got to the scene, we did the scene, the punched her and did all that. And I slapped her, all that. And Tom beat the living crap out of my stuntman. Joey Anaya Jr., by the way, shout out to you, Joey. I still loyal to this day. Every time I have a stunt, I make sure they hire Joey Anaya Jr. We look so similar, and he looks exactly like my cousin. So we get to the scene where we're at the bus. And Forrest has beaten me up, I've beaten her up, and and that's the thing I'm going. There's something missing, Bob, from this scene. Robert Zemeckis, Bob, sorry. That what is it? And I go. Well, my research says that abusers always find some sort of excuse. And so the original scripted line was, and he goes, well, that's great. What is it? What do we think that is? And I go, I don't know, but why don't Bob, that. And he goes, he knows one of my strongest talents as an actor is improvisation. I come this actor studio and I teach a lot of dramatic, not groundling stuff, not Second City stuff, but more dramatic improvisation. The stuff that Lumet and Kazan and Brando and Pacino and all those guys are amazing at. So I said, why don't we just roll camera, and when we get to this coverage of that, let me just see what happens. And he goes, that's great. Yeah, we'll do it a few ways, And the first way we did it, it's all we did. And he captured it. So it got to that point where I say, Jenny, I would never hurt you. First of all, every abuser says that, even though they're ridiculous because they've already hurt him. And then the given circumstances was that, another acting importance, what's the given circumstance? The given circumstance was that here we were on the mall, just had been at the Black Panthers, and we're having this huge demonstration against the war in Vietnam. So that was what sprung into mind improvisation. I said, I would never hurt you. And then I justified it with, it's just a war, and that lying son of a bitch Johnson. That motivated him to beat her. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous, but it lived. It was a right on the line, perfect improvisation. So that lives, to this day on film in a classic, Best Picture Academy Award movie. So that's the process of acting.
So if someone wants to find out about your course, how do they?
I have a website that's been created by one of my people. I'm horrible at tech stuff. I don't do any of it. So it's working, WORKING, actors, plural, ACTORS, studio. So there's 2 S's, workingactorsstudio.org. And it's .org because I take 50% of the proceeds of any of the minimal amount I charge, and I give it to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation COVID Relief Fund. And I'll be teaching just during the pandemic. I think I may, continue on Zoom as long as people want to come. I'm not sure I want to go full tilt boogie and have a structure, a brick and mortar, or not.
Gotcha.
And if I did do that, I'm not sure I would do that in LA or in New York. So I go back and forth between the two. So.
Excellent. Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining us. This has just been a blast chatting with you.
My pleasure, brother. And hello, Canada.
Yeah.
I love me the Canadians. I am doing a Canadian event. So I don't know how you, there's a Canadian company. I don't know if they're an agency or a management company. They're in Winnipeg. So I'm doing a Canadian exclusive 4-day. She found me, I think, on Clubhouse. I don't know where she found me, but her name is Jennifer Milner, and her company is called Panache, PANACHE, the Panache Agency or Talent Agency in Winnipeg. And I'm doing a free Zoom webinar a week from yesterday on the 30th. It's called Building Your Actor's Toolbox. It'll be on Zoom. I think there's like already 600 people are coming or something like that. And it's absolutely free. And then from there, starting the 4 weeks in May 8th, it's actually May 8th, May 15th, May 22nd, taking off Memorial Day, and then the first Saturday. These are all Saturdays in June. It'll be 4-week intensive of the kind of work I just described. Jennifer is coordinating the whole thing for Canadian actors, and that she is charging something for that. I don't know what it is exactly, because like I said, I don't get involved in the financial portion of it. It's not why I do it, but that should be kind of cool. And so come to that if you're interested, you Canadian thespians. I've worked some really great Canadian actors, by the way. I've worked up there so much. I mean, in Toronto, and I think I've spent more time in Vancouver in my life than I've almost had anywhere else. The Sutton Place Hotel.
Well, maybe when the world returns to normal, we can get you up here alive.
I'm surprised that, I was supposed to do something in Ontario. I was supposed to do something in Montreal too. I was supposed to do Moonfall with Roland Emmerich, just finished. And it just, the COVID and everything, it just didn't work out. So, but yeah, I love me some Canada. I would be Canadian if I could.
Hopefully soon we get you up here.
The weather, not so much, but
well, I hear you there. Oh, I hear you there.
The people I love. So
awesome. Thank you again.
Thank you, Rob. God bless Canada. Right.
Have a great day.
You too, man. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
That was amazing. McCloskey from Young Guns. Yes. But now, kind of cut in a couple minutes into this gentleman's time. Oh, that's his back. We'll wait till he's standing in front of the camera. And we will get right into it. Yeah. Jeff had some amazing information, and I'm very, very curious about his acting class. And there we go. Now he's in front of the camera. I caught your back there a second ago, so I did.
That's all right. Yep, that's good. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Apparently, so can the doctor. Oh, look, Messiah is back.
Yeah, it's me, man. Sorry, I know. It's just way too much me. And I know the doctor is used to it being all about him, so.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I am going to leave this show to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, man.
No problem at all. Hi, guys. If you don't know me, my name is Jeff. I'm a scant maybe 45 minutes away from Chatham, Kent, where we're having CKX Expo. This year, it's a virtual event thanks to your friend of mine, COVID-19. We're working through Facebook Live, as well as YouTube Live. So you can access anytime for free and participate as well through the CK Expo Facebook page, as well as the CK Expo YouTube channel. Rob is going to continue to moderate in the background. Robert Bellamy is the gentleman that kind of puts this all together and has been sort of the grandfather of CK Expo since its inception. Without Rob, there would be no CK. There would have been a CK Expo, and there certainly wouldn't be now. So hats off to Rob for all the hard work he's doing. He's going to continue to moderate in the background. I can't do this and watch the feed at the same time, or if I can, I don't know how because I'm old. So if there's any questions that anybody has or comments or what have you, it's going to go through Rob. He's going to moderate them, and then hopefully he'll flash them up on the screen, and I'll get a chance to see them out of the corner of my eye here since I'm not actually facing the computer screen. I'm facing the camera. Rob's given me an opportunity to talk to everybody today and to choose a topic. And today I want to talk about something that I have been passionate about for a long time. It's talking about how cosplay is for everyone, the inclusivity of the cosplay community, and some of the I don't know, the hurdles that we've got to get past as a community as a whole to grow our brand, grow our product, and bring our product to more and more people in the outside of the community and in the rest of the world. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. If you follow me on social media, again, Messiah Complex Cosplay, pretty much across all social media, especially on Instagram. I run a weekly web series called Whatever I'm Calling This. I shouldn't say weekly, a semi-weekly web series. On that web series, I have talked about this quite a few times. So if you're familiar with my work on Instagram in particular, I think I've mentioned it on Facebook too, then this is probably going to be some fairly familiar ground for you. Throughout this talk, if you've got some questions, you've got some comments, like I said, go ahead and leave them there, and then Rob will get back to, Rob will post them, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. We're going to talk for about 20-25 minutes today. Cosplay is for Everyone is a movement that sort of came along. It was born out of a necessity based on how people were responding, especially within the cosplay community, to other cosplayers. I wore this today specifically for a very good reason. This is a Lycra spandex suit of one of my favorite superheroes, Green Lantern. And as you can see, how it's not a real suit, just like in the movie. Very nice, Nathaniel. As you can see, I'm not some bodied up Adonis. I'm not some 25-year-old. I shouldn't age. Age really has nothing to do with it. I'm not someone that spends a ton of time in the gym. I try to stay as fit as I can, but I'm a 47-year-old father of 3, grandfather of 1. And I'm wearing this to showcase to you that anybody can be a cosplayer. So a number of years ago, if I were to come out in a suit like this, what would invariably happen is comments would start getting made about how, you can see my love handles or whatever the case may be, and I would get the least of it. A lot of people, especially people that were cosplaying characters that were maybe, according to these people outside of the community, outside of their body type, they would get shamed for it. The most popular one, and I apologize if this is going to be triggering for anybody, but the most popular one that you would hear a lot is, "You're too fat for that." And this was detrimental, not just to the individual person that was being persecuted like that, but to also the community as a whole. And it really kind of gave the community a black eye to have these type of comments being made to people. And it wasn't just, "You're too fat for that." It could be, "You're too old, you're too young, you're too skinny, you're too fat, you're too this or to that, you're the wrong gender, the wrong race or nationality or color," whatever other nonsense. And a number of years ago, a lot of us decided to take a stand. We weren't going to suffer this anymore. We were going to stand up, rise up together, and show that the majority of the community, the vast majority of the cosplay community, are wonderful, supportive, nice people that aren't these terrible 1 or 2 people out of hundreds that are doing this, that are making people feel terrible. And so we started to talk about something called Cosplay is for Everyone. And if you Google that right now and you look at some of the images that come up, you're going to see a really great one where it's a bunch of silhouettes of people doing Wonder Woman cosplays. It's just the black silhouettes, but it's people of all different sizes. So that's how we sort of got this ball rolling. But it didn't stop there, and it's not stopping there. And it's something that we really have to keep pushing forward and keep talking about as often as we possibly can. We want to have more people come into the cosplay community. I've been doing this for about 4 years, and I've enjoyed a limited amount of success in my little corner of southwestern Ontario. And the number one question I get from people after, why do you do this, is how do I get into this? How do I get to become a cosplayer? The answer is simple. Get a costume. That's it. There's no barrier to entry. There's no one's going to come to your house with a clipboard and make sure that you're crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, checkboxing this. You don't have to go out and get a certificate. You don't have to go to college for it. You don't need to pay for a ticket or a license. You just get to be a cosplayer. If you have a costume, you get to be a cosplayer. And it doesn't matter if your costume is a Ruby's Halloween costume or one I ordered overseas that's just all one big spandex piece, or something that you've spent thousands of dollars on, or something that you hand sewed from scratch or hand created and spent a year on. None of that makes a difference. Cosplay is for everyone. If you have a costume, you are now a cosplayer. And we all have to make sure that we are inclusive to everyone. Are you a 6'8", 400-pound man that wants to cosplay as Harley Quinn? You get to do that. And nobody in the community gets to tell you that you can't. Rachel says cosplay is just supposed to be fun. It's for everyone to show their love for the characters and the fandoms. Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. I don't know why Rachel's not doing this and I'm doing it. Absolutely. It's a way for all of us to celebrate fandoms. But if you're someone that's outside of the community and you want to become involved in the community and you show up in a costume and the first thing that happens is somebody comes along and says, oh, that's not right, or you're too tall for that, or I saw this on Instagram the other day, you're too old to do that. Linda says amazing suit cosplay for everyone. Absolutely. So that person, if you're that new person and someone comes up and says, you're too old for that, I don't know why you're doing that. Are you ever going to cosplay again? So the community becomes niche and it becomes a community of still mostly good people, but enough bad apples to spoil the barrel. So we have to make sure that we're rising above that we are inclusive of everyone. And this goes for anything. It doesn't matter if you're a guy wanting to play a girl or a girl wanting to play a guy, or if you're non-binary or gender fluid or gender neutral, whatever. None of that stuff makes any difference whatsoever. You get to cosplay what you want to cosplay, how you want to cosplay it. That's another big thing that's happening in the community a lot. And I mean no disrespect for people that spend that time learning a craft, learning how to sew, or learning how to work with foam, or learning how to work with Worbla, or working with the different, or 3D printing, or painting, or whatever the case may be, or the people that spend thousands, hundreds, or thousands of dollars to make sure their costume is absolutely perfectly accurate, versus someone that has a Ruby's Halloween costume, or someone that bought a $65 Lycra suit from a Chinese website, or someone that went to a thrift store and scrounged some pieces together and put some pieces together, or someone that made an Iron Man suit out of cardboard. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't get to, as a cosplayer, you don't get to then sort of lord your skills over somebody else. If you spent $10,000 on an Iron Man suit and you spent $10 making an Iron Man suit out of cardboard, guess what? You're both cosplayers and you're both equally recognized, or should be equally recognized, in the community. That's what the inclusivity is. That's what we have to do moving forward. If we don't, again, you don't get new people coming into the community. You have people that are trying to get into the community and can't because of these few people that want to be like, well, I'm looking at your stitches and they're not all straight, and that dye job is wrong, and oh, I can't believe you're cosplaying that. None of that is helpful. We have to take that initial movement of cosplay is for everyone, and we have to expand upon it as much as we possibly can to make it as inclusive as we possibly can, to bring more people in. But not just that. It's one thing I want everyone to realize out there. When we do this, I don't know about some of my cosplay friends. I don't know if they have different motivations or not. But when I'm doing this, my main motivation is exactly what Rachel was talking about when she mentioned earlier, is bringing a fandom to people outside of the cosplay community. I don't cosplay to impress my fellow cosplayers. It's wonderful when someone that's doing what you do recognizes your work and gives you props for it or gives you respect for it. That's an amazing feeling, but it's got nothing to do with why I do this. I do this to get an emotional reaction out of somebody else that knows, sees, and appreciates the fandom that I'm portraying. Whether that's Green Lantern or Superman or Batman or Cable or Captain America or whoever, you're looking to make a connection with somebody. Typically, somebody outside of the community, but somebody that's big into that fandom. Do you really think a mother of two that's bringing her two children to a convention or to an event that pays $50 to get into an event or $25 to get into an event and sees, like maybe she's got two young children and they see, I don't know, Kylo Ren, and they go running over to Kylo Ren and they want to get their picture with Kylo Ren because they're a huge fan of Star Wars and that character. Do you think for 1 second either the mother of those two children or those two kids give any kind of a crap if the costume is bought or if the costume is made, or if all the sewing is straight or if it's crooked, or if it's someone that's too tall or too short or too old or too young or the wrong this or the wrong that? Of course they don't. What we're trying to do as cosplayers is not just outdo each other on cosplays and such. Unfortunately, that does tend to happen. What we should be focused on when we're talking about cosplays for everyone is we should be focused on bringing these fandoms to people that don't get to interact with them on that level. We want to give you an experience that's outside of the comic book page or outside of the television show or outside of the movie. You can't go see Chris Evans in Captain America suit. You can't interact with Chris Evans in a Captain America suit, but you can interact with a cosplayer that's dressed up like Chris Evans in a Captain America suit. Karen says, well said, it can be very intimidating seeing some of the great detailed costumes. Karen, you're preaching the converted on this one. I agree. I have been at some cons and I've seen some other people, and especially when I initially got involved in this, I would see stuff and I would be jealous. I would be like, oh my God, that looks amazing. Like how can I ever do that? How can I ever top that? I remember when I first started looking into I do Cable from the movie Deadpool 2. Played by Josh Brolin. And it was one of those ones where the film came out and I got a bunch of people message me and they said, you kind of look like this dude. Like, you should probably do this. And then I saw some pictures on Instagram and on Facebook and even people that are local to the area that were just killing it as that character, like super detailed mechanical arms and the pants just looked amazing. And initially I thought, I can't do that now. Like these guys look great. And then I realized, it doesn't matter. I'm not cosplaying for those people. I'm cosplaying to interact with people outside of the fandom. George says, when I cosplay, I look to do characters that I've never seen before. I don't do it to impress anyone. I do it because I want to see that character done. Absolutely. Your motivations are your motivations, and everybody has their own motivation. There's no question. I would never stand in front of everybody like this and tell you why you should cosplay. We all have our reasons to cosplay. How you cosplay and how the rest of us present cosplay is a completely different story. If you're putting on a costume and you're going to an event, you're kind of an ambassador for what we're doing. Amazing. Messiah is amazing. I love the Magic cosplayers, great conventions. And thanks, Great Amazing. I really appreciate it. That's something that I wanted to talk about as well when we're talking about that mother that comes in with her kids and wants to interact with somebody in the fandom. When we're going to an event, and I don't care if you're standing in front of a grocery store as part of a food drive, or you're at Fan Expo with 150,000 other people, as the cosplayer, you're there to add to the event. You're not there to compete with other people, make people feel jealous. In that Cable scenario that I said, I had to hit a wall with it. I had to finally say to myself, you know what? That guy's great, but I'm still going to do it. And maybe his is better than mine, but who cares? If people know that I'm doing this, if they can look at my stuff and be like, hey, that's Cable, and then they want to get a picture with Cable and everything, and then Deadpool comes along and Domino comes along, all this stuff, I get to have all these different interactions, and I get to have people outside of the community interact with the fandom that they love, then it doesn't matter what level I'm at. Something else I keep hearing in the community, oh, they're not quite at that level, this one's at this level, and this one's at... Nonsense. Baloney. During one of my cons, I was most impressed when an 11-year-old in an Iron Man chatted with me about how he made it from cardboard, he was amazing. Exactly. We have to bring, as I said, we're ambassadors for the product. We're ambassadors for cosplay, whether it's in front of 10 people or 10,000 people. When people outside of the community see us, that's what they're going to take away from what the cosplay community is like. I'm brand new and can't wait to finish my Mandalorian cosplay sometime this year. I love this message that it is for everyone. Brooke, absolutely. Welcome, by the way, to the community. Hopefully you don't run into any of the very few bad apples. And I want to stress this as well. I know I'm sort of being a little bit ranty and negative. I don't want you to think that the cosplay community is chock full of terrible people that are going to point out all the foibles about your costume. It's kind of like Star Wars. Star Wars is a fantastic example. I get to cosplay Obi-Wan Kenobi sometimes, so I'm pretty thick in the Star Wars community. And you hear the term toxic fandom a lot, and it's gotten to a point, unfortunately, that a lot of people just look at the entire Star Wars fandom and they're like, that's a toxic fandom. It absolutely is not. You've got, out of 100 people, you've got maybe one person that's a toxic fan and 99 people that just love Star Wars. Cosplay community is similar. We're not a bunch of terrible people that are going to be pointing at your stuff and pointing out what you've got wrong. There's one or two people that are like that. And it's up to the rest of us to rise above. Now, let's face it, shout them down. Because their opinion doesn't matter. You've got to make sure that you're presenting it in a way, again, you're ambassadors of the product, that makes it inclusive and welcoming to everybody that wants to try it. I had a little girl come up to me and say, I've wanted to meet you for a long time while I was in my Canada Wonder Woman costume. She just saw Wonder Woman, and I was okay with that. She was just so happy. From one Canadian Girl Cosplay. That's what we're talking about. Know what that little girl that came up and spoke with that cosplayer in her Wonder Woman cosplay doesn't care where the costume came from, doesn't care that maybe the person that was cosplaying it doesn't look exactly like Gal Gadot, because, I mean, it's Gal Gadot. Just like I don't look exactly like Ryan Reynolds or whomever. That particular little girl or that particular fan of that fandom doesn't really care that you're not ultimately super accurate or where your stuff came from or that you don't look exactly like. They don't care because they are looking to have an experience in their fandom. Before there was cosplay, especially before this cosplay thing blew up, there was no other way to interact with your fandom. Especially before social media, there wasn't even really a way to talk amongst people about your particular fandom. You might have some local friends that knew, but you couldn't go onto an Instagram or a Facebook or a Twitter, what have you, and speak with hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people that have the same fandom that you do and compare notes and talk about how great this was or how great that was. We didn't have that. You couldn't get that. And if it wasn't for the movie X-Men in 2000, Spider-Man in 2001, Iron Man in 2008, and then the first Avengers movie, if those superhero movies hadn't come along and made this mainstream, cosplay would still be this little niche hobby, mostly out of Japan and maybe in Canada for like 1 or 2 conventions a year, like Star Trek conventions or whatever, that barely anybody did and barely anybody knew. But now, it's all those characters that you've seen in all those movies over the course of the last 20 years are all household names. People walking down the street know who Wolverine is, or Iron Man, or Captain America, or Thor. And before 20 years ago, the common person walking down the street didn't know who any of those people were. And as that geek and nerd culture grew and became mainstream, cosplay did the exact same thing. And because there's no barrier to entry, like I mentioned earlier, as the cosplay community, as this hobby grew, unfortunately, we drew in some bad apples. The only way we can really get around that, because they're not just going to disappear, they're not just going to go away. We have to be bigger than that. We have to make sure that our light shines brighter, that we're putting out the message on the regular basis, talking about how we don't care how you look, what you're, and this, by the way, this goes across the board. I have a good friend named Andre Campbell, an amazing artist and a fantastic cosplayer. He's also in a wheelchair. He cosplays the Flash, he cosplays Kid Flash, and he looks amazing. Andre, if you're watching, how you doing? He has a physical disability, and it makes zero difference when it comes to cosplay. Nathaniel, I don't look exactly like Harry Potter, but I just put on my everyday round glasses, draw a scar on my forehead, and bring my wand. Actually, finally bought my own resin Harry Potter wand from the last CKX Expo and have fun. And that's exactly it, Nathaniel. No kid is going to come running up to you and be like, well, you're not Daniel Radcliffe, so this is lame. It's not going to happen. You're going to have a young boy or a young girl, or maybe you're going to have, Steve, Andre is amazing. Andre is amazing. You're going to have Harry Potter fans coming up to you and interacting with you, loving the fact that you're doing that because they get to interact with that fandom in a way that they could never interact with it before. They've read the books, they've watched the movies, they've looked at the different media that they've done 1,000 times, but now they get to interact with somebody live. And again, I also don't want to poo-poo on doing stuff collectively with other cosplayers. In Nathaniel's example, if you've got some kind of a Harry Potter or a fandom cosplay, and then you've got a bunch of other people that are within that fandom that are cosplayers and that also have costumes, and then you guys all get together and you guys have one big massive group cosplay, speaking from experience, it's nothing but fun. But when you're doing that group cosplay, you can't be like, well, no, you can't join us because your costume's not right, or because you're doing Luna Lovegood and you don't identify as a girl, or you're doing Harry and you're too old or too tall. You should not be doing that. You don't really get to do that if there's other reasons. Again, I'm not saying you're going to get along with everybody. I'm not saying you have to love everybody, but you can't put other people down for their especially their physical attributes or limitations when it comes to doing cosplay. Lindy Cosplay Supply says, I've been celebrating cosplay since the 70s. It's an amazing time to share a common interest in a totally fun way. Love to share what I know and still learn something new from so many. Absolutely. Absolutely. The comments that I've gotten, Sharon says, I'm not the perfect Luigi, but I had a whole van of little soccer players lose their collective minds when they spotted me in a mall parking. So much joy. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what you're doing for other people. You're bringing that fandom to them in a way that they don't get to interact with it. And that's all that matters. I spent 4 hours standing outside in the freezing cold a few months ago as Captain America in front of a grocery store, handing out bags for a canned food drive for a local food bank. Was I cold? Was I freezing? Absolutely I was. Were people thrilled to see Captain America out in front of the No Frills here in the local town that I'm in? They were. Pictures, laughter, interaction, joy. That's hopefully what we're doing and why we're doing this. Randy says, I'm always impressed with the artwork and clever ideas of the cosplayers and how willing they are to share. That's ultimately what it comes down to, Randy. We want to share our work with the world. We want people to see what we're doing. Pardon me, and Rob was good enough to give me a platform to stand here and talk about it with you guys, which we're coming to an end now. Hopefully the message, and we'll continue to broadcast the message, and we'll continue to put it out there, cosplay is for everyone. Any physicality of any kind, whether it's a physicality thing, a mental thing, whatever the case may be, you get to do it. There's nothing that's going to stop you. As long as you're not hurting anybody or breaking any rules, there's nothing to stop anybody from getting into the world of cosplay and cosplaying anything you want to do. If you ever have questions about getting into cosplay and you need help with something or whatever, don't be afraid to reach out to me. Messiah Complex Cosplay, pretty much across all social media. I'm happy to answer your questions and interact with you and get you on the right path and where you're going, or get you to somebody that's going to be able to help you out.
And that's exactly why I wanted to get you on here, buddy, because to me, and I'm not singling you out because trust me, there are so many other people that do what you do, but you kind of personify what I think cosplay should be. Like even our first meeting, he emailed me for the first CKX he came to and said, can I bring a bat with barbed wire on it? Because, you got to check these kind of things. And from that point on, though, he has been just an amazing guy to know. But you watch him with the people, and he keeps stressing that the little kids run up for the pictures and the people come there for the pictures. That's exactly what I see. Him and so many others, Sky, Steve, like literally they are there for the people, and it shows.
Yeah. Yep. It's the best way to be the ambassador for the product. It's the best way to show people what this is, what it can be, what it should be, is exactly like Rachel said. We're here to have fun. Not just the cosplayers, but the people interacting with the cosplayers. You're there to have fun. Check out that superhero post. I don't know what you're talking about, Steve.
Right.
Yeah, just all this time, just a second. Yeah, that's ultimately the goal. And for you, as someone that's running a con, that's what you want us as cosplayers to bring to the con. You want us to bring a level of fun. You want us to bring a level of interactivity. Oh, man.
Blah blah blah
Listen.
blah 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 blah. How about zip it? Okay, really, you've done it. You've told everybody they're invited to the cosplay thing. It's great. Okay, I used to be like these new little people. I would come in afraid to walk in thinking people would make fun of me, just like back in school. But no, now I run the cons. Okay, I'm like the freaking godfather of cosplay. Okay.
Okay, that got him. Man, I'm telling you.
Don't say his name.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I know. But that helps me make a point. Even that guy has a space in the cosplay community. Even that dude. It's a very, very tiny, tiny, tiny space. But he has a space, and we have to respect that. Man, it'd be really great if you stopped trying to take over this con, though. We're going to have to do something about that, Rob. And we're going to have to do something about that soon.
I think so, buddy. Thank you so much.
Of course. Anytime.
Alrighty. Complex Cosplay. I think I kicked him out right when he was saying goodbye. That's perfect timing. Okay. Well, we are going to continue on with the show. And as we now know, our next one is a bunch of people coming on to talk about an amazing book. Apparently, I kicked myself out. I am going to bring on first Andrew.
Hey. Good. How are you?
Good. Then I will bring on, it says Shiro.
Hello.
There's Shiro.
Hello.
And Davis. And there's supposed to be
Davis, you're mute.
Hello.
There we go. I thought there was going to be one more because I made this special little, tape and everything.
Yeah, where is Josh? I mean, he was
Josh.
supposed to come.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we
He's
can
fashionably late.
That's right. He's the writer. He can
does
show
everything fashionably. Being late, going to the bathroom, everything is fashionable with it.
So thank you so much for being on here today. The first thing I wanted to say, since we were just talking about cosplay, is I just got some pictures of this amazing cosplayer.
Yeah.
That is crazy good.
That is my son. Yeah, that's my oldest son, and he's developed this knack for developing or creating these awesome crafts out of cardboard and duct tape. So he's just been, crafting up a storm, and every time he has like this idea, he wants to do it, and he makes gauntlets and chest plates, and I helped him with that with the helmet. And the funny thing is, I have absolutely no interest myself to cosplay. I mean, I as much as I really love the craft behind it, I just it couldn't get behind it, but he loves it. He absolutely loves it.
Well, that is crazy good. Like just looking at that. If it was a little further back, you couldn't see the duct tape texture. That looks legit. That
he's extremely proud. Yeah.
Wow. Well done. Let me see here. Okay, no, I keep watching the chat just in case something comes in. But thank you guys for being here and talking Auric. This is a book I only recently discovered, but it's been around for a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's been
Couple years.
6 years now, I think.
Yeah.
been
I think
six?
it's,
Yeah.
2015.
Yep.
Something like
Yeah,
that.
officially. Because after
Yeah.
that, there was the 2016 mini at the con, and then it all went downhill from there.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little bit about Auric. Oh, and here's Randy.
Oh.
There's Randy.
And that was the interesting thing.
The check's in the mail, Randy. Thank you.
I think I sent Andrew a picture the very first time I went to ThunderCon, way up in Thunder Bay. And we're sitting there before the con, and there's these people wearing Auric t-shirts. And it's like, how much of a reach do you have?
It's been since we started. I mean, we've definitely gotten the book out from coast to coast. Really, I brought it a couple of years ago. I was out in Victoria, and I had a bunch there, and then we even sent some to Nova Scotia. There's some in Calgary. So I mean, we get by it, and there's even a few customers that they order online, and they're from the States. So
Yeah, actually, the last Kickstarter that we had, we had a couple of orders from California and from New York State, so that was pretty cool to see.
That is insane. How did Auric start?
Andrew, you want to do that, or?
Oh, fine. I'll do it.
Fine.
So actually, well, it really does start with Davis because it was back in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. He teamed up with Mike Ruth. I mean, everybody knows this legend GTA artist, Mike Ruth, one legendary guy. So Davis runs the Artist Alley portion of the Northern Ontario Expo, or the Timmins Con, I guess now it's known. And he got Mike Ruth to, I think him and the showrunner Jason, they developed this mascot, and it ended up being this lion-headed, Viking Nordic type guy. Who there's a poster. They did a pinup of it, and he shooting a bow and arrow up in the sky, and so that was the original basis for it. And then I think they held a contest. Was it to
name him?
Name him, yeah. And it was a local Timmins lady who runs the comic book store up there, Jump City, Catherine Montigny, and she came up with the name Auric because Auric also has the what's the word? I want to say, like, it's got the history behind the name has its roots in gold and mining and all that, and Timmins also has
mining community. So
yeah.
And there's powers in the mine, so
that's
more mining than that.
So the year after, or I think was just before the 2015 con, Davis reached out and said, "Hey, I've been following your stuff for a bit, and you want to come up to the Artist Alley at the Timmins Con?" And I said, "Yeah, I mean, I've never been up that way before, so why not?" And and then I kind of shot this idea. It's like, can we do an exclusive? Can we do they have a local superhero? And he tells me about Auric and what Mike Ruth did, and I'm like, that's awesome. Maybe we can expand on that. And Davis says, sure. He says, I have a little bit of, I've done a little bit of writing. Can I come up with, can we, brainstorm, a story together? And I said, yeah, absolutely. So he does this 10-page treatment on this really rough, backstory on Auric, this little short story. And it was fantastic. I mean, so we put out that small 10-page comic that year in 2015, and it all but sold out. It was like 200 copies, and it all but sold out. We got local press coverage and stuff so it was really, really phenomenal how much that the community just kind of went right to that, having this hero in Northern Ontario, in a place that not many people speak of, but it kind of not to toot the horn, but it's kind of like putting it at Timmins more I don't want to say on the map, because Shania Twain's from Timmins, so it's like I don't want to say, but we're
she's had a few more sales than us.
I think so, yeah. But I want to say that we're kind of bringing more awareness in the comic community about these small cities. Not every comic book has to take place in this big metropolitan city. So it's about representation.
You have a chance.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all about representation of Northern Ontario, right? So it's been a lot. It's been a blast so far.
And so that's kind of when you guys really got into it. Was at that point?
Yeah, pretty much after that show, Andrew and I kind of went over what was left of the books, and after seeing how the media kind of latched on to everything, we were looking at each other, and Andrew's like, "So, do we keep going with this?" And I said, "You know what? I think so. Like, did you enjoy that?" And he said, "Yeah," and I expressed the same, and Andrew said, "Well, let's start on a series." So it just kind of snowballed from that point on, I guess. And we were lucky enough to get Sharon to join us as of the second issue, Sharon?
Yes, I didn't color the first one. I colored the second one.
Yeah. So it's been a blast so far.
So what's the evolution been like? Because I know just recently there was a name change at a company. But have you always been with that company for Auric?
Well, so I know what you're referring to. So then that's kind of where it. That's where it separates professionally,
Yeah.
because what you're referring to is Lev Gleason, or formerly Chapter House, and that's something else. That's entirely for me, and for Josh and even for Sharon, that we've been involved in, and actually Davis too. God, what am I talking about? We've all been in some capacity involved there. But yeah, no, Great North Comics is essentially, I consider it it's more of like the not a publishing house, but it's a studio name. That's essentially that's the studio name. It's
More
not
accurate.
we self-publish the book and we get it out to a few local shops, and we sell online and through social media and all that.
We've been pretty lucky over the years that we've developed relationships with comic book shops and other small businesses locally here and in the GTA, who've been nice enough to help sponsor us and help us finance our printing costs, and so it's a grind, but we're making it work so far, especially with the help of things like Kickstarter and stuff like that. So
I think that's maybe my error. I always assumed it was a Chapter House title.
No, I mean there was always talks about bringing it to them, to do the self-publishing, and then just recently I'm confusing with myself. Even because just recently they've changed, they've kind of migrated into a new company called Lev Gleason Publications, which has a new a creator-owned imprint called New Friday Comics, and that's. I mean, I guess we might as well. Can we just share some news? Does everyone want to hear some news?
Sure.
So that's actually where we're going. Once the sixth issue of the Auric series is complete, it'll be ready for trade, and that'll be published through New Friday Comics.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
In trade format, yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
So this is like their version of Image Comics.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it is 100% creator controlled and owned. So it's we're giving all the power to the creators through New Friday.
Oh, and there's the other half of the team.
Yeah, Lisa. Woo-hoo.
Go Lise. Go Lise. Still got that gift card you made for me.
We do have a question here from Top Hat 21 on YouTube. He says, I have a question. Did you go through the time and expense to trademark your characters?
Well,
I guess you could say it's in the works.
Yeah,
it's in the works for trademark.
I mean, in terms of copyright and registering those things, yes. But as a trademark, I mean, that's all still in the process and all that. But yeah, I think a lot of that stuff we kind of put on hold when the whole pandemic. A lot of stuff was put on hold when the pandemic hit. So, we're
up on hold.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're trying to get the gears turning again as best as we can, but yeah.
Yeah, we hold the copyright, and the trademark is in the works. So,
and that's one of those things too. Like, you guys have already published it, produced it, it's out there, so it's not a problem to prove this is your book because it's already out, and it has a great following even in Thunder Bay.
Yeah, we've tried to get out there. There's a couple times that we're trying to get out there to ThunderCon, and didn't work out timing wise. But yeah, we love the guys up there in Thunder Bay, and we hope to be there soon.
It'll happen. We're once all this stuff blows over that everybody's dealing with, we'll make our way up there. There's it sounds like they have a hell of a show up there, and like Andrew said, great people. So.
George here said, "Hear that, Dr. Stevel? You can steal their characters to work for you." Yep. Auric the Minion. I can just
actually, Dr. Stevel's already made an appearance in Auric.
That's right.
issue 3, I believe he was in, was he not?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I
He
think
was
so.
at,
Yeah.
he was at the bar. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
he was
a
at the bar
scene.
drinking all
It's a
Northern
very busy
Ontario's
bar.
booze.
Really? I did not know that.
Oh, speaking
Oh,
of
no.
devil.
That's my pose right there. That's how I was, right?
That's right.
Looking
I
all,
believe so.
looking all sexy, sitting next to the human version of Auric, you know.
That's
Yeah.
Okay.
Flocking.
Let's see.
He's doing his research.
Oh, there we go. He keeps trying to take over this show, so we got to control him a little bit. I don't know.
The controlled shocks.
Exactly. Randy here says, is there going to be a follow-up to the Norland issue 1 comic? I love the story so far.
Well, you know what? I think the story of Norland will continue in the main Auric series. There's no talk just yet of another spin-off. We've kind of spitballed some ideas back and forth with some kind of fleshing out the rest of her world. But right now, the plan is to finish off the first main arc for Auric, and Norland's going to play like a good role in the next issue of the first issue of the second arc. She'll be kind of the narrating voice of the first issue that Josh has taken the lead of writing on, and I'm kind of the backup guy, making sure that we keep the ship on the path that we're shooting for. So
yeah, the Norland spinoff was kind of just like a brief look into the Norland's past and everything, and it intertwines in with the main story. It's just to jump on what David said, but yeah, it's and that's all going to be collected. I mean, the trade is going to have not just the main series, but it's also going to have the Norland one shot as well in there, because it does follow or lead into I would say the climax of the story, and there's going to be a bunch of extras in there, but it does read chronologically.
Yeah, and we were actually lucky to have Thunder Bay's Randy Monteith as a variant cover artist for our Norland book, and hopefully he'll grace us with his talent again if we do get to do another
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
So subtle.
Hopefully we can talk him into it.
That's amazing, because his art is just incredible.
Oh, he's amazing. He's amazing.
So,
and real salt of the earth, down to earth kind of guy to talk to too. So
big time. There's the crew up there, like I said, the Auric crew up there. And yeah, every time I go, we hang out, and that's what I do in Thunder Bay. That's it. That's
right.
So what does it look like in making an issue? Like, I imagine it would start with you, Davis. You get the kernel for the idea. How do you go about writing your script?
Well, usually when I do have an idea, I'll pitch it to the crew and kind of give them an idea of which way I want to kind of lead things, and then the floor is open for everybody to throw in suggestions of what they'd like to see in that arc. You know what I mean? So from that point on, I start scripting, and the script again is open to Andrew for his interpretations. Most of my scripts I do kind of a amateur storyboard with it, and I pass that along with Andrew, and that's essentially just for my visualization to see what I was thinking when I was scripting things out, and to show him what I was thinking. But Andrew knows that he has, and Sharon too, when she draws for us. They know that they are the artists, and they're not beholden to my storyboards. They know how to tell a story visually, so they have carte blanche to do what they want to do.
You did say something too, and it's interesting when you said you throw out the kernel of the idea and then everybody chips in. So while you're the writer, it does look like the story idea is done as a group.
Well, I think what you want to do is make sure that your crew, everybody's happy to do what they want to do, right? So, if everybody has their input into it, most of the time they're suggesting things that they would like to see put into the story, onto the page. So I really like, I have an ego. It's probably about that big. So I've got no problem with input. I think it can only make things better. So if, say Andrew's in the mood to draw a crazy fight scene or something like that, then, let's get a fight scene in there so that he can do something that he's excited and he's anxious to work on, right? So
that's amazing. No, that's really good. So then you get your script together and then off to Andrew.
Yeah,
You're the
basically.
next step.
So I'll get the script and the storyboards, and then just kind of get a very rough idea as to like the blocking of the scene. So then I'll just start sketching it out roughly. Just kind of getting the layouts and making sure that there's enough room for dialogue and other important details. And then it goes right to inking, and I do everything digitally. There was a time even before my orc days. I would do pages traditionally, but thanks to the beauty of technology, I can do things digitally, and it's more efficient because if I can kind of shortcut my way into the process a little bit, and it really helps a lot, especially you're not afraid of making a mistake. You can always go back and clean it up, and that kind of stuff. And then once I'm happy with it and I show the team and everyone makes their suggestions, I'm a small little edits or whatnot, or if I not happy with something, or I'll go back and do it again. Then it goes off to Sharon.
But see, there's a beauty to that too, though. Like pen and paper will always be, ideal because you get a feel. It's like writing. Whenever I write paper, longhand. That's how I script. I can't do it any other way. But when you have that computer involved, it speeds you up, and it allows you shortcuts that reality will not give you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I still absolutely love drawing, pencil to paper. I love the feel of it, especially at cons. I mean, that's probably what I'll do it the most is when I'm at a convention, or away from the computer. Sometimes I'll have a pad of paper, and my pencils with me, and usually I'll just doodle for the heck of it. But to get the work done, I used to have like this big industrial scanner, and it kind of just went kaput on me, and so I'm like, now I don't have that luxury of doing those things. So so that's where the tablet is just a godsend. Like, I don't think I'd be doing comics if I didn't have it, or a scanner or anything like that.
And I imagine that's the same with you too. Do you prefer Shiro or Sharon?
Shiro, personally.
Shiro, you got it. I guess that's the same with you too, because coloring takes on a whole different feel when you're doing it digitally.
Yeah, it's a lot easier on the wrist thanks to the paint bucket fill tool there, and because obviously, finally, yay!
Hey guys,
Josh is here.
He must have heard us talking about him.
Oh, great!
It
Now
was all good. It was all good.
Yeah, no need to go back and watch. So,
as I was saying, of course, when you do it traditionally, you have to paint like this, and you have to be super careful. On the tablet, you just have to zoom in, and then you can just go like this. It's super easy. And then, of course, there's the fact that I really like to slip some Easter eggs, and sometimes the guys don't know until the book is printed.
Oh, by the way,
in Auric 5, you can't see it in the book because it's too small. Auric 5 is the one with the lobster, right?
Yeah.
You guys remember? There was like that one drop of water that was shaped like a slime from Dragon Quest, so I zoomed in and I colored it like a slime, then I zoomed back out. It's still in the book.
Oh, that's awesome. See, that's where digital allows you to do fun stuff too.
Mm-hmm. And Sharon's known for writing her own script for the Auric artwork as well. So we'll get this page and be like, oh, look, guys, I colored, I did flats on this page, and then you'll get it, and it's got some crazy. I can't even say the stuff that it says sometimes.
Oh no, I got a family-friendly one. Ulrich is about to save a little girl. I don't remember really what he says actually in the strip, but I wrote in, "Not today, Satan."
And see, that's again where digital's fun, because you can do that and then blink, it's gone. And change it to whatever you want. And yeah, pencil and paper, you're rubbing for quite some time to get rid of those, Mark. So then
Can't get
Josh
away
showed
with
up just in time, because now editor, where exactly does the editor fit in? Is it the beginning, the middle, the end?
You can't really get rid of the editor, you know? Like
we tried.
He's in the scripts like, this could be better worded, better phrased. He's looking at the line art, like his face is too skinny. It doesn't match this earlier panel that we had. Usually Andrew takes over on editing the colors. He's like, that's too saturated. Pull that back. Pull it back.
I think he says it sometimes just to get her going. It's like, that's not that saturated.
I work better when I'm pissed
I
off.
know, but it keeps her busy.
So you're all over it then, basically, yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm proofreading the final letters too, making sure that the whole book looks great from beginning to end. Like it's all about continuity across the entire book. You know,
Josh's quality control.
Yeah,
he's what keeps us on our path.
Keeps us on our toes.
And sadly, you need it. If anybody had read the schedule that I posted for CKX yesterday as opposed to today, you would have noticed a ton of grammatical errors, spelling errors, because I didn't have any proofreading. So
actually, to be honest with you, as an English major, I'm probably one of the worst spellers that's ever gotten a diploma. So even my friend the colorist from Quebec has a better grasp on the English language than I do at times.
I'm French.
So now this is another interesting question too. Are you in Quebec right now? Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So before COVID, I'm assuming, did you guys get together and do this, or have you always been doing it virtually?
We've been working virtually. We have met a couple of times at Timmins Con, at least.
Oh.
And we just lost Andrew. And
Andrew said, I'm out of here.
But it's always super fun when we get to meet, though. I never drink, and when I'm with them, I drink for some reason. So
make them more bearable.
That's funny. My wife says the same thing.
I'm sure it's a coincidence.
But I just enjoy spending time with my boys.
And this has got to be fun doing this book. Like, what does a rough turnaround time for a book take? Like from Colonel to Josh reading it over the final cut.
Oh, it's you know what? It's so hard to say. Like, I think at first we were probably averaging a book and a half a year type of thing. Just because everybody has so many different projects on their plate. The last one, it seems like it's been the one that we're wrapping up right now. It seems like we've been working on it forever, just because the pandemic pretty much just
slowed us down.
Yeah. So
and we got to focus on projects that make us money. You know.
Yeah. Oric is a labor of love, but it so far has not been a
not as lucrative as we would like.
Yeah,
but it'll get there. It'll get there. I think longevity wins out in the long run. So as long as we keep pounding away at things, I think we're gonna be all right.
And you need to have those passion projects, though. Like it's your little corner of sanity. It doesn't sound like it, but it's your little corner of sanity, you know?
Not familiar with the word.
Yeah.
Sanity.
we all need a way to express ourselves and vent and stuff like that. And sometimes with paying gigs, it's not necessary. That's not exactly what you're getting out of that job. It's just like anything else. Sometimes you're just doing it for the paycheck, right? So when it comes to something like Oric, it kind of goes back to the question you were asking about scripting and stuff like that. You got to make sure that everybody's doing something that they want to be doing, or what's the point, really? You know what I mean? The big payday isn't there yet, so that's not the reason for doing this. You got to make sure that you're getting something out of it creatively. So
yeah, you don't want your hobbies to become a job.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Like you sit down and you just look at your page and you don't want that happening.
I have to
I'm
ask.
behind the logo.
Well, I'm moving you over here because oh, that's cool how you peeked out like that. 1 second. I'm trying to move the screen and it's not. There it goes. Did it move you?
you know what? Do everybody a favor. Throw that on my face.
Oh, whoa.
There we go. This is why I wanted to do this, because you have that big little symbol there.
Yes, I know. I'm so modest.
I'm very, very
Modest.
curious.
There, it's still here.
You mean they didn't ask for it back?
Yeah, surprisingly.
I think every time she plugs it, she gets an extra week with it or something.
Well, we'll get to an extra week here. Explain.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Has anybody been to Strange Adventure Comics? It sounds like a great place.
Makes me think of
Wonderful.
pirates.
Plenty of comics and strange adventures.
What was the award for?
What was the award for? Gee, I don't know.
Awarded favorite
I color good.
I guess
it's not because of my sparkling
here.
personality, that's for sure.
That is incredible. Do they have like a yearly event where they give these out?
Yeah, at the beginning, around the beginning of the year, usually, and they have fans and people voting in for their favorite writers, illustrators, colorists. Colorist is new from this year, actually. Well, that year. There.
Yeah, I always found it kind of confusing because
it's mirrored.
The awards are for last year, but they take place this year. So
yeah,
even though it shows Sharon's favorite colorist of 2020, she was awarded that a few weeks ago. So of this year. So
yeah, just like the Oscars.
Yeah, exactly.
So colorist is a new award, but yet they have awards for artists, writers, and editors already. I don't
do they
see
have
any
one for
symbols
editors?
in your window.
I think this year the two new categories was colorist and letterer.
Letterer, yes.
Yeah. And
because they also have favorite book, favorite series, favorite
webcomic, graphic novel, like all that stuff. Yeah, the Sequential magazine, fantastic magazine. They put this on every year. Originally it was known as the Canadian Independent Comic Wiki Award. So there's an entire Wikipedia entry for a bunch of Canadian comics, and it's incredibly detailed and thorough. And it's got other big hits like Aurora Man, Big Nick, A Pitiful Human Lizard. I mean, there's so much to go in there.
Interesting. I got to be honest, I've never heard of Sequential. I feel like I should, and I think I will, but I haven't. That's
yeah, especially the issue with the Auric cover on it. Beautiful.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Let me guess who colored that.
Couple.
Yeah. Rob's on to you.
What can I say? I'm modest.
Now the curious question, this is more in background. What made you decide to get into your area? Andrew, what made you pick up a pencil and said, I'm going to draw a comic?
I've been doing it for as long as I can remember, really. I've been doodling. I've always been known as the doodler. I got in trouble in class for doodling. I mean, if there was a pencil, I wasn't too far behind, but
it wasn't for the money.
No.
Wait,
there's money?
Have we mentioned there's not much money?
No, but that was always been a passion of mine. I've always wanted to doodle. I mean, my childhood dream was to work for Disney and all that stuff. There was that kind of passion and wanting behind it. But after high school, I went to school for game design, so I learned how to create video games and animation and there was a lot of skills that were transferable skills that I ended up bringing back into comics. But after I graduated, I'm like, you know what, I really want to kind of go and try my hand back in traditional, penciling and comics, and I loved comics. I didn't get into it heavily until high school. I mean, it's like reading graphic novels. I was never a collector until DC's New 52.
Really?
Yeah.
2011, eh?
That's right. That was when I really, I picked up every first issue from that, and I followed it, and that's where I loved, where I found my love for, especially for the craft of it. I mean, there's one thing is reading a good story, but then now learning the craft and finding a favorite artist and stuff like that. Yeah, like Scott Snyder, Greg Capullo, hands down my favorite creative team out there. And I've followed all their stuff since the New 52. And then because of that, I even went back and I read Spawn, and I read his creator-owned book Creech, and Scott Snyder's other work and stuff. So I mean that was the gateway into this world, that I knew just a little bit about, and then yeah, boom, flood doors came opening, and there we go.
That just seems relatively recent, I'll say, as far as to start collecting.
Yeah, I mean, I've had graphic, like I bought graphic novels, and that was always my preferred way of reading. But then when we found out about the new 52 launch, I mean, this is a great jumping on point, and I'll start collecting, and I'll start reading monthly, and that's just how it was. I was a late bloomer for collecting comics, but reading them, enjoying them, yeah, I've been doing it since I was young.
Excellent. Well, Davis, what made you decide I'm going to write?
Okay, well, I'm kind of the opposite of Andrew. I've been a collector since I was just a little guy. I think the first books that I used to collect were Green Lantern, and I remember having some older friends on the street that had like a guys clubhouse there in one of their local little tool sheds. So I brought a stack of Green Lanterns as my contribution to be a member. And then I remember one day I showed up there, and I guess the older kids had gone through them and ripped them up and stuff like that. And my heart was just broken. And I realized at that moment, I said, I love comics. Like even at that age, I realized that if something affected me that much, I obviously had an affinity for them. I didn't start writing comics until early 2000s, maybe 2005, 6, something like that. I had a good friend of mine that went to film school, and he's done some work in front of and behind the camera, and we would kind of discuss story ideas and stuff like that. We even came up with a couple of characters together, which I eventually turned into a web comic, which is a little bit different from Auric. It was a little bit more blue, and it was not necessarily something that you could get away with these days. But
I illustrated it.
Yeah, and that's right. Yeah, Sharon was the second artist on it. Actually, the first artist we had on it was a gentleman from the New York State. He was amazing talent. He had kind of like an Archie type of style of drawing, which kind of was a good contrast with the kind of dirty stories that I came up with.
Use the real words. It was dirty.
Yeah. It's a huge change switching over to Auric after doing that, but no, that's where I got my start, and I kind of fooled Andrew by getting him to do a book with me, because if he knew the kind of things that I wrote going into Auric, he probably would have ran for the hills. So.
Or it could have taken a whole new direction.
Oh my God!
I knew when I joined the new project, so imagine.
Davis, what the heck is this? Nobody's sworn in the first 3 pages. What's going on here?
You okay, Davis? You okay?
Josh, how did you get into what you're doing?
These guys actually. Like I was just a fan, right?
Wrong place, wrong time.
It really was. And like, I just kind of stumbled across Oric on Facebook, and because I was looking for more Canadian content to support, and it was so I bought everything they had, which wasn't much at the time, and then I bought 2 of everything after that. And then they had the coloring book, and I bought that and I started doodling in there just because why not? I'm bored. And I had this idea, pitched it to them. They're like, why don't you write it with us? Why don't you join our team? And then it's been downhill ever since.
No more coloring books, huh?
No.
No time.
That's excellent. And Shiro, save the best for last. How did you get started doing what you're doing?
Well, clearly I have a problem. That's
just
comics.
one,
That's
though.
comics. That's Nintendo Powers. That's how to draw comics. That's comics.
Okay. So this has been going on for a while.
Oh, yes. I can even tell you exactly the date, from the 20th of September 1985 and forward. I was always surrounded by comics like that. That's just a little sample of the Archies I own. I have like 11 boxes in the attic, along with some in the bedroom, some in the bedroom upstairs, some in my mom's room, somewhere over here. Started with Archie. I got a picture of Sam Schwartz over my desk as inspiration.
I have to ask, though, that's a pretty specific date to remember.
Would you believe I have the exact, well, I don't have it. Mom has it in her wallet, laminated, the exact first drawing I've ever drawn, backdated. It still exists. And that's how I know the exact date. 3 days after my birthday.
That is awesome. See,
she was off to the races, and I wasn't even born yet.
I think
was like, here's some paper and some Crayolas. And I was like, thank you. I will never put this down ever again.
I think Andrew still has my first storyboard laminated somewhere.
It's framed. It's on the wall. Right
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'd love to see that, though. Yeah.
Now that the crew got together, what plans are you looking forward to coming up with Oric?
Finishing a book.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
That's
I can't go any faster than Andrew, and Andrew's slow. No, he's busy. He's busy.
I gotta say, I'm sure Josh will agree with me on this. I think we're all excited to finish this arc right now, this last book, to wrap up the first arc, so that we can get started on the next arc, which is Josh's is his brainchild. So wrapping up this issue will get us into the point where that we can put that trade together and release that, and we can start working on the next story. So it's been a long run, and it's time to work on something new.
Close a chapter to open another.
Exactly.
That is awesome. Now, and not to single out you, Andrew, but is art the slow point in a book?
I would probably say, yeah. I mean, when you kind of lay everything out on the table, probably the art is probably the one that's the most time consuming, because you're not only accounting for just drawing, but you're also accounting for the coloring and stuff like that. So I mean, it goes from me to Sharon, and then so out of the whole process, yes, I would say that it takes the most time.
Keep in mind, when he's drawing, he's also storytelling too, right? So, like he has a script, but he's still telling the story as well. So, visually.
Well, and that's what I mean. I definitely don't want to take anything from Andrew, but I know I could turn around and write a 12-page script in a couple days, and I could do that repeatedly. Whereas those pages will not be drawn as fast as I can write them. So that's why I wondered if that would be where you would see the crux of a book is time consuming, is right there.
I think so. I mean, when like I said, when you really look at everything, then yeah. I mean, drawing it, it's I mean, that's something I do know how to do, but I mean, I can't but also go turn around and go write, because I'm no writer. However, like I kind of look at it more in a cinematography point of view. Thank you, Josh. Whereas, I mean, like I kind of use similar tips and tricks in terms of blocking and where to angle cameras, or in this case, the reader's eye. Sometimes there are exceptions where you can break that rule, especially there's some artists who do it phenomenally. Like, for example, Rob Guillory, who does work on Chew, and he has his, like, he doesn't own a ruler, like that's his style, as everything is freehand, and he messes with his perspectives are a little bit wonky and stuff, but it works. So that's the style, and it works phenomenally. So I mean, there are exceptions to have to follow the rule book as it's presented, and that's the beauty about comics. It's just that it's so incredibly subjective, a medium, that you could do anything. I mean, like, look at, for example, Side 9 Happiness, that comic strip about stick figures, and it's incredibly popular, and these guys are rolling in cash based on stick figures, because their jokes are funny, and it's presented in a very humorous way, and then it kind of and it really brings it back. I think my strengths are lifted because of my team. They make me a better artist, and it pushes me to do new things and better myself. So,
well, and it depends, I think, also on the time you focus on it and the time that you have done it. Because I once chatted with Neil Adams, and while we were there, he sketched off a picture in like 4 minutes, but he's been doing it for billions of years. But then one of my favorite is Art Adams, and that guy takes 12 years to draw a book, but he is so detailed,
He's incredible. He's probably, like, I think a lot of artists, you can see, I don't know if it's a degradation of skill as they get older, or if it's just being a little more jaded and not putting as much effort in, but he is one of the artists that just seems to keep that top level talent. Like, as he's aging, it's almost like he's getting better. Which is kind of disturbing, that he's getting better than what he already is.
Well, I don't think he succumbs to, and that's the thing that I asked you about, was speed. Like, how fast do you want these books out? He was never one to say, okay, I'll have it out in a week. He's, when the art's done, you'll get the art, and that's it. That's why they never put him on a regular series, because they couldn't count on that speed. So you kind of have to balance your art against the business, and that's why I really appreciate how you guys are doing this, because you don't have to sacrifice anything like that. You can keep the art, you don't have to sacrifice it for speed.
I mean, it would help if I, picked up the slack a little bit. But I kind of have to put that up too. I mean, like,
Uh-oh.
He totally did that on purpose.
Conveniently.
He's like, I'm bailing. I'm out of here. There you are.
Hang on. I think his camera's catching up. Yep. Oh. In a second, I'll be back.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
There we go.
Oh, heck, I got a graphic for that.
Hear me?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Yep. There we go. That's perfect. Are you there, Andrew? Oh, he was back, but now he's gone again.
This is the internet equivalent of I can't hear you. Static.
Going through a tunnel.
Am I back?
Yes,
I think you are.
Where did you lose
Can you
me?
hear us?
At the
I
beginning.
lost you about 3 hours ago.
Honestly,
staring
you
at
had
the frozen
just
face the
started.
entire
All right,
time.
we're gonna back
And-
up a bit. Okay, so hi, I'm Andrew, and I don't even know where I left off. I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi is a little wonky donkey today.
No worries. The one thing
Ironically, you were talking about picking up the slack,
that's it.
and then your camera had a heart attack.
Yeah, no, I think that would help if I did. I mean, and I think, and then part of the reason is because
Give yourself a chance.
I'm not even going to get to that. We don't have enough time to get to that. No, but yeah, it's part of the reason also is because yes, I have. I mean, I have other. You know, I got to go where the money is, and I got 3 kids to feed, so it's like,
yeah,
and a bunch of other things. So we are promising that this is going to be one hell of a book that we're going to put out eventually, and on to the next. So.
But again, I will stress though, you don't have to sacrifice for speed, which I think is great because so many people will succumb to that to get the book out to make business work, you know, and you don't have that hanging over your head because, like you said, this is your passion project. If this was your bread and butter, if this is what brought in your money for the for food for the table, then you guys would be all over this. And I honestly think the book would suffer a little bit compared to what it is today.
Yeah, you know what? I can honestly say that every time we've put out a book, we were happy. You know what I mean? We were happy. I don't think anybody felt like we were cutting corners anywhere or anything. It was like, okay, we're good to go. Call the printer. You know, like.
Exactly. And that's a beautiful place to be able to sit and do that, you know. Too many people try and make it their business and fail because they can't push out the product as fast as they want. Yeah. So I do. Hats off to you guys for that. I'm glad you're keeping it this way.
Thank you.
Keeping it real.
That's right.
Keeping it real up in the field.
Someone had mentioned, and I forgot to post this up, they love Cyanide and Happiness.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
That's that comic, isn't it? Yeah.
They're good, and they make animations too. So
I'm gonna have to check that out. I've heard of it, but I've never.
And they have a card game, kind of like what's that one?
Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all joking hazards.
But it's more graphic based. Like you make a comic with the different cards that you get, and then the funniest one wins the round.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Put 3 cards together to make a comic, like a Cyanide and Happiness comic.
Yeah.
Trademark.
I have that game. It's really funny to play.
That's cool. It's interesting to think about the concept of making card games. We actually just made one for CKX.
Did you?
Did you really?
Yes. And actually, I talked to Andrew. Andrew's got a card in that game.
Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about this. It completely escaped me until
you got a cameo.
Bomb. Last year, I was depressed because I couldn't plan our convention, and
we know that feeling.
I just missed that. That was like one of those ghost videos. There he is. I see him.
It looks like a mini me.
But I got depressed because I couldn't plan an event, so I actually designed a card game where you play a promoter and plan an event.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yep. And Andrew said, yeah, he'll be happy to be one of the artist cards.
That's right.
Awesome.
No.
I'm happy to be a storyboard card if you need one.
Yes. Well, the other stipulation, it was everybody that had appeared at CKX.
Oh, awesome.
But as we've discovered this year, this is our virtual CKX. So you guys are now CKX alum. So there's what the card.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, can you make me look like that?
Nobody can make you look like that.
Card.
You might need a bit more hair.
Who here is not talented?
I'm in that boat too.
I need an autographed copy of that card.
Yeah, that's again, we're not pushing it out for speed or money. We're going to all the money
Do it
goes
right.
to charity, but we're going to do it slow and do it right, make sure everything looks as good as it can be. So
That's awesome.
that's really why I appreciate exactly how you guys are operating.
I'll be in line to pick up a copy of that game. That sounds like an awesome idea.
I think it's fun. I think it's fun, but I'm biased.
Well, we're telling you it's fun.
Good. I'll take
Everybody out there, pick up a copy of that game when it comes out.
I'm going to
And
single
now
out
a word from our sponsor.
Yeah. Ulrich said you need a copy of the CKX.
Oh, here
game.
we go. There's an ad poster. I'd ask Andrew, but I think he's busy.
That's just
Guys,
like
thank
the
you so much.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Just gonna joke and say that's just like the static status for me is just like just assume I'm busy until until otherwise.
Andrew busy. Yep.
But we can use Davis as the model for the poster. I want you to play this game.
There we go.
I'm
Uncle
down.
Davis.
You can have that for free. I work for free.
Just pose like this so we can take a screenshot.
That's it. Do it now.
Perfect. See, I can record this video and go back and just pull that right out. I'm good. No, really.
My chart is my head next to the logo trying to, hello, I'm here.
Oh, wait, it's over here. Look at here. I hate this Brady Bunch stuff. We got to figure out how to. I can't reach it. Anyway. Thank you for being on here. We do appreciate you guys coming in and filling us in on the world of Auric.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, I think it's, and this is what I wanted to get out for this for you guys is because I only recently found, honestly, just before I went to Thunder Bay, I'd talked to Andrew and he'd introduced me to Auric. So by seeing it in Thunder Bay and in reading what I've read now, I want other people to experience it too. So they need to get out and check out this book.
Thanks so much, Robert, for having us.
Thank you,
Hey,
Rob.
my pleasure. Anytime you guys come on, let me know.
Awesome.
Yay.
All right. I'm slowly going to kick you guys from the room, but thanks again. Yeah.
Good, you guys behave.
Got to do Davis first. He's doing great. There we go. And Andrew, thank you as always.
No, thank you, Robert. It's been a pleasure.
That is awesome. So remember, Auric of the North. Check out that book. It sounds like there's going to be a TP coming up very soon. Once they get this last issue out for the story arc, grab the TP, grab the books. Like I said, I was surprised when I got into the book. It is a lot of quality. Like the story is amazing. So get out there, check it out. I can't tell you enough how good it is going to be once you get into it. Okay. So there we go. That was Davis, Shiro, Joss, and Andrew from Auric of the North. And again, a big thank you to all of them. We will now continue on with CKX Virtual 2021. What is on our list? It says 2 o'clock. Oh, 2 o'clock.
Hello, how are you today? You don't look surprised. You don't look happy to see me. Surprise.
I'm always happy to see you, Doctor.
You know, I just received the Auric Winter Special. I'm not sure if you guys talked about it because they were blah, blah, blah. It is a fantastic book where there was no words to it. It's black and white. It was all artwork. They commissioned a whole lot of different artists to put together a story. And I just received it. It's fantastic work.
Really?
Yeah, the Winter Special. Had I known they'd be on here or checked my schedule, had my minions told me, I would have brought it and showed it off to everybody. But hello, Georgie. Yes, I'm back. I'm here to make your day more pleasant in your pathetic little quarantine in Windsor. Because I've been to Windsor.
Really?
It's like being in Chatham, but a little bit happier.
Wait, what's wrong with Chatham?
Right. It's a rhetorical question, right? Okay.
Okay.
You look lost, Rob. What's going on?
Actually, I'm just doing a quick chat with our next guest. I'm going to show this picture now. Where did it go? Boom.
Oh my gosh, that's our next guest, The Flash.
The Flash. It's Kevin Porter.
A little guy or Wonder Woman or Flash? Which one is he?
I think he's the little guy. Dude, I think he's in the Flash costume.
Okay, cool. He looks a lot shorter than he normally is.
Right.
He's like a 6-foot giant,
So,
muscle machine.
one of our committee members, Lance, shot me the picture. He goes, ask him about this picture. It was at a con, and a little kid was lost and found the Flash because he recognized the Flash. And so I messaged Kevin. I said, can we chat with you about this picture? And he goes, absolutely. What do you want? The real story or the myth?
Both.
So I literally just responded. I said, maybe both. So I'm very curious because I'd never seen the picture before. Lance sent it to me.
Now, have you gotten permission to show the video that I downloaded or nay?
He did not respond to that part, so I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Before we introduce our next guest, for those of you who don't know, Kevin Porter has played Laser in the movie Dodgeball. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he can do this.
Right?
I practiced that all day for you, Kevin. Okay. And he's well known for the YouTube Batman. Oh, look at that. Kick ass. He's been doing that for over 10 years, I believe. He'll correct me if I'm incorrect and wrong. But I just saw Dying is Easy with him as Batman, and wow, my mind was blown. If any of you guys have seen any of those superhero beatdowns, Kevin has played Batman, like a Batman versus Darth Vader. He's played Flashpoint Batman versus T'Challa's brother. He's played Deathstroke, Negan, Batman, of course, and I believe the Punisher. So, he's an ultimate superhero.
He has done everything.
On top of that, he's a pretty nice guy too, from what I hear.
Yeah. From what you hear, yes. Well, from what you hear, let's talk to the man himself. Why don't we do that?
Okay.
All right, let's bring him on. Kevin, there he is. Buddy, how you doing?
The gang's
Kevin, how
all
are
together.
you?
Right?
It's
back together.
it's a
Last time we
reunion.
saw you was years ago at ThunderCon.
Isn't that crazy? Gosh, it doesn't seem that long, but then again, it seems
No.
like a lifetime ago.
It doesn't, but it flew by. It literally did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm ready. I miss my Canadian brothers.
Woo!
Dude, we miss
Take
having him
off,
up
eh?
here. Yeah.
We got some Timbits for you, eh? And ketchup chips, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Okay,
before
hold
I leave you with the doctor, I'm going to throw up this picture that we were just talking about.
All right.
You mentioned there's two stories.
There's two stories on this picture. This picture has gone around the world, 18 times. It's gone viral more times than I can count. And it's a heartwarming picture. Contextually, I will tell you that it was taken in 2004 at San Diego Comic-Con. That was myself as the Flash, hired by Warner Brothers and DC Comics. And that's Tara Martell as Wonder Woman, 6'1", $180. Alex Ross, Wonder Woman, come to life. She's incredible. And that year, I did Batman, and it was more like an Alex Ross, Jim Lee Hush hybrid suit produced by Warner Brothers. And then I would do one day Batman, one day Flash, one day Batman, one day Flash, which was a challenge to change up characters and then see the same people and not let them know that I'm the same guy. So that was an acting challenge. So
Secret
that
identity.
is it. You know what it's called? It's called acting, Steve. It's called acting. And so that was a great summer. Probably one of my best San Diego Comic-Con experiences. It was wonderful. So let's talk about that picture. The picture popped up a few years later, and with a meme that says, this little boy is lost, and he couldn't find his parents, and he turned to the only people that he knew, and that was Flash and Wonder Woman, which is a wonderful story. It really is. I was there. That's me. And so I will tell you that that may not have been the case. It may have been a case of Flash leaning down and having a nice little conversation with a boy, and him telling me who his favorite superheroes are, and him telling me to tell Superman hello. and then we have a picture, and then he goes about his merry way, and I go about mine. That's probably closer to the truth. And I hate to debunk anything. I really do. I would love to say, oh, I remember it, and he was lost, and he was crying, and I put his mind at ease, and I called the security over. Gosh, when you asked me about this, I was like, gosh, well, really, which one do I talk about? That I can't. I have this responsibility to always give my truth, and that's my truth as I remember it. And I would absolutely remember a lost boy coming up and me directing him to the authorities. I would remember that. Though it's a great story and it's a great picture, and it pops up. It was George Takei. It was on his page a couple of years ago, and just tons of comments. And I'm reading and going, oh, just so sweet. And we always want to find the best in everything. And
yes,
even with the child being lost or not lost, I still gave him the best of us, and it was a good opportunity, and it was a nice moment that we had together. But excellent. I think we should worry not. That child's probably 32 now, and he's a doctor somewhere, and I think he's doing okay.
Evil doctor?
He's an evil doctor. Those are the best doctors.
That's right. Real quick before I jump out, AJ chimed in. He goes, miss all three of you guys.
Miss you, AJ.
Yes. Mr. Thunder Bay himself. Okay, I will step out. Oh, Kevin froze. Or he's just really happy.
He's like, who's AJ?
Yeah, he's thinking right now, going through the AJ. Yeah, hang on, it's going to refresh. I knew it. And Karen even commented, I love that story. And the little boy asked you to. Oh, I can hear you.
Hello. Is that COVID thing happening in LA?
Oh, wait a minute.
Welcome back.
Give 1 second. This is the lovely thing about live. You never know what's going to happen.
Right? I know. You see when he said hello today, right? He did this, and you see there's guns coming out. Wow. and when I do that, you see my gut coming out. So I try and keep it under the table.
Okay, we're back.
There we go. All right. This is what we were talking about. We love live because you never know what's going to happen.
I'm still here. I can hear you. I'm just putting my
Bluetooth.
Oh, very good. Okay. Rocky says, hey, Rob. Oh, hey, Rocky. Rocky runs a great website called, or it's on Facebook, Virtual Asylum, and they do signings with wrestlers virtually.
Ooh.
Crazy good. Check it out. Virtual Asylum.
You're signing with Laser.
Right. Laser is right here.
Laser.
Oh, Laser is
Every
gone.
time I speak, he leaves. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not a coincidence. I'll throw up his picture real quick. There he is. Laser.
Not Blazer with a B, but Laser.
Right. We'll give him 1 more second. I'm sure he'll pop back.
Yeah, it's the fun thing about live TV. But oh, there you go. That's adorable.
I still love the story. You know, may not be 100% factual. I like the story.
Yeah, now would have been a good time to show the demo that I downloaded from YouTube for this, but you don't have the rights, right? So
there he is.
All right.
Got technology.
Taking the headphones out. So, all right. I think that the technical difficulties have been resolved.
Beauty.
I've switched over to the Wi-Fi, eliminated the cell service. I think we're good to go.
All right. I will leave you in the doctor's capable hands, Kevin. So awesome seeing you again.
Are you going away? Where are you going? Don't leave me with him.
But you'll be here with your
It's just me and him.
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't tell me that.
Fat boy.
Well, that's why I didn't tell you that.
Well, all right.
Rob told, well, how do you think I feel? He's putting me with you. It's like really a freaking hero. And you're going to make me feel bad about what I do.
Last time we were together, just you and I, you had an action figure and I didn't. And so, do you remember that? You had the little Pop action figure? So impressive.
Funko Pop.
Yeah. And I said, where's mine? And then you did that laugh.
Oh, you're. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you already had one. You're Batman. My goodness.
Yeah, but
Very
I wanted one. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for rubbing that in. Yes. So, where are you located right now?
We're located in the thriving metropolis of Chatham, Ontario.
Chatham. I don't know
It's
where that
kind of
is.
near Windsor, Ontario, between Windsor and Toronto.
Okay, I do know Toronto. I love Toronto.
Okay, look, it is right across the river from Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, well there you go. Detroit's. I'm going to be up near Detroit in a few weeks. I'm shooting a series up there.
Oh, cool. What's the
or
series?
down there, as you would say.
Actually, no. For us, we are in that special part of Canada where Detroit is actually north of Windsor.
So that's the Great White North to you.
Yeah. Detroit. So growing up in Windsor was like really freaky because they go, all right, going up north, right? And at Detroit. So I assumed all America was up north. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah. Well, I miss you guys. I was just offered a film in Canada, and hopefully because there's some very strict quarantining protocols up there. So hopefully by the time we shoot in September, that'll have been relaxed a bit because I don't want to sit in a hotel for 2 weeks.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that is kind of tough. You've had a lot of friends that have probably come up for series. Do they have to do the whole 2-week quarantine as well?
Absolutely.
Wow.
They're up in. I have so many friends that are up in Vancouver, and it's just they just sit around for 2 weeks in a hotel, and it's very strict. They're very, very diligent there, and so I am thinking about ThunderCon this year. Have you heard anything about that? Is it? Are they going to hopefully bring it back?
We're hoping. I mean, it's going to be on the border now because there are talks that if all the vaccines get out, that we might be able to travel in September and whatnot. We're still hoping. We don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. There's Randy is saying, Kevin. All right. Sorry, Randy's not answering about ThunderCon, but he's asking when your new Netflix movie is coming out.
Gosh, I hate to say which one, but I'm blessed to have a lot of projects coming out. I just wrapped up a film called Devil Comes to Kansas City. I shot the last shoot date on that last week. That was shot on location in Kansas City, and it's like a supernatural version of the film Taken. Nice film, great cast. Looking forward to that. We're shooting we're shooting Legend of the White Dragon on May 2nd, and that's with myself, Jason David Frank, Jason Font, just a good group. It's with the Bat in the Sun guys.
Okay.
Action, which is great. And then what I'm shooting in Detroit is a series called The Watchers. And it's a faith-based series, and I play the Archangel Michael. I played the lead, so the entire show is about me, and I'm anchoring the storylines. Because the scripts are incredible.
Oh, cool! Way to go! Awesome.
How are you doing up there?
We're doing okay. We're kind of like, with the quarantine stuff, they're trying to keep everything shut down. I'm kind of jealous when I see like people in Florida are able to go and do fun stuff, and we're kind of like made to sit in our underground lair or at home or whatever you want. But yeah, try and get some exercise for mental health and whatnot. But it's
Can I
all
ask you a
good.
question? Do good guys ever have layers? Layers is a bad guy headquarters, correct?
Pretty well, yeah. Lair sounds cool.
Do you ever have any layers that aren't underground?
My submarine lair was long and hard and full of semen. Yeah.
Okay, but that would still be under the water. So
yeah,
it's always an underground layer, and you don't have a lot of heroes hanging out in layers.
Well, we have one guy that hangs out in a bat cave underground. So
yes, but it is a cave, and yeah, it's not the
lair.
Fortress of Solitude. I've never heard it referred to the bat layer. Have you?
I just did the bat lair.
No, I'm not going to pick that up. I'm not going to support that. That's not going to be a thing.
Like the Flashpoint Batman. I mean, Thomas Wayne's a bit of a jerk, right? So,
There
I
you
mean, maybe
go.
it could be
I would,
called the
I
Bat
would
Lair.
support that. Thomas Wayne has a bat layer, but that's as close as we're going to get. Great
All right,
character,
fair
Thomas
enough.
Wayne.
Yeah.
Great character.
And you got to play him, right?
Yeah, I was very, very fortunate to explore the differences between Thomas Wayne and Bruce Wayne, and as without geeking out, it's there's a lot of nuances. It's a completely different character. It really is. It's
Well,
just
how did you come across as both? How is it Thomas different? How did you portray him differently than you would Batman?
a lot of people would say, well, Thomas Wayne is like Punisher, which I do agree to a certain extent. But he's even more desperate. He's just sad. He's a very sad, broken man. And so not only did he see his child gunned down in front of him, he watched his wife unravel, over a period of time, and he's just given up hope. And it's not about redemption or vengeance. He's a sad, broken man that is just, there's nothing left. It's a sad character. And when you go from, it's easy to play him, he's mean and it's all about revenge and vengeance. And I think that's one dimensional. But when you see what fires behind that he is just a broken, sad man, I think is so much more interesting. And to a certain extent, and then that's why, again, Bruce Wayne is not as dark, as broken, as destitute as a Thomas Wayne. It's much more tragic to lose a child than is your parents. Even it is tragic to see your parents gunned down in front of you as well, but exponentially more tragic to see your child gunned down. It just broke him. It broke him, and he never found his way back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would love to explore that character more.
No doubt. Well, Bat in the Sun, how did you get, okay, for those who don't know, which you do play YouTube Batman, and you have done like many super things, like as the Batman, and you are awesome, physical, and intimidating as heck. I would like to see a feature movie with you as the Batman in it. I mean, these YouTube things are amazing, but how did you get involved with these guys?
Well, interestingly enough, that picture that we were talking about earlier, which is taken in 2004, the year prior to that, which was Comic-Con San Diego 2003, I was there for Warner Brothers and DC Comics. In 1999, I answered a posting, a casting call, and it says, looking for actors to portray Batman for a national tour. I'm like, well, damn, I want to do that. So I go, I audition, and I'm blessed enough to get that role. And so they're sending me out to parades and mall openings, and things like that. And I stand there kind of like Santa Claus in a mall, got a line winding around to come up. Hey, son, what's your name? It's nice to meet you. You having a good day?
Nice.
I'm Batman. Let's take a picture.
I got shivers listening to that voice.
Oh, it's years of developing that. And then so one year I'm down at San Diego and being taken care of in DC. It's such a wonderful company to work for. It was very exclusive. I was the official Batman, and it was just wonderful. And then like a month prior, I was in a production house and I saw this logo, and it was an orange orb with a little bat in the middle of it. And I said, what is that? And the sound engineer says, yeah, it's a bunch of these kids. They make these little videos just before YouTube, these little Batman videos. And he says, they're not bad. And at this time they had done one. It was called Batman Beyond Year One. And that was it. I just noticed the logo. I said, oh, interesting. So I'm down there and I'm at the DC booth, and there's a line. And I see these two guys walking up, and they have that logo, and it sparks like a month prior, me sitting in that sound booth at Pro Audio West up in Los Angeles. And it says Bat in the Sun. I go, Bat in the Sun. I said, I'm familiar with your work. And they like geeked out. They're like, okay, who is this guy? He's legitimately the real Batman. How does he know how we are? And so we come up, we take a picture, there's video of it, and then they go their merry way, I go my merry way. About a month later, I get a phone call from a friend of mine saying, "Hey, have you ever heard of these guys? Have you ever heard of Aaron Schonke?" I said, "No." Have you heard of this production company called Bat and the Sun? I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's like a bad penny. It just keeps turning up." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with them." "Well, they want to meet with you." I said, "Why?" "They want you to be in one of their fan films." I said, "Not interested." I just come off of Dodgeball. I was on General Hospital, and I thought, no, not interested. And they wouldn't stop. And then finally I met with them at the Cheesecake Factory in Sherman Oaks. And Aaron was so young and he was so passionate, and he sold me. He really sold me on what he could do. And I bought into he and his father and their passion, their professionalism. And honestly, they're just really good people. I could tell that immediately that they were just really good people. So I just wanted to spend time with them as friends. And that's really how I got to be involved with them. Is I made this decision contrary to my instincts. My initial instinct was to say, no, I'm going in this direction. Not interested in fan films. Again, this is before YouTube. But we did a couple projects, and then YouTube came along, and that gave a platform for these projects that was custom made for that. And Bat and the Sun was the right company at the right time with the right product on the right platform. And then next thing I know, the YouTube stuff and the Bat and the Sun stuff is eclipsing the mainstream network stuff that I was doing. And also the films that we're doing, City of Scars, Legends, all of those are products of the friendship that we have. And it's like a yearbook looking back of the times that we had spending on set, the 14-hour days and the 16-hour days, and not getting paid anything. We weren't paying or getting paid. We were, they fed me In-N-Out burgers, and I'm good with that. And it ended up leading me to where I am now, which the Bat and the Sun work is a large part of the work that I do. It's led to so many other projects that have nothing to do with superheroes. It's taken me around the world 10 times for conventions and meeting wonderful people like you, Steve. We wouldn't have met if not for Bat and the Sun. And it's been such a blessing. And Aaron and Sean have been two of my best friends for, I guess, about 18 years now.
Wow.
And it's all about believing in the right people. And I believed in them. And this is where I am now, having a great conversation with you guys.
I've got a question. You worked for Warner Brothers as their Batman, and then you're doing this fan films.
Yeah.
Was there any sort of conflict, or did you have to ask permission, or how did all this go?
Gosh, such a good question. My only caveat with Bat and the Sun is that they don't use my name. I said, I don't want my name in the credits. I don't want my name on IMDb, because I did not want to jeopardize this job that I had, which again was such a wonderful job. And so that was fine. We did Patient J, we did all of these projects, and my name wasn't on it. And this is prior to social media. There may have been MySpace, but there's no cross-pollination on entertainment with MySpace yet. And so, but people were like, well, who's that Batman? And it created kind of a mystique on who that Batman guy is. Ooh. And then we shot City of Scars, which took 2 years to shoot. And I watched the final result, and I was at their house, and I watched it. And then they said, so Kev, I'm like, yeah. They said, do you want your name on this? And I'm like, absolutely. It was the best thing I'd ever done. And I'm still so proud of City of Scars. That's the one that put us on the map. And I called the day that it was released. I called my contacts at Warner Brothers, Kevin Canary in New York, and I said, hey, Kevin Porter for Kevin Canary. And it's okay, please hold. Kevin answers, and he says, is this Kevin Porter, the star of that amazing Batman fan film that was just released this morning? I said, you've already seen it? And he said, yeah. He said, it was incredible. I said, what are your thoughts on that? He said, did you get paid for it? I said, nope. He said, our thoughts are fine. And he said, it's not for profit. And it's just for the love of the character. I said, absolutely. So at that point, then I knew that that we were in good shape, and I was not jeopardizing my day job, so to speak.
Well, that's pretty cool. Well, they all saw you portray Batman, and I think it's a really kick-ass Batman. Do they ever reach out to you besides just doing tours and like for any of their movies? Because they get them the really big names to play Batman, but you have got it, in my opinion.
I appreciate that. Yes, which is interesting. Hey, look at that guy.
I
Which
know,
is
right?
interesting. But it was for their consumer products, their toys. And so they reached out to me to voice their toys to the Batcave Robin.
Wow.
Things like that. Missiles on high. So when you press, and there are toys out there that's my voice. And also they reached out to me to head up their live appearance program, casting and training future Batman, future Superman, future Flash, Green Lanterns, Wonder Woman. So for a period of 2 or 3 years, I was revamping the Six Flags programs, their live appearance programs, and I was traveling all around the United States and recasting all of their superheroes and training them. I did the same thing in London, did the same thing in Park Warner in Madrid. And so I was, and still am, kind of like the superhero whisperer. I would go out, and, I would bring in 400 people, type out probably over half of them, meaning half of them are eliminated because there's a certain look and height that we're looking for. And then you're looking for the spirit. They have the innocence and the kindness and the strength and the integrity that comes across. And then are the actors? Can they act? Are they coachable? And that was a blessing for many years, just being able to do that. And I still do it from time to time.
Wow, that's they could have used you at Universal Studios, because I went there for my 50th birthday because that's what you do. And I went to Marvel Land, and they got the Spider-Man, which is really cool, very nice guy and whatnot. Taking pictures with everybody and whatnot. But with the spandex, you could see what religion he was. There are things that drew your attention to him, which was just not pleasant. Yeah. And we were talking to other people and go, "Oh yeah, that's Spider-Man." So it's like it hasn't been brought up. How does a superhero deal with that? Sorry.
Well, I will tell you that my focus, because my first character work was at Marvel Mania, Universal Studios here, and I was cast as Captain America. And then from there, I was cast as Batman. And then from there, I auditioned down at Disneyland for Tarzan. And the training because I had zero training at Universal, zero training for Batman. But then when I was hired at Disney, there was this thing called character integrity and preservation of the integrity of the character, the icon, the brand, and how that relates to children. And that's how Disney operates. And I worked at Disney for 4 years, and I just ate it up with a spoon. I drank the Kool-Aid. I got it. I was one of those people that realized why we were there. And it's all about the children, Steve, and it truly is. And so preservation of integrity of the brand and the character is everything. And I took all of that training and I brought it to Universal when I was at Universal. And I was Captain America at Universal. And believe it or not, I was Spider-Man at Universal. I was the biggest. I was like Venom, but in the blue, in the blue and red suit. But there were people with that issue, and I would say, guys, either down tuck and wear 2 or 3 dance belts, because you just can't have that, because it's a distraction. It's inappropriate. It's a distraction, and you can never put self above brand or character, because if you fall in line with everything, meaning you look like the character, you act like the character, you walk like the character, you have the history of the character, and also at the same time you take all of that and you apply it to the perception of a 7-year-old, and that's a lot. There's a lot of balls to juggle. Then I think you get it, and there are very few people that really peg out on all of those. But if you start with the end in mind, you start with the child's perspective, then you're going to make sure that the dance belt is appropriate and is doubled up or what have you. That's actually a very, very common thing with Spider-Man, and I would have a problem with it, and I would speak to Spider-Man because I was always basically a leader within that team.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I'm sorry that you went through that on your big 5-0.
I know it was Karen who I was with that would noticed it first, because I'm like, I'm a guy, I really don't look in that area. It's just me. I'm like, oh, Spider-Man, how can I pose? And she's like, oh my God, look, oh, thanks for letting me know now. But anyways, yeah, we thought that someone should have noticed that. But hey, Rob, what's up?
Hey,
we're talking about Spider-Man's junk. I'm sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to jump in because again, Kevin's here, and I got to say hi. Randy had mentioned about the show. And he mentioned again, he was talking about when you came to ThunderCon, you were taking a break on shooting. I think it was Space Marines,
Salvage Marines.
Salvage Marines. There we go.
Yes. Yeah,
that's what he was asking about.
Yeah, this is how much I love you guys and the promoters of ThunderCon, and they're just my family. I love all of them. And I'd committed to ThunderCon early on because they always book early, which is great. And then Salvage Marines comes out. I shot all summer in Louisiana, and it's a futuristic space age adventure series. And so we had pickups, and those are shooting in London. I'm like, awesome, which makes sense because we shoot in Louisiana and then London. And then there was a conflict, and one of the weekends falls within the weekend that I'm in London. And I said, I'm not going to be able to attend the pickup shoots because not in a million years would I ever let down ThunderCon, ever. If there's one that I had to choose, I would choose you guys. And the producers for Salvage Marines were wonderful. They said, okay, no problem. We'll just release you on that Friday. So I shot on Thursday. I shot on Friday. As soon as I was done shooting, I booked it to London, Heathrow, flew out to you guys, hung out with you guys and Richard, right there. Hey, that's us right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I love you guys.
And Kirby, who recently passed, but there's Kirby as well.
I did not know that.
You did, sadly.
Yeah, the end of November.
Okay, we'll talk about that offline.
Yeah,
he was good friends with Peter Shinkota, who wow, that just caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry you didn't know. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he was friends with Peter Shinkota, who's on Salvage Marines. But and then on that, as soon as I was done for, Sunday, Heathrow, flew back on Monday, and I was able to shoot on Tuesday. And that's how wonderfully accommodating the producers of Salvage Marines were, because they saw my commitment to ThunderCon.
And you were fantastic at ThunderCon. I mean, they separated me from you because I was like Gru with the little kids. But from what I hear, like you even dressed up as Batman a few times. I missed that because I was Gru. And you posed for pictures with people. I mean, dude, you are amazing.
I don't do that for conventions. I've done that for 2 conventions. One is ThunderCon. The other one's the Philippines, which they were wonderful as well. But not. It's a brutal suit. It's tough to travel with. It's tough to communicate with when you have the suit on. But anything that ThunderCon asks, I always say absolutely. Whatever it is you need, I will do it. So they asked for me to bring the suit. So I brought the suit from LA to London, London to Canada, Canada to London, London back to LA.
Wow.
That's a lot of travel.
That's how much I love you guys.
Awesome. Well, Kevin, man, thank you so much for sitting here and chatting with us. I
absolutely.
I wish we had more time.
I'm going to go get a dog. I'm going to get a dog after this.
Really?
A puppy. Yeah.
Is it an evil puppy?
I think that we can train it to be evil.
Call it Ace.
But the sweet kind of evil, the nice evil.
The whimsical evil. Yay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Yeah,
Thanks
I
a
would
lot.
be at hours, but yeah, we'll chat more. Definitely shoot us a picture of the puppy. I'm dying to know now.
Okay, I absolutely will. We don't know the name, but I think that he will name itself. Somehow,
Oh yeah,
we will
they
look at
do.
it and say, "Oh, okay, this the dog's name will be Butt Sniffer."
Yep.
All right, there you go.
I will get you a Funko Pop, whether it be to ThunderCon or we'll send it out to you, whatever you need for one of those little evil Funko Pops.
I will put it in a prominent place on my bureau, and I will look at you every time I walk in the house. Not that you're not already in my heart. You'll be in my heart, and then you will be in my living room.
Oh, here's
First I was impressed, now I'm creeped out, but I'm okay.
Here's the dog Ace, like Batman's dog.
Yeah, Ace.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. We'll let you get about your puppy getting because I'm dying to see a picture. But again, thank you so much for joining us. I can't tell you how much it means to us.
Absolutely. I miss you guys, and hopefully I'll see you in November.
One day, very soon in real life. Yes.
I just read something down there. They're going to make it a winter con, so might be a bit later.
Okay,
Thunder
well,
Bear.
we'll go December, but whatever it is, count me in, please.
Me too.
All right,
Thanks,
guys. Have
Kevin.
a wonderful day.
See
Thank
ya.
you. Wow,
Man,
I wish we had more time. That was
Yes.
amazing.
But now you get to chat with another amazing woman. We're going to bring her on right now. This is Sarah Booth. Sarah, how you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Hello,
Good.
Sarah. Welcome to
Hi.
the Chatting with Dr. Stevel show.
Oh.
I'm your host, Dr. Stevel.
I will be leaving you with the doctor, Sarah. Have fun.
Oh, I'm terrified.
I had to get that shtick out of the way. I'll go in my
I
real
love
voice now. I'm the one that should be terrified. The first movie I saw of you was The Scare House.
Yep, lots of stabbing.
Yeah, but when I went to see it, I did not see any previews. I did not know anything about it.
Okay.
So I'm watching you, and here you are, this nice, happy girl, and you're joking around with your friends, and you're gonna play jokes on people in the scare house. And then the first guest came in, and I was horrified.
A little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and then everything going on, it was more horrifying is the anticipation of what you're gonna do.
Where did you end up seeing it?
Rob took care of me, he got me the Scare House DVD.
You got the Blu-ray, VIP
Yeah.
Blu-ray.
That's right.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, that was a really great experience. I mean, we shot the movie in Windsor, Ontario, so very close to Chatham.
Yeah, just down the road.
Just down the highway.
Pretty well. Big road, yeah.
And yeah, we had so much support from the community, which was awesome. So it was kind of my first time spending a lot of time in Windsor. And it was, just full of blood and good times. So I can't complain. It was a blast to make the movie and a blast to work with my husband as well. And, the whole team from Windsor.
You seem to have an awesome team there with you and him, the movies you're doing, and your acting skills. Right here, Nathaniel, Peter says, "Whoa, I remember you from Last Call, a terrific movie, but the most depressing movie I ever saw during the CK Film Festival with my friends."
Oh, yeah, it is a pretty heavy movie, very different from The Scare House, of course. And that we also shot in Windsor, Ontario. So, we just love it here. We can't get away.
You're originally born in Montreal, and then you go to LA, and you come to Windsor to shoot? Wow.
We do. Yes. Yeah. So I grew up in Montreal, me and my husband, Gavin, who is from Windsor. We met in Toronto at the Toronto International Film Festival. And then a couple years later, we moved to LA for about 6 years. But we would always come home to shoot our movies because it just made more sense. And yeah, we love it here. So why not? And now we're back. We're back.
Yay. Well, good. You're going to put Windsor on the map.
I hope so. It's a great place.
Well, I left Windsor a long time ago. Not evil enough, just.
Oh yeah, definitely not evil enough. Yeah. Are you from Windsor?
Originally, born and raised in Windsor, so
Cool.
I kind of messed up. As I told Kevin Porter there, Detroit is north of us because we're in that part of Canada. We're just below this, below the states, that one little part. So I always thought the Great North was America. So yeah,
You got it backwards.
I did. It still confuses me sometimes.
Same.
Last Call, I managed to see it. yesterday because all the other movies I saw leading to this, you were being mean, like
Yes.
Trapped.
Yes. I always tend to get cast as the evil murderer, torturer. But when people meet me in real life, they're like, wow, you're so bubbly and you have dimples and you're smiley. And so I guess I'm pretty different from the characters I play, but I tend to just really gravitate towards those characters. I love playing those characters. Playing evil is, as you know, playing evil, you discover that these characters aren't coming from a place of wanting to be evil. They have a purpose, they have a goal. They just have a different point of view than a lot of more normal people, I guess, as you could say. So they're pretty fun. You get to discover those fun, qualities in those types of characters, which I really like.
Playing these evil characters, do you ever bring that, like, after you play that, do you pick up a little bit of evil with you and just kick a puppy or two?
I definitely don't kick puppies because they're my
Okay.
favorite. But yes, I mean, in real life, I'm pretty lucky. I haven't had too many scary situations, but I like to think that I could, fight my way out of a situation. But hopefully that never happens.
I believe you could. I saw your demo reel. You are more of a physical star as well as a phenomenal actor.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
In
that's
Law and
my
Order,
dog.
I believe you kicked ass. You were doing kickboxing, and then you were beating up the perps.
Yeah, so that was a really fun gig. My character was an Army Ranger. So I got to do a lot of physical stuff for the role. I had a stunt double who was amazing, but I was lucky enough to go into my stunt rehearsal sessions and also kick butt. So it was kind of like, put me in coach, and they allowed me to do all my stunts for myself, which was really cool. So my character was a underground fighter, and I got to do all my own stunts for that show, and literally fight in an abandoned warehouse surrounded by hundreds of extras just cheering for you. It was a pretty epic moment because I just took it as they were cheering for me.
Well, yeah, you're kicking butt. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, Rob, I know you're back there, but do you have the I had your demo action reel
Oh
from
yeah.
YouTube. If Rob's got it, I hope we can show it because this just shows a lot more we can get into.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Pretty good display of my
And
kick-ass
unfortunately,
nature.
I was not able to load that. It wouldn't load into.
Oh no! No
I do
worries.
apologize.
No worries. Sorry, I'm just
Okay.
throwing my dog down.
What do I pay you for? You throw me a freaking bone here, Rob. You're supposed to get this thing. Get Rob. What do I pay you for? Go away. Go away. Thank
Okay.
you for ruining my show. Okay. The hell, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm not offended. But yeah,
Oh, cool.
I did a lot of footage on that demo is from a show I did in Hollywood when I lived there for 3.5 years. I did a live stunt show based on the movie Waterworld that
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people have seen, and I actually really liked. A lot of people diss the movie, but I really enjoyed it when I saw it. And so I did a live stunt show there for 3.5 years where I got to drive boats, jump off of exploding platforms, fight people, zip line, go across stage on wires. It was super fun. It was a great experience. So
I saw the videos on that. I mean, how does one decide, hey, I love acting. I just want to go work at Universal Studios and I'm just going to put myself out there. How did you do that?
Well, at first, when we got to the States, you have to, wait on your green cards and all that stuff. So I was just kind of scoping it out and seeing what kind of jobs I could get. It's so expensive to live in Los Angeles. So you kind of just got to, grasp at what you can get. And I met someone who was one of the Helens, the main, the only girl basically in the show. And she said, you'd be great. We have auditions in about 6 months. And by that time I had my paperwork. So I went and did the audition, got called back. There was an acting component to it as well as the physical component. And for me, it was in a way survival. I needed a job and this just seemed right up my alley. And it really did fill my cup. I love the job. You got clapped for multiple times a week, which is what we all want as actors. And it kept me in shape. The job was outside. I met some great people and got to work on some huge television shows, stunt wise as well, because of my connections in that world. Yeah.
Wow, actor and stunt person. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And your acting chops really showed up in Last Call.
Yeah, that was an actor's dream.
Yeah, it is. It's a 1 hour and 15 minutes, one straight shot. Actually, two straight shots because it's a split screen. But they're both one straight shots, and they go on the entire time. And you are incredible in it. I was just watching for the technicals at first, but then because of you, sadly, I mean, near the end,
Did Dr. Stevel shed a tear?
I heard there was a kitty cat injured. That's all. But yeah.
Oh, I hear
Something. It was windy when I watched it.
Me too.
In my room.
Same.
But wow, that was phenomenal. It was good to see you not being evil and trying to kill people for once.
It was refreshing on my end as well. But it was a really, like I said, an actor's dream for someone to yell action and then not bother you for 75 minutes is really fantastic. It's scary, of course, because anything can go wrong. But I was trained as a theater actor, so I was kind of used to working on the fly, improv. My castmates in theater school would play pranks on each other during live shows. So, you were ready for anything. So I feel like my background kind of helped me in that situation. And yeah, it was 2 simultaneous one takes. So we never, ever cut for 75 minutes. And it was an incredible experience. I grew a lot as an actor. And yeah, it was so well received. We're so lucky that so many people have gotten to watch it and have had such a huge impact after watching.
Oh, absolutely. Were there any, how many times did you do that? Did you first practice it and then film?
So we had 14 days total for, the beginning of production to the wrap. So basically 10 days of rehearsal where we would go to the first location, kind of map out what that character was going to do while I was sitting in the other room just on the phone with them. And then in the afternoon, we would go to my location, kind of just block it, as you would say, where the characters are going to end up, their path, everything like that. And then we would start kind of rolling takes, starting, stopping, nothing, no pressure, just to see if both sides work. But the great part is that we shot every rehearsal. So we would go home every night. Gavin was able to quickly put both sides next to each other and we could watch a rough version of the movie every night and then kind of take notes and say, okay, so tomorrow when we do it, try to do this at this moment, that kind of stuff, just to create a nicer picture, of course, when you're watching it as well. So we had 10 days of that. And then we had 4 days of, real, this is go time. We could get the movie at any point. We would shoot it twice a night. We ended up getting 5 full takes of the movie. And then we ended up picking one that we all agreed on.
Wow. Were there anything that went wrong that just, and if it does go wrong, what do you do for that?
Yes, many things went wrong. We actually ended up picking the take where one of our biggest mistakes happened, but it just kind of worked and we went with the flow. The character on the other side of the screen, his name is Scott, played by David Wilkins, misdialed and was smart enough to put the phone over his mouth and ask the cameraman, who is also the director, my husband, Gavin, what do I do? Just kind of muffled. And Gavin was like, just dial again, just dial again. And he dialed again. And on my end, I'm wondering, why isn't this person calling me? What's happening? Are we cut? But we just kind of had to both keep going. And the phone call ended up happening. And it creates a great beat in the movie, a great suspenseful beat. But there was also tons of other stuff. I mean, Gavin ran into a door with the camera. There was, just random things. One take I completely botched because I ended up saying a piece of information before that information was given to me by the other character. So that take didn't make sense. And at the end, I was really mad at myself, but you just kind of go with the flow. If it's not cut worthy, if no one fell down the stairs, you're good. You just keep rolling with it in improv. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, anything I learned was like I help out in the local wrestling thing. So if things go wrong live, you just got to go with it. And
Oh yeah, wrestling is a great example of that. I'm sure things go wrong all the time.
oh, pretty well. Or doing one of the Rob shows, when things go wrong technically or, whatnot. You got to improv. First time I
Exactly.
did it, I was like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Things aren't working. But then I watched the pro and I learned from him. So
There you go. It's all about practice, right? So happy that we didn't just get to location and they were like, all right, we're going to start rolling because that would have not been fun.
obviously, and the emotion that you portrayed throughout that, did you do that every single take?
Um, Towards the end, that's where I was kind of trying to get to. At the beginning, we were just trying different things out, just kind of seeing, okay, how much can we go? Is it too much? We need to build. So there's also points in the film where, there is an emotional release, but it can't be too big because, you don't want to watch me cry for 60 minutes.
No, not really.
So it has to pay off at the end. So we definitely played around with that build quite a bit. But once we kind of understood where we wanted to go, then I would kind of explore in that area every time. Sometimes it wouldn't come out, sometimes it would. Sometimes it would come out a little bit more anger, a little bit, just different flavors, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Well, this one really worked. It got to the dock. I mean, it was wow. And I'm watching at the beginning. It's like, okay, now he's got to walk from the bar to his apartment, which I kind of recognize Park Street because I grew up in that downtown. I go, that's post office. Oh my god! And while he's doing that, you've got to like establish yourself on the phone, calling your babysitter or whatnot for your kids, and then you got to get into the office and move all around. I'm trying to watch how this is all working out as he's still walking, getting to the elevator. I mean, that's just amazing.
Yeah, the first 15 minutes of the film, it's really interesting because for people that are, used to watching like Marvel movies all the time, they're like, what's happening? You're kind of just watching two people live their life, which is very kind of not super exciting, but is interesting to just kind of get to know these people, not having any information spoon fed to you right away. It's just fun to discover who these people are at the beginning. And that walk, I mean, my trajectory for the first 15 minutes was, I was driving at first, so that was a little nerve wracking. I was driving with a camera hung out, like on a rig hung out the window. So I didn't want to crash. I didn't want to ruin the camera. I was like, oh, but on David's side, he had to, like you said, leave a bar, walk down a main street of a city and into sorry, that's my talk. Walk into walk down the main street of a city, go up an elevator into his apartment. So we would try to shoot after the bars were closed. But there's always people hanging around after the bars close. So we have some really interesting dialogue, little clips of what people were yelling at David. And David, I mean, held it together because some of those comments were not kind. And
Wow.
he just kind of had to ignore it all. And, the way that Gavin shot it, kind of aiming up a little bit so you wouldn't see as much. So little tricks like that, but it was definitely challenging. And we did have a plan B in case it was just too crowded or there were too many drunk people. We would leave out the back of the bar. But it worked out, and we have some great stories about it too. Windsor is wild at 3 a.m.
Used to be, now it's a COVID thing, but yeah.
Yeah, not so much anymore. That's for sure.
Oh, that's interesting. Windsor connection. This is amazing.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get you to come to CK Expo at one point since we're just down the highway.
I would love to.
And you and your husband do amazing things. I also checked out the movie, what was it, 15?
Yes. Yeah, the movie 15, we shot that kind of a similar, crazy way of shooting a movie to Last Call. Is we used the app Periscope that was pretty hot at the time to shoot a live movie and broadcast it live. So there was no like, if something went wrong, everyone's watching that thing go wrong in real time. So that was a little bit of the difference than, with Last Call. And we had practical stunts, practical blood. It was, a pretty crazy production. It ended up being 20 minutes, the whole film or the whole broadcast. And a lot of people thought it was real. Well, the LAPD was called on the production because they thought it was legit. Because basically, the premise of the short film is there's a killer on the loose, and he broadcasts his murders on Periscope, gives people some clues, and if they can catch him or find his location before he murders, then they get to save the victims. And I'm the victim in that one, so that's fun. But it was a wild ride. We rehearsed that for about a week and then went live one night on Periscope. So Blumhouse was also they hosted the movie on their channel, which was very cool as well. And we shot that in LA when we first got there because me and Gavin are not the kind of people that get somewhere and wait. So we wanted to just jump right into some projects, not get discouraged, because LA is kind of, that's where you go to the acting, directing, writing, all that, the Olympics of, filmmaking. So we wanted to keep busy and impress people and have fun and connect with fellow filmmakers and creators when we first got there.
I was also watching the comments. Were any of those planted, or was it just random comments and none of you guys had any control with them?
Most of them were totally random. We definitely had a few friends that we got to, just get the ball rolling because, a lot of people, you log into this thing, you don't really know what's happening. So it's good to have some people asking, a couple leading questions just to kind of get it in that direction. But our lead actor was Neil Napier, who's the Canadian, was fantastic. And it ended up being all pretty much organic. All the comments, like, our friends just got lost in the list of comments. Yeah.
What was the most exciting thing you've done? Because you are a physical actor. There's a lot of things where you're fighting, like Neelix, like I said, Law and Order, just about everything I've seen except for the last call, which was, you took us on an emotional ride there. But how is it? Is it, do you even need a stunt person?
I mean, I'm the girl who's always like, let me do it myself. And that's the actor and the little, farm girl in me. But then there's also, I've produced movies and I understand that you need a stunt person, because if I was to get hurt and I'm the lead of a movie, then that movie has to stop production for a while or figure something else out while I recover. So I understand, for certain things, you just kind of need a stunt person. But as for fights and things that are lower risk, I'm always game to do my own stuff. But the only thing I refuse to do is heights. I can't do heights. I can't function like higher than 35 feet in the air. Which I discovered when I did a live stunt show.
Yeah, but you were doing that all the time. You're zipping down and.
Yeah, ziplining. When I got hired to do the show and did the training, I learned a lot of things about myself, including my, just being terrified of heights. But I worked through it. But I eventually got to a point where my acting career started taking off. And I kind of evaluated what I really wanted to do. And I really wanted to pursue acting more than stunts. So I thought, just for my safety and longevity in this industry, it's better to just kind of lean towards what I'm really passionate about. But definitely I will never do heights. I booked a gig where I had to jump off of a 120-foot crane. And I was like, no, I can't do it. And I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Doctor, I'm jumping in.
Hello, Rob. We're having so much fun. She's amazing.
I know, right? But that's why I'm jumping in, because you missed one of the best things.
What?
Let me put the picture up right here.
Oh, snap.
Yes.
Tammy.
Rob is a big gamer. The Doctor is not, so I don't really remember. I didn't remember it. But you played a character, like you played a voice for a character, and they gave you a picture, that a physical appearance that is not you. How weird is that?
Well, when I booked the role, they, I guess they are very aware that sometimes, actors can be a little self-conscious about themselves, which I totally understand, because, that's all you see all the time. So they were like, just to let you know, you're going to play this character. Her name's Tammy, and then they told me, but she's going to be a little bit more heavy set than you. And I was like, all right, that's cool. A little bit older as well. totally fine. I'm more than happy. Hey, I booked a video game. Like, come on, I'm gonna have my own character. Sure, no problem. So I got to do all the facial capture, the motion capture, and also the voice. So her whole being I got to do, which is, if you're playing a big character on a game, you always get to do. But when you're first starting out, you do a lot of what they call utility roles, which is, you're just playing a lot of guards. You're doing a lot of different body movements to give them some variety. But you play the game, and you're like, you don't know who you are, So this was great to have my own personnage. I was going to say in French, my own character. And one of my friends is a huge gamer. I was over at his house, and that's when he met me, and it was just a wonderful moment to meet my character. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Wasn't it kind of awkward seeing this character with your voice coming out of it? Like,
totally. Yeah,
I don't move like that.
I was a little like, who is that? But it was pretty cool. A lot of people were terrified of her.
I bought this game just for you because Gavin told me that you were in it. It's like, I've never played Far Cry. I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
And the game is amazing.
It's super violent fun. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Violent.
And the character.
The theme.
I love Tammy's character. Yes. You go in and you get a quest from her while she's torturing somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
she just,
like
it's just like, it's just her 9 to 5,
Yeah. It's all good. Yeah. You got this. Don't worry about it. Just put the head next to there.
Exactly. Well, you should know all about that, right?
I do. Yeah. But I'm not a hands-on evil genius, right?
Right. You get people to do your dirty work for you.
Yeah.
Not me,
I'm just the brains of the outfit.
Yeah.
Nathaniel asked, where can one watch 15 now? If I'm
you can YouTube. Yeah.
I couldn't
right
find it on YouTube, but I did find it. I think it was on Gavin's Vimeo account.
Yeah. It should be on YouTube.
The only one I could find was a review of it on YouTube. The one, because there used to be under Blumhouse, but when I specifically looked it up, it says this video is not available.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
But again, if you go on Vimeo, which is just like YouTube, just looks better, I think.
Oh yeah, there's just a review of it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I found full movie. Oh, download. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's not there anymore.
Check
Okay.
Gavin Michael Booth on Vimeo, and you'll see that, plus a ton of other cool stuff that Sarah's done, like the short film "Are You My Mommy?"
Oh, that was such a fun one.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, so the lead of that movie is the same guy that was the killer in Periscope in the 15. Yeah, nice. So him and his wife star in "Are You My Mommy?" We shot that, I think, 2 years after getting to LA, and that was a blast as well. We just always, get together with friends and make cool shit. So
it's a brilliant story. It took me a while to figure out what was happening on that. Also, To Hell and Back.
Oh yes, that was that's actually me and Gavin's first project that we ever made together, a short film. We made it for zero money. We had just gotten married, and we said, let's make a short film before we make a feature so we don't get divorced.
That's the good way to test the waters.
Yep. We test the waters first, and it went really well. We really enjoyed working with each other. So we went ahead with the Scare House, which happened about 6 months later. But yeah, at first, like, making a movie is crazy time. So you don't want to, damage any lifelong or hopefully lifelong relationships.
Yes. Well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here today.
You're
It's
so
always
welcome.
a blast chatting with you. And yeah, like Doctor says, when we get a live show, we definitely have to get you here.
I would love to drive down the 401 one more time.
Excellent.
But to Chatham, I mean, really?
Hey, I've never been. No, actually, I went to Chatham once. I got my hair cut there.
And left quickly, right?
I did because, COVID. So.
Okay.
Yep.
But I promise to come back.
Your hair. I think I
think you know too.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Anytime.
And one day we'll see each other in real life.
Yes.
For sure.
That seems like a dream. But yes. All right. Have a great day, Sarah.
Ciao. Thanks a lot.
Okay. That was amazing.
Amazing. She's got that positive energy, man. I can just got a smile. She's amazing.
I mean, you watch Trap, you watch Scare House, and then you meet her, and it's like, no, they're not even the same person.
It's a trap, man. It's a trap.
It's a trap. Okay. Well, now, Doctor, I got to kick you out Because
That's fine. The doctor has to go tinkle anyways.
We're bringing London Batman in.
What the hell
Hey,
is that, a
guys.
mannequin? Or is that
Yeah.
G.I. Joe, the new Transformer? What the heck?
Hey, what's going on, Lex? Oh, wait. No, you're the other guy. The other
All right.
falsely challenged evil villain. Right.
There we go. I got rid of him. So, buddy, are you ready to moderate a sketch duel?
Let's do this. Bring it on.
Excellent. Well, our first contestant,
Ah,
Casey
yeah.
Parsons.
The great Casey Parsons.
Hello. Hello, Batman.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you? Hi, Rob.
I'm here.
Topic to draw today might be.
Do I get to choose?
And here is his
Ah,
opponent.
There he is.
Rookwood.
And his opponent,
You.
Hugh Rookwood.
There we go.
What's
Hugh,
going
thank
on,
you so much.
bullies?
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
All right. I will leave you in London Batman's capable hands for the duel.
Batman.
Now, Hugh, I see you have a second camera up. Is that to watch art?
Is that what we're supposed to do or no?
It's entirely up to you.
I don't know. I don't know what this setup was for you guys, so you guys let me know.
I have another
I don't
camera
have to.
on
Do
my
you have
art
another
too.
camera?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to switch over.
I'm trying to figure out.
Depending how good the drawing is. I haven't started anything.
Okay.
You should both have blank papers or else it's cheating.
Yeah, blank.
What I'll do, Hugh, I'll bring yours in. There we go.
Yep.
And just make sure the mic is muted. Oh, it is. Good. Oh, or it's gone.
Yeah, I'll just, I mean, it's just a blank piece of paper right now, but I'll switch the camera over.
Okay.
What just happened?
Looks like you kicked yourself out of the room.
Yeah, it looks like I just did. Sorry about that.
Hey, no
Bullies.
worries.
Oh, no. Technical difficulties already.
Yes. Okay, Batman, it's all yours. When Hugh gets a camera back up, I'll shoot it into the feed.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Gentlemen,
How you doing?
I'm doing most excellent. How's everyone doing today at CK Expo online?
Yeah,
I'm
good.
doing good, buddy. Doing good.
Oh, we're
Just
How's the
trying.
weather in,
excellent. Always glad to hear that, especially during these troubled times of the pandemic.
You're out in Calgary, right, Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how's it out there?
It's cold right now.
Cold enough to get
Has it-
snow.
Yep. I wish all of this stuff would stop.
April,
Yeah.
but it's Canada, so it's expected.
Mm.
Winter goes till about June. Yeah.
This is
What
valid.
do we-
I've seen a blizzard in June.
So what are we drawing?
All right, so they really left it up to me to really make up what's going on as I go. So I was thinking what we should do is probably have you both sketch the exact same thing, obviously, but what do we have you sketch? What do we make you pit your separate talents against each other with? So I was thinking something obscure, but something that everyone can get behind. So what are your liked interests, guys? What do you have that you like that are your same interests in common? Do you have like, just name off the things you like to read, like to watch? Are you watching Invincible? Did you see Mortal Kombat?
No.
I've seen
Well, then,
Invincible.
no
That's
spoilers.
amazing.
We're not going to go into
Yeah.
that. We can't draw nothing about that.
I was tempted. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah.
I'm hearing mixed reviews on that one.
Invincible is really good though.
Yeah, Invincible
I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, and our
Invincible.
Canadian boy John Lamb worked on that show.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a good friend of both of ours. Another Canadian he's out in like Vancouver way.
Doing it well, buddy.
Canadian.
Coast to coast.
That's it. Tell a friend.
Yeah.
All
Are
right.
you
Well, how
caught up?
about The Mandalorian? Did you watch that?
Yeah. Watch
Yeah.
the Mandalorian.
Watch
All right. Well, there's
Mandalorian.
something we
Yeah.
have in common. All right. So, what's a character from The Mandalorian that you guys would feel comfortable drawing?
I've drawn that guy behind you there a few times.
Oh, you mean my new sidekick?
Baby Yoda.
The last one got hurt, so we're hoping this one works out a little better.
All right.
All right,
We got
gentlemen. I
limited.
think we figured out a subject for our sketch off.
Mm-hmm.
I want me a Baby Yoda.
Ooh,
Okay, I think we can do Baby Yoda. All right.
It must be adorable.
It must be adorable.
It must be appealing to our audience.
Woohoo.
Your audience
Wow.
must go.
Huge will be.
They'll be like, not mine.
I switch to my desk.
My baby Yoda will be truly evil. No.
Oh, I'm loving this now. This is how it should be done. You should see the sketch happening as it goes. All right.
All right, baby Yoda. Then I think that sounds like a smoother plan.
I think we can do it.
All right.
What do we have? 10 minutes to draw this.
You feel comfortable doing it in 10 minutes?
I don't know. Whatever.
Are you a speed sketcher or are you more of a detail artist?
It's whatever you
I think
guys.
we're we adapt to the situation.
Exactly.
All right. Tell you what. We'll start it for the first one. We'll do 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
It is currently 3:08 in the Batcave. We will drop the pencils at 3:18.
10-minute Baby Yoda sketch. Okay. This is not a lot of time.
It is not a lot of time. I wouldn't feel comfortable drawing something that quick. It'd be a messy sketch for someone like me, that's for sure. But you guys, I expect great things from you.
We got to make it truly great, Casey.
Okay. As long as it's just perfect, right? It's got to be perfect. That's
perfect is a, matter of perception, really. I just want adorable.
Adorable. Baby Yoda.
10 minutes. Speed draw.
You have 10 minutes. 1 minute has elapsed already. You have 9 minutes now. No pressure, guys.
No pressure, eh?
No pressure at all.
I'm feeling a little pressure. The world is watching. No mistakes. Every mark must count.
No, all the mistakes.
Man, Casey, I love watching you sketch, man. It's like watching something in fast forward.
Well, yeah, I would normally take more time on.
And Hugh, you're just powering through with the detail. I love it. That's how I draw.
Is Hugh coloring already?
Don't you worry about him. You worry about your own work.
Hugh's already on his third drawing.
No, not even.
You're fast, man. You're a beast at this stuff.
We just having fun, man.
Yeah,
that's the whole point, boys.
It's kind of cool.
Providing entertainment for the masses, showing off your talent, and making something adorable.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess, but.
So when you were watching The Mandalorian, episode 16, did you cry too?
I didn't cry. I mean, I was nostalgically
you
happy.
Well up with emotion?
No. No, it takes a lot to make me cry.
Because I weeped like a baby.
Seriously, eh? You weep like
when
a
I
baby,
saw that
eh?
green lightsaber, I wept internally, and it was such a good, validating feeling to see Luke Skywalker whooping ass. It was so awesome.
Really?
Did you see them comparing the? Did you
What's
see
that,
the comparisons with the Winter Soldier actor?
Oh yeah, I did see the deep fake. Yeah, it was actually just a little bit better. I was surprised.
Yeah, because he actually looks a lot like. They can make him look a lot like Luke.
I think so.
Pretty amazing. Because they got an actor, right, that looked like Luke to, and then they kind of superimposed the CGI Luke face on there.
But the fact that they had Mark Hamill do it himself, I'm just down with that too.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Like, what's next though? Like, what are they gonna do? Like after this? Isn't it young
with the Book
Obi-Wan?
of Fett, we can only assume some shenanigans on Tatooine.
I'll be honest, I didn't like Boba Fett's costume all clean and looking good.
That was interesting. And the
like,
first episode is all scratched up. Next episode, nice coat of paint. And I'm like,
it was like, what's going on? That don't look cool.
He could have done that at any point in time in his career. And he
Yeah.
decided to do it later on in life. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, nah, man, that's not. That wasn't it for me.
Yeah, it's hard after so many years of seeing the same,
Yeah.
you know, scars. You got to make sure they're in the right spot. And just like Baby Yoda here, you got to get every hair just right.
Exactly.
Or they'll know. You know, the true fans will know. They're going to count the hairs on the head.
We don't like
the obsessive compulsive types. The Sheldons. Yes, I suppose.
The diehard, true diehard fans. Yeah.
Five minutes remaining.
Dun,
Oh, yeah.
dun, 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 dun,
I don't know if you know this, but time goes slower in Calgary. So really, it's like Hugh's got extra time there.
Yeah, it's not fair. We in
Are you guys?
Star
Sorry.
Trek static warp bubbles.
Yeah.
Nice.
You guys in lockdown there, Hugh? How's it
A
out
little
there?
bit, not as bad as Ontario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got it pretty hard. I had to get my traveling papers a little while back.
Oh, apparently I didn't plug my computer, and that might help, eh? That'd be good to have the battery die. 1 minute to go.
No.
No, I'm good.
You'll lose by default.
Ba-da-da, da-da-da. I got the Mission Impossible theme in my head now.
That's
Nothing wrong with that. Throw some Limp Biscuit in there.
Then we're gonna have Mr. Noir joining us, and we'll maybe keep.
Karen Yang says, looks great so far, Hugh.
Thank you.
Linda Cheswick. Nice, Casey. Coming to life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Linda. Nathaniel Peter Wartner. Wait, Batman has feelings? I'm an orphan. You're damn right I got feelings. Feelings of vengeance. Linda Cheswick asks, are you using watercolor, Casey?
Nope, it's all ink, but I'm mixing it with water.
That's impressive.
Just ink. Good old faithful ink. And hopefully I get a chance to put correct it a little bit with some white highlights after.
One Canadian girl cosplay. Parsons Grogu is winning me over so far.
Woohoo!
Oh, geez.
2 minutes remaining, gentlemen.
Is cosplay girl dressed as Baby Yoda currently?
She hasn't stipulated what she's wearing.
I guess when you put it that way, it doesn't sound good. But I appreciate the comment, though. We're just different. Me and Hugh are quite, we work quite differently, but
the results are just absolutely amazing. We seem to have lost Hugh's camera, though.
Did we lose it?
Yep. We just got you on camera, bud. We don't have your work.
At least we can see Hugh's face. That's good. That's what we need. And you did a sketch battle the other week, right? Where you drew on the. I'm trying to keep up on those. I'm going to be on that tonight.
Oh, the sketch battling thing is really catching on in some places, huh?
Yeah, it's been the only way to kind of see people and meet up with friends and everything lately.
You got to do what you got to do in these times.
So I end up asking you about the weather and stuff when we come on. Super entertaining for the folks.
Sorry about
well,
that.
It's Canada. It's much like Gotham. It's like Mr. Freeze is here all the time. So you never know. Could be snowing in Calgary, London, Toronto, everywhere. I don't even know what it's like in Chatham, Kent right now.
But Hugh, like we'd always see you at every con, you know?
Yep, Rob confirmed. It's pretty damn cold in Chatham, Kent right now.
No camera yet, Hugh. As soon as it pops back on, I'll put it in.
No camera yet?
No.
Well, here's the thing. It took you a minute, and you've been messing with your camera away from your time, and now it is time up. Pencils down.
It's time up?
Yeah,
keep
it's not
going.
fair when he was messing with his camera. I don't think that should...
Well, I don't know what is going on.
You know what? I would like to see these finish. Why don't we just finish
You
this?
want to extend the 10-minute allotment?
Yeah, we'll let
see
them
how
go.
far they can go with this.
Exactly.
Because it looks like Casey's like rounding the bend for the win. You know, like he's got his shadow, his detail, his definition. Wow, the
There you
shadow
are,
is blowing my mind away. And here we go back to Hughes. Oh, I'm loving that. He has got some attitude, that one.
Yes. Okay, and while I'm on here real quick, I noticed John is backstage. John, there's a private chat. If you could just peek into it, can you see what I've written? I'm going to jump out.
All right. Thanks again, Rob. Alfred's on vacation, but Rob is picking up the slack.
That's Rob there?
Yep.
Should have went abstract.
Everyone's got their talent and their way of doing the thing that makes them look good. Got a realistic thing going on with Casey, and I am absolutely loving the attitude I am witnessing off a Hughes portrait here. This is an adorable baby Yoda one does not want to mess with. This one has just eaten a bunch of eggs.
My baby Yoda. Our baby Yoda.
Great. Looks really good, Hugh.
Thanks.
I shouldn't be looking. There's no time to look.
You murdering.
Yeah, we're going to remove the time. We just want you guys to just keep on going until you feel that you're done. Now, if you're like me, like you're never done. You can keep on adding and adding until you screw it up inevitably. But I think we can figure out. I think we can figure out when you're pretty much done. We'll have the audience scream stop.
It won't be like cover quality commission here, but
no.
Karen Yang, loving the different styles. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like Casey's approach is very realistic and very shadow heavy. What is that? Relief heavy? No. Oh, it's been so long since art school.
Like chiaroscuro?
Oh yes, that's the one. And then Hugh is just rocking the caricature comic aspect, which gives it more, I feel, more emotion.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, y'all, I got to jump in again for just a second.
What's up, Rob?
I noticed we have somebody backstage, and it's a bit early, but I'm going to bring him on to see what's up. Then there's John.
Who's backstage?
Welcome to the show, John.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone,
John.
wherever you are, whatever the time zone is.
Yes.
I was just been admiring the artwork from backstage, but happy to be brought out front. Yeah.
Isn't it great? I was just bringing you on. I noticed you're in a bit early.
Yeah, well, professional, right? Turn up early, be ready.
Like an
Basics.
hour early.
Am I an hour early?
Yes.
An hour early.
What? No, I didn't mean to be an hour early. I thought I was like 15 minutes
There's
early.
no cookies in that green room, sir.
That's so funny. Several times today, I've done the maths on the time difference, and still got it wrong. I mean, I may as well have not bothered doing the maths. Although with time difference, better to be late than early than late, right?
True.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm happy to go away for a bit then. I'm happy to tease everybody with my appearance and say, look, this is what you're going to get later.
There we go.
And then I'm happy to come back. I don't want to throw your schedule out and make you think that I don't know what time I'm due on. That works perfect for me to come back to make a little appearance, check my audio and video.
Right.
Just blown away by the artwork. I don't know if you can see it because I'm sorry, my camera's on wide, but can you see this little sketch here?
Here, 1 second. Let me try this. Where are you? There you are.
I can't get access to my yeah,
there we go.
Thank you. So I taught myself to draw last year as a challenge. And that was my kind of best thing I did, which is a self-portrait of myself. So I never draw, and I couldn't draw. And I spent about 5 weeks teaching myself the basics. And,
that's your
so
first?
this is
Good
fascinating.
job, man. Well done.
Thank
you. I did it live on a stream as a kind of learning experience.
Oh,
I'm currently teaching myself electric guitar live on the stream. So I've adopted this thing of teaching myself stuff live on the
trades
stream.
right there.
I know. It's in the UK. That's like, is it a compliment or isn't it? It can go either way.
Oh, it has to be. Jack of all trades, but a master of none will always be better than a master of one.
I think so, and I think it's unique.
Trust me, I know a little bit about everything. I can
Half in
talk
life,
to
isn't it? It suits me to be multi-talented to some level, but watching you guys, I've got the bug again to get the sketch pad out.
Yeah, sketch with us.
Nothing wrong with that. I pulled out a sketch pad. We have the Disney Channel here, and or what is it? The Disney streaming, Disney Plus. And as soon as I watched Gargoyles again, I filled up a sketchbook with Demona and Goliath, and just went to town. Oh, look at that! Loving it, Hugh. What do you think, John?
My camera keeps
John,
tipping.
I will let you do what you need to do. You're welcome to sit and watch. And if you're good to come back in about an hour.
I will come back in an hour. That's perfect. Thank you for helping me hide my time faux pas.
No,
so I'll just hit this leave studio button here.
Exactly. And
I look forward to hello everyone watching the stream as well. Hello. Sorry to butt in. I shall now butt out. And butt back in an hour.
This is the fun of live streaming. You don't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. And from my point of view, all I did was go from the room next door into this room. So it's
you traveled.
No great loss, is it? It's great. Guys, London Batman, Casey Parsons and Hugh, fantastic stuff. I look forward to catching up and seeing the finished stuff later on. Enjoy the rest of your stream, and I will see you soon, Rob.
Take care, bud.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go. All right.
Nice.
Back to the main event.
All the way from the UK.
We've got some impressive talent on this show today. I saw Stevel's interview with Kevin. Oh, so cool.
Yeah, I was just catching the end of him and with Sarah Booth.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's so nice.
Yeah, that was cool. I watch him while I was setting up, scrambling around.
That is one angry baby Yoda. Or Grogu in this case. I should keep my nerd card up.
Grogu. What a weird name. Was that the audience chosen the name? Grogu?
I don't know.
I'll bet you anything was like one of those, like a bunch of verbs and nouns in a hat, and you pulled two out.
Probably, I could see that.
Lucas hasn't really been like really original with his names. I've noticed it sounds more like baby talk, but I think that's what they're trying to go back to with the Mandalorian, is the way Lucas used to do things.
Yeah, he kind of mixed a lot of world religions and stuff into.
Oh yeah, blendered that crap. why I think it's so appealing to so many different types of people. Got a little bit of everything for everyone. It's awesome. Oh, I'm noticing that the live camera has an actually better timekeeping option than the clock I'm using in the Batcave. I should have done that. But then, of course, the whole camera shutting down on Hugh was kind of a bit of a handicap for him. That's not cool.
Oh, that's all right. It is what it is.
It happened. Like Rob said, during a live thing, anything can happen.
It's tough too when we didn't know what we're drawing and you start from scratch like that. Like it's extra.
Well, I think that's impressive for you guys to be put both on the spot and to come up with both unique and amazing pieces on the fly, the drop of a hat, with a little bit of encouragement from the background.
Oh, there's my phone going again. I don't know what's going on. It won't stay on the broadcast.
That is just an amazing show of talent, gentlemen. I'm impressed. I could not do that.
Well, it's magic,
Human magic. Been painting on caves and walls for millions of years. Art, statues. Man, I miss art class.
Yeah, I miss all that too. Even just like that thought of being in a studio with a bunch of people again.
Mm-hmm.
Like I crave that. Went to the Illustration Academy in Kansas a couple years ago. It was just like, kind of learn some new techniques and kind of refresh and hang out with some superstars. It was such an amazing experience. Like that made me cry, like trying to leave,
Well, that's a good reason to. That's a good life experience to have.
Yeah. Like it was so hard to leave. Like I want to live here now.
Yep, camera's working again, Hugh.
Sorry about that, guys.
Don't worry about it, man. I was going to tell you, but I also didn't want to draw away from your attention.
No, I had to, man. It's like,
whoa, check this out. Those are cute little gremlins you guys are drawing. Whoa.
Truly.
Amazing. Hey, Hugh, how are you? Casey, what's up, Doc?
Hello, Doctor.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be an evil sketch duel. I mean, like the gremlins, I guess, are evil. Yeah, okay. It's like Mogwai, right?
Evil.
It's only evil when you're around, Doctor.
Oh my gosh, it's a talking transformer. You're like a Michael Bay
roll out.
Yeah.
Have a computer on board.
That computer coming online.
Whoa.
Okay, wait a minute. What's he doing here?
Hey,
I know, he's snuck on.
No, you.
What kind of show are you handling here, Rob?
I don't know.
Evil geniuses breaking into our feed.
I make this show better.
What kind of security system have you got going there?
Down.
It ain't brother.
If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't even have a show. No one would be watching, except maybe.
There we go. Okay.
Much better.
Finally.
I don't know what's going on, but he keeps hacking his way in, so I gotta keep kicking him out.
You gotta keep an eye on that guy. Pam Ortiz says, "Wow, Hugh and Casey, those are incredible drawings. Heart emoji and thumbs up emoji."
Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers.
But Casey's murdering it right now.
Karen Yang, once again, good luck to who has to choose the winner of the sketch duel. Those are both winners. Fantastic job, Hugh and Casey.
We're all winners here, except for Dr. Steve there. we're all winners.
Well, I feel like a winner. I get to hang out with these two talented, awesome guys.
Dun, 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 dun.
And now I've got the Mission Impossible song stuck in my head. So that's going to happen afterward.
That's what Hugh did to psych us out.
Did I do that?
Okay. I'm going to jump back out again. I'll probably pop back in about 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
Along with Hugh's camera.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
To bring Hugh's artwork back.
Yeah, no doubt. Your camera
just went out again.
Yep. Dude, don't worry. Just focus and
just do your thing.
When we come back in 10 minutes, we'll look at the finished product.
You guys are so like lucky to have an extra like 20 minutes out of your 10-minute time.
Yeah.
But extra detail.
These are looking amazing.
What
Right?
would we have drawn 3 Baby Yodas? If we did 10-minute increments or?
No. I would have picked something else. Like
Well,
in lieu of like how it's freezing and snowing in Canada, I would like a Mr. Freeze picture next. But we're running out of time.
Running out of time. So it always feels.
Casey, can you push your portrait up a couple of centimeters? I just want to see. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I ended up going horizontal. Then I didn't change the camera here.
That's okay. If you want to move it back for your own purposes, that's okay. I just wanted to see a little bit more of the bottom there. But if you got to put it back down for your drawing purposes, don't let me interfere.
All good. All good.
I don't want to be a bossy moderator.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I used to do this all the time live, but now I do it behind a camera and a cell phone. That sort of thing.
You moderated like live stuff at conventions?
Yeah, they usually like, I'll be minding my own business, you know, talking to my Bat fans and hugging people and hanging out, taking pictures. And then all of a sudden the organizers will go, yes, we need someone to host the costume contest on stage right now. Would you be interested in that, Mr. Batman? And I'm like, for you guys, anything. And I literally get thrown to the wolves and do my thing. And they treat me good because of it. So I think that's kind of why I got to be asked to do this today.
I remember doing that once for like a sketch duel, like being asked. It was like really last minute. And I guess somebody couldn't go on stage or whatever, so I was asked. I think I won. I can't remember which one it was though, but I think I won the duel, which was kind of fun.
Nice. Welcome back, Rob.
I had to jump in real quick. There we go. Because one of the things I never ever got to do was tell Hugh where his artwork was.
Oh, show and tell.
Right? So let me see if I can flip this or I just turned it off.
Where's the artwork?
Camera.
Hey Hugh, that was a sweet variant you did for Orca the Great White North too. I wanted to say.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
That was a good project. I just got mine in the mail last week.
Woo-hoo!
There we go. So yeah, this is where your artwork is, buddy. I got my Star Wars because I am a Star Wars junkie. And then right there.
Oh, Vader, force choking force choking Deadpool.
Yes.
That is amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I love that art.
And Hugh always goes the extra mile too, right?
Oh, big time. Wait a second. There we go. Keep me in the center.
I've got a good friend. He always says nice stuff about Hugh. Like Hugh sent me art, but like he packed it full of other stuff and gave me all these prints.
Well, people. Yeah. People when they support you, man. Greatly appreciate it.
Especially these times, right? Like it's just so nice. Like
times are
people have been amazing.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna jump out on this feed, but I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Anyone who spends money on me, I really appreciate that.
Yeah. I hear that. I get it. We've got a good community here. It's like very
we do.
Generous, supportive.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I've learned a lot, like watching how you guys behave. Like I jumped into this industry, kind of late. I've learned a lot from watching.
It's very important to have that.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Is that him cutting out, or?
Yeah, I think he froze.
Well, he really wants us to do Mr. Freeze. That's why.
Truly.
He's freezing up. I'm having a good time now. Now it's that 10-minute pressure's off.
Well,
I'm kind of just taking my time and enjoying this.
yeah. I was like, oh, flip. Because 10 minutes, my strokes would have been a little more.
Yeah, both hands, feet.
Yeah, like my strokes would have been a little more on time. But, okay.
Just jumping back in because Sky's been very still for a minute, and that's not like him.
Yeah, he froze there, I think.
Yes.
His back computer needs a tune-up.
He usually does not sit still that long and not say anything. So I'm not
Hello.
sure.
Yeah, that's me. Sky's kind of useless, okay? He makes this thing feel like a funeral. Both of you guys are doing freaking fantastic. Look at that. Casey, you are really killing it with your live like figurine. And Hugh, I've seen it before you went off the air and your camera sketching. You're both doing amazing. Wow.
Thank
I would
you.
pay like millions of dollars for each of your
Truly.
sketches. Sadly, due to COVID and stuff, I've got nothing left. But it's implied.
We still love you, man.
We do. Oh, and I'm going to return my love
We
to
still
both
love
of you. Yeah.
We still love you.
Yeah. Still, say goodbye, doctor.
We'll take a
There we
post-dated
go.
check,
The doctor's gone. Oh. And maybe we have London Batman back.
London Batman.
There he is. Now, I do
And I'm
notice
back.
there is
What-
about three extra people in our green room. Did they want to jump in now, or are they going to wait?
Sorry about that,
You're
gentlemen.
welcome.
If you want to
Interruption
jump
in
in
the
now,
back
just shake
wave.
your head because I can see your screens. And they're not shaking. Oh, someone just did it. The only one that don't know is Sam.
He might not have his headphones in yet.
Oh, we got him in. I can see
There
he's
we
shaking.
go.
his head. Did you want to jump early, Sam? Yeah. Okay.
Hello,
There's
how's everyone?
Sam.
Hey.
How you doing?
Awesome Yoda. I'm just looking at Casey's Yoda.
Is that Sam? The one?
Right?
Hey Hugh, what you drawing? I jumped in a little late, so what are you drawing? What you got cooking there?
We got a baby Yoda too, but my camera's acting the fool. I don't know why.
Oh, gotcha.
It keeps kicking out.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully we can have a look at that before the end of your live draw. This is awesome, Robert. Happy to be here. Happy to at least have a virtual version of CK Expo. So,
right.
Once things settle down a little, be wonderful to be back in Chatham, Kent, in person. Get some of that good pizza.
Right.
Oh.
What's the name of that pizza place, by the way? It keeps slipping my mind.
Constantino's.
Ah, there we go. Worth it to go to Chatham, Kent, just for the Constantino's.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, wow. There's the camera's back. Look at that.
Now this is the show.
Okay, I'm going to do this. And first, there's Hughes.
Loving that. Look at the attitude of that little guy.
That's awesome.
I do love the expression, Hugh. That expression says it a million.
Well,
don't mess with me. I eat baby aliens.
He might be a baby, but don't let me force choke you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It's like, I've stood here for this pose long enough. Hurry up and finish the drawing.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
He's like, that guy's not sharing his cookies.
Nope.
Those cookies are coming to me.
I'm not impressed. You know?
His frog eggs.
But honestly, Casey's piece is just crazy. Just crazy.
See, London Batman nailed it. You guys have two completely different styles because Casey's got that shadow realism and you have the amazing cartoon caricature. Like,
Yeah, Hugh can do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always
I've always been impressed by
that
artists that can use negative space like that.
Hugh's very versatile. For those who have seen his more recent kids' books about Canada's first black cowboy, it's quite surprising when you're used to seeing his sort of more dynamic line work in his action adventure superhero comic stuff.
Oh, guys, like, it's all drawing, right? It really is. It's just all drawing. So,
oh yeah,
whether you're drawing children's books or you're drawing, it all flows from the same thing,
Totally. Human expression made by hand. So cool.
And Casey, I know, has a fine art background, so he really brings that classicism to his work. Are you working in oils today, Casey?
Oh no, it's just ink right now because it was a short.
Oh really? Wow.
Right? You should have seen the beginning. It literally looked like he was on fast forward. Karen Yang says the eyes on Casey's are so expressive.
Yes.
They emote. Well done. Karen Yang says, but loving the attitude of Hughes, don't mess with this one.
Yeah, I love Hughes. Expression Hughes got is killer. Yeah, great.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do, why don't you guys, if you guys want to keep sketching, feel free. We've got a couple more people to bring in for our next topic. And we have a moderator. I'm going to bring him in if he is, where is he? There he is. Let's welcome Eric Anthony from the Cave of Solitude.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thank you for having me.
How's it going?
How's it going, Eric?
Thanks for being here.
You, Casey, London Batman. Hey, Rob.
And then someone else for the topic. Here is Dax. Dax, how's it going?
Hey, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Thanks for having me.
Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave you guys alone. London Batman, did you want to stick around?
There was a question in there. What do you say, Rob?
Did you want to stick around for this panel?
What's the panel about?
There goes
about
my camera
making
again.
comics.
About making comic books. Oh.
Did you want to stick around or do you want to watch?
You know what? I gotta do something. So why don't you put it on watch so I can watch this?
You got it. All right. Pulling you out for a minute. And there we go. And then I will leave this up to Eric. And I'm going to go call our third guest and see why he's not online yet.
Fired.
Alphonse.
Yep. It's all yours, Eric. Take her away.
Gentlemen, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Nice to hear your voice and see you.
Pardon me?
Nice to hear your voice and see you.
Oh, thank you, Casey. That's a beautiful piece. Even yours, Hugh. It's Baby Yoda is always awesome. I think it always brings like comfort for people to see it, and both of your versions of it are really nice.
Thank you.
We're waiting for one more person to be here?
Yeah, but we can get started.
Okay, yeah, you're right. We can't get started.
We're live on the air, so
that's right. So I've just joined the broadcast. So I'm Eric Anthony of the Cave of Solitude podcast. I'm happy to be here for the virtual CKX, the ultimate fan experience. This is the Creating Comics panel. So why don't we then get started with everybody that's on the panel here? Maybe we'll start with Casey and go across the screen. Just tell us a little bit about who you are, what you're working on, books that you've recently finished, or things that we can be looking forward to that you're in the process of making right now.
Okay, that's a loaded question. Well, we've just finished printing the latest issue of Cauldron. Sam's holding it up there, so that's issue 4 of our
Very
anthology.
Nice.
You got the Paul Lim Henkel cover.
Are there kids in the audience? I think we have a censored version here too. So
Censored version, yeah. It's the NSFW cover.
Yeah, I put a post-it note over the dirty bits, so we're good. I'll just
the
hold
bathing
that up.
suit areas, yeah. So I wrote a story in this one, and I did a few pages of art. I did Sam's Dweller in the Cellar segment, that bookend inside the, bookend the stories, and the credits page as well. So I kind of stepped back from doing like a bigger art role in this one. But, me, Sam, Shane, and Ricky are very proud of our Cauldron book. So we got that going on. And basically, I've been doing a lot of covers and pinups and commission work lately. And can't say too much about the covers, but I've done, Haha #1. I did a variant for that. I Breathe the Body from Aftershock. Did a variant for that. I've got a few more coming out soon. Yeah.
You also did a variant cover for Little Bird, if I remember correct. Is that right?
Yeah, that was kind of the first, to me, like my first big sort of break. Like, and we had no idea how good that title was going to be or how big, that book was going to get. It was just almost sheer luck. They were looking at 10 different books they could put me and Mike Ruth on, and it just happened to be Little Bird. Which was just, so thankful for that.
Yeah, that book's been,
book.
Yeah, it's an excellent book. It's awesome to see you had a beautiful variant cover in that as well.
What's crazy about that too is like me and Mike were the only ones who did variants for that. There were two from Ian Bertram, and then me and Mike were the only guys who did variant covers on that until the, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, printings came out. Then they were doing more.
And your variants are available in the gorgeous hardcover collection of Little Bird, which I proudly have on my shelf at home.
That's right. Yeah.
Alfonso.
And did you mention I Breathe the Body as well, available at GothamCentralComics.com?
That's right, Gotham Central. Yeah.
Hey, Alfonso, welcome.
Hey.
How's it going? Alfonso.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying to set up my camera here.
We can see you.
You really don't want to.
Hugh, how about you? What have you been working on recently?
Well, I've been doing some variants too. Working on a couple variants and stuff. I don't know if I can announce. Am I allowed to announce what I'm doing? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can announce those. But
maybe
I'm
play it safe.
Doing some stuff with Jack Gilio, Dominion Jack, and have some stuff going on like that. We also have another children's book coming out at Red Barn Books. And it's the story of Florence Ledoux. She was a trick writer. And it ties into like when the Calgary Stampede first started and all that kind of stuff too. So that's pretty cool. We got, I got also Paper Rock Scissors. That campaign just finished. And so I'm working on the 4th issue and want to get that done for summertime. And yeah.
Busy man.
Just
right now, away. Baby Yoda.
Right now, yeah, Baby Yoda. Just working away.
Sam,
and when's Dominion Jack coming out? Hugh?
When I get some stuff done.
We're looking forward to that.
I got to talk to Jack more about that, but there's a big surprise with that, but I can't say. But it's coming along awesome. I'm really happy and excited about it. Sam, I still need you to make one of them crazy dolls for me.
Oh, it's in the works, my friend.
Action figures.
It's in the works, my friend. The materials are in the ether.
I gotta hit you up for that. Make that happen. But yeah, just keeping busy, working on keeping busy.
Excellent. Sam, how about you? You've got a lot of things in the fire right now. What are some of the things?
Yeah, Casey just mentioned Cauldron, which came back from the printers. Was it yesterday, Casey, that Shane unloaded boxes and boxes of Cauldron magazine ready to ship?
Yeah, a couple days ago, yeah.
Yeah, so we're really excited about that. Folks can go to cauldronmagazine.com just to keep up with that, or if they want to order the latest issue or any of the back issues, they can go over to raid.world, where they can also pick up, hot off the press, Ballyskillin, my contemporary fantasy series with co-creator Andrew Dorland, featuring augmented reality animation as part of the story. So very, very proud of this, and very, very proud of how Andrew, my studio mate at Raid, has been pushing the envelope of how we define comics. He's also an animator, so the fact that we're using augmented reality to enhance the storytelling, not just as a novelty. So basically, it's about a washed-up bartender who loses his pub in a bet and becomes the human agent of a hidden fairy community. So there's even one sequence where, you know, you look at it through your phone, through the phone camera, and you can see who's a hidden fairy character. So kind of neat little storytelling things like that. And coming up on Kickstarter, my webcomic collecting fan fiction and fandemonium single issues. The collected volume of pop culture parody comics is going to be called Fandemic. And yeah, go over to Kickstarter and look up Fandemic. It's pandemic with an F, basically.
Very nice.
You're a beast.
Alfonso, give us a little rundown of some of the things you've been working on and things we can look forward to.
Hey, absolutely, yes. Before anything, I want to say thank you and hello to everybody. I can see the happy cartons right there. Hugh in the center. Hugh in the center doing mighty work like always. This is amazing. Sam Noer, of course, great knowledge, great photos, great updates all the time. We have Dax. Of course, I don't have the I don't have the honor to meet him, but I'm so happy to be with this great lineup of guys around here, especially right now here at the CK Expo, the virtual CK Expo. This is the second one, right, or something like that. But
I'm not sure.
Anyway,
it's nice to meet you too, Alfonso.
Sorry about that. What I've been working on, I've been working on a little bit of everything, though. I've been in doing a little bit of everything from creating the new stories, doing continuation of the current stories that we have, and of course, keep going on the printing part, right? For the ones that they don't know, I do run Studio Comics Press, that is the independent publishing company. We're based in Kitchener-Waterloo, right here, right on the heart of Kitchener-Waterloo, at the Frederick Mall. And basically what we have is a comic book store that is most likely dedicated to support independent artists, from the creation of the comics to printing to publishing to all in between. I got the honor a few times to actually print number 1 of Cauldron magazine when they started. I'm so happy to say that. I'm so happy to see that the project at the Cauldron magazine is going wild, and I'm so happy.
That's
to
awesome.
See. Yes,
and given the fact that the topic is making comics, for folks out there that want to make their own comics, they have a one-stop shop in which to print, publish, and even sell their comics at Studio Comics Press.
That's great.
Online as well, correct?
What a great idea.
Yes. Right now, due to this pandemic restrictions and all the stuff that we have to take care of course, we've been taking some certain precautions, and of course, we've been doing some few changes around here. But overall, we still in moving. We're still moving. We're still producing. We're still active in there. I mean, not as much. It's a little bit complicated for me to be online again as much as I used to before. Right now, there's another set of activities that comes with having an actual business that it comes to, of course, like checking on the specifics that you have to worry about before going online and start publishing stuff. But overall, when it comes to the activities, printing and things that we are producing, we still like going strong. We going forward. This is fantastic, and it's like, I don't know. For artists, I have seen a lot of artists producing even more stuff, and that fills my heart with joy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a good year for that aspect of creating. Everyone's been inspired and putting out whatever project they wanted to do. They're using Kickstarter to reach people, so it is really nice. And everyone seems to be getting their projects funded for the most part, so that's really exciting as well.
Absolutely.
Dax, how about you? What are you working on? I know you've got a weekly webcomic. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yes.
Sure. First off, I kind of liked it when the screen was really big, because I was really getting into Casey's whites there on the highlights, just killing it. So I do a webcomic called Forest Folk. and it's basically my homage or throwback to the morning comic strip kind of stuff you see in the newspaper, right? So it's I remember growing up with that kind of stuff, and that was like super inspirational to me, and pinning them up on the wall and whatnot, and so it was one of my influences in my art career. So when kind of the stars aligned, there it is, that's a drawing. When the stars aligned, and I was able to kind of get out of my own head, I was able to start up that webcomic, and it's been going for almost, I think, 5 years now. So long time going. Just having fun with it.
That's great. So a question for everybody. Again, we'll go down the line. But you all, what you have in common is making comics, but your approach to making comics and the type of things that you work on are all slightly different in the way that you publish it. And for instance, in Dak's case, you do something weekly. So for Dax, in the case of Forest Folk, you're delivering a weekly installment of Filbert the Fox and Thomas the Sketching Elf.
Yeah.
What have been the challenges or benefits for you of building an audience in that form of storytelling?
Right. Well, I mean, originally it wasn't about building an audience. Like 5 years ago, it was just kind of, like I said, about getting out of my head. I'm sure most artists have been there. When it's getting your own IP and doing your own thing, like work is one thing, but when it comes to creating your own, idea and putting it out there, I suffered something which all of us probably have at some point, called like what is it? Paralysis by analysis. So just overanalyzing your own stuff and not thinking it's good enough to get out there or ready enough to get out there. And through speaking with some friends and kind of colleagues at the time and stuff, the whirlwind ended up just saying, okay, just put something out there. And I was like, you know what? I think I can manage doing 1 page of a comic a week. We'll start there and see how it goes. So as I started doing that, I just literally, and I'm terrible with the tech stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll make like a .com later. I don't have that yet. I'll do a Facebook page because I have that Facebook account. So I'll make a Facebook page. So I started posting there, and at about issue or page 30 or 40, I bought a .com and then attached it to a Tumblr. So I've got like the forcefolkcomic.com. And from there, it's just, I haven't really, I engage with the fans that message and the ones that are really into it. I love talking to them, but I've never really been kind of out there, like trying to say, hey, make sure you read this, make sure you read this. I just kind of put it up for me and people have like enjoyed it. So I don't actually know how big the fan base is for it or if they're appreciating it or whatever, but the ones that speak and like the comic do. So I'm happy with that.
And you're about to embark on a new journey to bring Forest Folk to print, aren't you, Dax?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I was in talks with Raid for about 2 years now. And when I joined them, Ramon came up to me and he was like, we want to get into this publishing thing and we think that it'd be cool, because he knew I was interested in publishing it. And I just hadn't got around to doing the Kickstarter on my own and stuff like that. And so I said, yeah, I'd love to be a part of that. It'd be great. So we're kind of coming in and going in the general direction of making the Kickstarter for Forest Folk, which I believe is in the middle of May. We're launching, Sam. We're working on that. Yeah,
mid-May. So all folks have to do is head over to Kickstarter and type in Forest Folk in the search bar, and they'll get the pre-launch page where they can get notified upon launch. And while you're at it, search Fandemic as well and get notified with that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
a dual launch there in May.
That's a good reminder too, Dax, for people that may be watching, that first you have to enjoy what you're doing for you. And the rest will kind of fall into place. Because if you're, I think, chasing to be a crowd pleaser, it might become much more, that paralysis might set in even more than just doing what you love. And
no, that's true.
Now for you, it's coming together. So that's great.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a really cool feeling to have, because I've, you spend your whole life as drawing and as an artist and stuff, and I've never actually had anything printed that's mine. You know what I mean? Like this will be the first thing that's my IP, and I can hold a book and say, hey, look, this is mine. So it's a really cool experience. I just hope the Kickstarter goes well. Fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes, but I'm feeling positive about it. So the response so far has been really good. So we'll see.
That's great. In the case of Sam and Casey, you guys have collaborated together and with a few other people through Cauldron and some of your other books, doing something like an anthology like Cauldron. what were some of the pros and the learning curves of getting a book like that together when you have so many moving parts, but there's so much talent as well to kind of organize and go through when you're putting together something like that? Because I know for a lot of people, anthologies is something that they consider more and more doing.
Yeah, I guess I can. I think we've learned a lot each issue. Like we've kind of, just by doing, you encounter errors and problems that you have to solve kind of on the fly, and we've tried to solve them and then bring those solutions into each subsequent issue. And like you say, there's a lot of people in the project. Like that's one of the difficulties, is getting everybody, kind of working at the same time and getting all the stuff in and getting it all to spec. Like working at a magazine size is even kind of a difficult transition for some, because everyone's working at different sizes or working digitally, and you got to make sure that the proportions are right, and there's all kinds of things like that, and like watching your bleeds, and there's all kinds of little things on the editing publishing side of it, and it's going through a lot of hands too. Like we're all kind of looking at it and trying to make sure we're putting out the best product we can. We've learned a lot along the way. I'm sure Sam wants to elaborate on that. But.
Yeah, well, basically, my advice for those looking to start making comics is to start with an anthology. Start with a short comic. Start with 2 pages, 4 pages, 1 page, 5 page, 8 pages. Something bite-sized that you can feel accomplished by creating a satisfying beginning, middle, and end in short form that you actually get done. I talk to a lot of folks with aspirations for comics, and all they want to do often is, oh, here's my idea for a 500-page graphic novel or a 12-volume graphic novel series. But it's like a marathon, right? You gotta start small. You got to start, with a 1K, a 2K, a 5K before you do a marathon. So the wonderful thing is there's a lot of anthologies out there, including locally here in Toronto. Toronto Comics Anthology was one of the wonderful ones, and it's partly one of the anthologies I got my start in, along with Monstrosity, Steampunk Originals, Hogtown Horror. There's a bunch more, but these days you can go online when you're starting off. Even if you're a writer who's searching for an artist, often these anthologies will pair you off and give you editorial input too, which is important. It'll give you a community. For me, that's the most important thing. Finding that tribe, finding that community online or in person that supports you, much like you guys here are my tribe. Like we've been on the circuit together forever. And actually, Dax is now, I'm now a member of Raid Studio. Dax, do you have anything to say in terms of how joining a collective or a studio has helped you in the process of making comics?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I joined Raid about 2 years ago, but I'm a satellite member because I live in Welland, Niagara Falls area, and they're Toronto, obviously. So before the pandemic, I would go up quite often for meetings and hangouts and stuff like that. But of course, since the pandemic, it's been kind of hard. But I mean, just being around, I mean, all you know is being around that many creatives, it just kind of washes over you and kind of it gives you ideas for certain things, and you can bounce ideas off of certain people. And then of course, with my insecurities about doing a Kickstarter on my own, not knowing how do I get all that started technically, what hoops do I have to jump through to make that happen? That kind of stuff that's my weakness. That's my kryptonite. So I kind of tend to go, oh boy, pump the brakes. But of course, with all those people there, giving you tips and pointers and helping. And of course, even like Sam is playing a huge role in this Kickstarter with Raid, helping set it up because of his experience. And it's just, I can't say enough about it. It's an incredible help for sure.
So you guys would agree for the most part that being part of a collective, whether it's Raid or another studio, or even in your case, Alfonso, with Studio Comics Press, the support that you're getting from people is really what could make the make or break it for a lot of these aspirational creators, right? Having that support system behind you and kind of showing you here are some of the pitfalls and things you can avoid is so much more helpful than just trying to go into it on your own.
100% absolutely, Eric. Yes.
Yeah.
Or even the
it's just
family you create too, right? You can create a family around. I think Casey, you pretty much had a second life in comics, shall we say, once you joined Cauldron, right? Finding that tribe, so to speak, finding the family that we've kind of created around Cauldron.
Well, Artist Alley kind of does that too, right? You start finding like minds, and like I was saying before, it's a very inclusive, supportive community. So if you're willing and you put yourself out there, I mean, it's, you know, everybody wants to kind of help each other and put out good products and see more work being produced. So it's just kind of like putting in the work and networking and marketing and putting yourself out there. It is for the first time you do it, it is kind of scary, but I think it's like half the battle is just doing the work, and then, like you say, it'll take care of itself. Like, you know.
But I know you were struggling prior to that. You had a comics project where you were trying your best to do, I guess, what you thought was traditional comics in terms of black and white line art, shall we say. But then coming over to Cauldron, having a short format in which to play with, you got to bring in your classical painting training, which I think brought you to a whole new level in terms of creating and finding your own voice in comics.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what you were saying before. Yeah, it's true. Like, I jumped into kind of a big project, and, you know, kind of ended up quitting that project in a way, because it was just, not going how I hoped. And I was kind of learning so much on the fly. But, you know, if you're doing a big project and you're just starting out, it's like your style may change so much, and you have to kind of keep the book consistent. You know, there was a lot of problems there, and it was a learning experience. Just doing it is you learn so much just by trying things and doing things. But Cauldron, was that perfect opportunity to experiment and like kind of like step back and like try these shorter little experiments and see what felt right, and get my feet wet more with storytelling and how I wanted to play with ink, and, you know, all those kind of things, and you know, telling a story, putting a page together, all that stuff. Learned a lot doing Cauldron. Still learning.
Yeah, that's I think the key for people to remember is that first time out might be growing pains. You got to just go through that first, and then the next time around you'll get that line better, or that dialogue better if you're a writer. Hugh, I have a question for you. When I think of your art style, it makes me think of classic superhero comics that I would immediately want to buy the book based off of your almost movie poster like art that you create. It's very full of energy. It's got that kinetic, dynamic style, but you adapted recently something different to the rock, paper, scissors, and stuff war, which is for a younger reader, but it deals with somewhat mature themes in the sense that they're serious topics that people kind of, you know, it's a great gateway for children to learn about some world issues. How did you adapt what would be more of like that superhero, muscular bound style to something catered to kids so that they could, you know, read and follow along?
Well, you know, first and foremost, like, Lou's writing is just amazing. So it just brought out a lot, you know, and talking with Lou and stuff like that, and where he was going with the book and stuff like that. You know, being paper, rock, scissors, and the kind of style that we were looking for, like the dynamic, the energy that I bring is into paper, rock, scissors is like the same if I was like doing Dominion Jack, if I was doing anything else. It's only a different style or a different approach in the look of the book, but the energy is still the same for me. Like, I like movement. I like things to move. I like dynamics. I like energy. I like playing with camera angles. I want people, when they're looking at the pages, to feel inside the page, or looking at a pinup to feel like they're in the moment, you know? So when I do stuff, I always have it in my mind. I always say I don't try to draw. I try to capture moments. You know what I'm saying? So when I draw, I'm always trying to think about the moment. Like, what's the moment and the energy behind that, you know? And then I'm also looking at this, like, What's the storytelling that I'm trying to pull off here? Because every camera angle that you use, every dynamics that you use, you're saying something to the reader, right? And so that becomes very important, you know. So, you know, how when you do your establishing shot, like sometimes you're doing an establishing shot, say of a city, right? And you know, everybody or a building or something, and everybody might have just a straight on nice shot and beautiful in the buildings and everything like that. But it's like, say it's an asylum, you know, an insane asylum or something like that. You're establishing an establishing shot. What I might do is I might crop it on an angle. You know what I'm saying? I have everything on that angle. And
You're trying to
right
bring in
away,
the emotion.
so right away your mind goes, oh, something's off there. You know what I'm saying? Just by changing the camera angle and doing something, you know, look at like old, like Alfred Hitchcock movies and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He was crazy for that. You know, doing these very obscure angles, right? For stuff, because it makes your mind look, oh, something's off there. You know what I'm saying? So even in your camera angles, you're telling a story, you know, and that's just what I want to try to bring when I'm drawing. It's like, there's the dialogue, but I try to look at it as like, man, people have to read this without a dialogue, right?
Right.
So that's even harder, right? So that's when all your tricks come into play. Camera angles, everything comes into play. Your understanding of perspective, dynamic energy, all that stuff comes into play, right? So whenever I'm looking at a script, I'm always like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Pretend I can't translate this and say, oh, well, his words are going to tell that. You know what I'm saying? I got to try to make sure that I'm getting across what he's saying, even without the words, you know? So that's how I look at it, right? That's how I approach my dynamics. And it doesn't matter if it's rock, paper, scissors or the Smurfs. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't matter. Like, my approach is always the same, right? Only the style is just something different. That's all cosmetic. But when it comes to the fundamental storytelling attributes, that's what I'm always focusing on. Whether it doesn't matter whether it's rock, paper, scissors or Dominion Jack or Spider-Man or whatever, you know?
Right. So I guess sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's really cool because, I mean, I got to give respect to the different styles too. And like, I mean, that's no easy feat. I'm from an animation background, and I used to love comics, drew comics as a kid. You know what I mean? I started off like being down that route, and then I went to animation. And when I came out of animation, I tried to do comic style stuff, and that's like you know, I basically just said, no, I'm going in this direction and stayed with it. You know what I mean? Like it's impressive to be able to do multiple styles like that. I just lean into the one I feel good at.
Comic books, like sometimes I don't think people give comic books, like, you know, people see the finished artwork and stuff like that, but sometimes they don't realize just how much goes into doing comic book storytelling. Like, you have an 11 by 17 page, and you're reading this script, and the guy's like, okay, he jumps through the church window, and the pews are and the guy turns around and he fires 2 shots, and he ducks the shot while he whips the boomerang at the guy, whatever. Like, and that's the first page. You know what I'm saying? And
you got to get it all in there.
So you're a director, choreographer, lighting, action, background.
So what ends up happening is, as you get better, you start to realize when you're breaking up the script, okay, what is the most relevant thing on the page? And you want to try to give that the most dynamics. And then everything else flows through that, right? So I'll read a script, and then I'll look at like box number 5 and like, oh, money shot right there. So right away, I'm just like, okay, that's going to go right here. And I just square, you know, and then I'll work backwards. So sometimes it's not like panel 1, panel 2, and then I'm just working like that. Sometimes I'm working on what I know, oh, that's the money shot, and then I'm working other things around it. So everybody has their different approaches, you know.
But I think that's probably a good approach for beginners. Like, it seems like there's a lot of people here in the chat wanting to start comics, but that's a really good base, I would say, to listen to right there, is really read the script and think of on a per page basis where the money shot is, you know. and think about if you want to make that big on the page, or if you intentionally want to make that small but really intense, or whatever you want to do. But don't think of it as everything is the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finish the page next. That'll help you big time. Go from like mediocre to better stuff for sure.
But even your paneling and your style of paneling is pushing the mover, right?
Oh, for sure.
So you know, like we have our the traditional, traditional 6-box, but okay, well now if you notice, you're seeing like even more dynamics in paneling. You know what I'm saying? Where your stuff is shooting off in different directions, and you're doing things because it's how can you engage the reader and get them inside the action. And sometimes when you want to move with a lot of action, even your paneling is going to help you to do that, right?
For sure.
So even just going down to how you box your stuff out, that all makes a statement to your storytelling. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So it'd be important, I guess, for people who are either artists or even writers, but mainly artists, because I think they can become bogged down in the details of the story that they're telling, if it's a timepiece type of story, or there's very specific things of them perhaps having a certain type of armor, whatever the case may be. It's more important to remember that it has to feel right than necessarily look perfect. Not that pretty pictures don't matter, but the feeling that you bring out of your art is what really needs to connect with the reader for the story to be told. No matter how pretty it's not a matter of you've got to be Jim Lee good to start a comic book. You've got to be able to.
I do have a few things. Myself, in my case here at Studio Comics Press, I do have the opportunity to interact with a lot of new and upcoming artists that they are looking to put together their first work. They have no idea how to approach the whole thing, what I need to print it out, what do I need to start it up. I have a really good script. I won't lie, when BC before COVID, I used to have two or three people working here a week, at least, with their pages like in their hands, saying like, this is my comic, this is my script, what do I do, what's the next step, right? And at that point, I mean, you can see the one thing that before I go to that point, one thing that we have to understand at the end of the day is that comic books, believe it or not, or want it or not, it's a piece of entertainment, right? So it's a piece of an entertainment. It has evolved right now into a massive commercial stage that we are right now. And I want to think, in a sense, or I want to say that this trickled down 10 or 11 years ago when finally Disney bought this Marvel thing. And 10 years ago, 11 years ago, we didn't thought that this is the repercussions, right? We were like, as a comic book creators fans, or people that they were involved in the business, we were more like against to the whole idea that have a major hand put the creators' creativity out in the market, right? So 10 years later, here we are, 6 guys sitting down talking about how to make a comic. That's something that maybe couldn't happen 10 years ago if it wasn't for all the movies, if it wasn't for all the Spider-Mans, if it wasn't for all the Ant-Mans and all the stuff that it has created. The reality, it has created a mass media medium of form of entertainment, right? The comic books has become that. With that being said, in my end, one thing that I can notice and I can see is that with that opening of a new form of entertainment that is comic books, it has opened also to the artists to give them the opportunity to create their own art at their own will, right? Now you can sit down, create your own art, with thanks to social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and whatever other ones that I'm missing. Now you can publish your comic book online. In 3 days, you will be able to do it. I don't want to go into the quality of things or maybe the content of things, right? Because that's a completely different story. That's a completely different a group of ideas that it has to be discussed, maybe a different one. But starting up your comic book, it's just as easy as that, right? Like if you want to start up and see what people really think about your script, your artwork, your pages, it's just as easy as that. You can publish yourself. With the publishing button underneath on any social media, and then there you are, right? So how far you want to go? That will be the next question that I will ask them to most of the people that walk in. How far do you want to go? What do you want to do? You want to see it on print? You want to see it on a graphic novel? Do you want to see it on what's your next stage, right? That's something that the artists, they need to be ready before they actually jump to that stage, though. It's not that, okay, you want to do a comic, here is the comic, is going to cost you $5 a piece, and then here's the table for Comic-Con here. There, now you're a comic book artist. I bet you're going to sit down, that guy on a Comic-Con, yeah, with their handsome books, but scared like everything, right? Because at the end of the day, comic book creator is like that, right? And I have faced that stage too. I have seen some cases what happened in that end, right? So when creating comic books, what I always say is always kind of like a little bit of a balance. That we have to really understand, where do you really want to go when you're putting together a comic book. Have a really clear vision of what exactly is what you want to do. Fortunately, we're talking about here with like so many artists that they have already an experience and a career, that they know exactly what exactly are their goals. The guys that they don't know, they're trying to figure it out, how to start it up, where to put it up. One thing that I can tell you, don't be afraid. That will be the first step that I always say. Don't be afraid to publish your stuff. Grab your pages, show it to as many people that you can, if you want. Publish as many draws that you want, to make sure that you are getting out, right? Like you are putting your work out. That's as easy as that, right? The next stage on that will be like, now you have to identify exactly how far you want, right? You want to be a part of because I have cases where I see like, I wanna be a comic book creator, but I want to be a comic book creator for Marvel. Okay, well, you want to be a comic book creator for Marvel. It doesn't matter how handsome you are, or how good you work on the special effects. At the end of the day, Marvel has this line of specific rules and settings that you have to follow in order for you to become to that part, right? And as Sam was mentioning right up here, we're a pack. Like all the independent artists, we're kind of like a pack that we interact with each other. We know exactly what everybody's working on it, and then we kind of like feed with each other's content, right? So I know that we collaborate all the time with each other's artists and stuff like that, and that's a different medium. Again, we need to like really identify what kind of artists we want to go, because then maybe some viewers right now, they're maybe watching, and their dreams is to become a comic book. They want to draw Spider-Man, right? And then we are telling them, "Oh, you guys, you do this, you do that," and then they might not be getting to the clarity yet to it, right? And there might be another set of artists that they might be more involved in the sense of like, I want to put together my whole comic book. I want the whole thing put together, and that's when it comes more interactive in the whole thing. And I'd love to see more artists coming with these ideas. Don't be afraid to put your ideas out. That is the main thing.
So, Alfonso, a question for you again. With Studio Comics Press, Sam had mentioned before that it's kind of like a one-stop shop for those who want to print and publish and create their own comic book line, if you will. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown in a little more detail maybe of what people can, if they come to Studio Comics Press, what is it that they can find to their advantage there by coming to your shop?
I will say this as simple as this. Studio Comics Press is an open house for every comic book creator who wants to come to here. They have the doors open. I think I'm very, very proud to say that I have really good relationship with many comic book creators around the GTA in Canada, fortunately from other countries as well as many of you, that I have worked successfully with all of them. And all these situations, or every comic that I print, or every comic book that I help someone to print, for me is first of all a challenge to make sure that the product that comes out from here, it comes out 100% on the quality that they are expecting, right? That would be the first thing, right? If you come here and says, I want a book that has to be printed in certain conditions, in certain format, I want the cover to be flipped backwards, this size, this much, with so many pages that they smell like strawberry. I can make it for you. No problem. Right? It might not be as close as your pocket, as your budget, but we can do it, right? So we have the access to the product, to the means to put it together, right? Number two, every book that I put together, like I mentioned, with certain challenges, like I told you, it gives me a learning experience. So to me, it's every book that I do, I learn, not only from the artist, but I learn from the writer. I learn from this person that also enrich the way and the form that we can actually put it out. So then for me, it's always learning. Every work that comes right here, for me, it's a learning activity, and I always take that learning upon and make it better, right? What you can find
And we
here
should also add that you Alfonso are part of the print-on-demand digital comics printing revolution. We no longer have a barrier for you folks out there to print 2,000 offset. They can just go to you and say, Alfonso, I only need a short run of comics. I need 20 copies, I need 50 copies, I need 100 copies. And because you have I always call it the magic box, the giant magic box with a turtle. I think there's a little turtle inside, like in a little chisel that chisels it, and next thing you know, it pokes out a completed comic. That's how it works, right?
Yeah,
Magic
you
box.
should see the new magic. Hey, Sam, you should see the new magic box. This one has a rhino.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. I got to jump in. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but this has been absolutely incredible. Eric, thank you so much for moderating.
Thank you for having
Cave
me.
of Solitude podcast. Make sure to check it out. And Sam, as always, it is a blast hanging out with you and chatting. And Dax, it was great to hear you. I've never met you.
Yeah, I know, Rob. It's nice to meet you. How you
Yeah,
doing?
virtual handshake. I love it. Alfonso, I'm going to keep you around for just a second, okay?
No.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. But again, Eric, Sam, Dax, thank you guys so much for being
Thank
here.
you guys.
Thanks, guys. Have a
Making
great
this
day.
crazy good.
Thank you.
Sam,
Happy to be here.
Take care, guys.
Casey,
Nice to meet you
everybody,
guys.
whoever-
Great art,
Yeah,
by the way.
thanks
Everyone's great.
a lot.
See ya.
Love you all,
Cheers,
guys.
guys.
I miss you.
And there we go. And Casey and Hugh,
Oh, no.
thank you so much. Those works are amazing. I caught a glimpse
Thank
of
you.
you with the camera, and you guys did
My
incredible
camera's
work.
cool. All right.
Yeah, thanks so much. That was fun.
I'm going to get a hold of you guys because a couple of people asked about seeing if they could get a digital copy of it. So I'm going to talk to you guys later and see if that's a possibility and how people can do that. Oh yeah, look at that.
We can make something happen.
Beauty.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
sure.
love
Whatever you
the
guys
look
want.
on his face.
Should I switch the camera again?
Cute, Roku, like always, never. Beautiful, man.
There we go. Look at that.
Now
Side by
I'm getting
side. Well, here, let me go.
glare.
Look at that, Casey.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Casey,
Beautiful work.
you, sir, are a monster.
Thanks,
This
guys.
has been one of the best
You're a
battles
monster, Hugh.
I've ever seen.
You,
Look
sir,
at that.
are a
Yeah,
So
great.
again,
Yeah, it was fun.
Casey, Hugh, thank you so much for taking your time out today and doing this.
welcome, man. Quite welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
And had a good time.
Awesome.
That was
All right.
fun.
In that case, we will talk to you later. And
All right.
bye, guys.
Stay safe,
Alfonso,
everyone.
great seeing you, brother. Rob,
Hey,
Yeah.
brother, we gotta see each other soon, eh? Casey, the same,
Yes,
buddy.
sir. Indeed.
Yeah.
Big
You
hugs.
guys stay safe.
Stay safe,
Can't wait-
everyone.
Stay
can't wait to
safe.
Come see all you guys.
You
Okay.
got it.
All right.
All
Take
right.
care. guys.
See ya. That's
Oh
awesome.
no, what did I do now, Rob?
I'm keeping you around because I understand that you have something that you wanted to suggest to people to maybe get their creative juices flowing.
Hey, Rob, before anything, I want to say this. Before anything, congratulations. CK Expo Virtual. I think this is working fantastic. Love it. We have 1,000 viewers right now. I'm looking at the screen. No, wait. I think it's only you and me.
Yeah. And the people in the green room. So
and the people in the green room that we have right there. And congratulations, though. Congratulations to all of you participating on this CK Expo. This is what we need. We need to keep the community together, and you are doing a fantastic job.
well, I can't only take a hair of the credit because, in all honesty, everybody that you're seeing today has volunteered their time to come and talk.
That's fantastic.
Like literally, it's everybody getting together to be able to put on this show. So I will take a hair of credit, but that's it.
It's fantastic. No, it's great. It's great that that people are like really coming to us. So announcements, huh? So you want announcements? Oh, I like your shirt, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, pretty
That's
cool.
the cover of our first comic, printed by him.
So announcement. So you want an announcement really quick? You want an announcement of comics? You want an announcement of comics, bro?
Yeah,
We'll do an announcement of comics. The people ready for announcements of comics?
I think they are.
They are fantastic. Okay, for a comic. So then, one of the things that we try to enhance or try to help for the community, especially right now, since we're doing this major growth of content in comic books around. The Studio Comics opens the doors. Do we have like some music and stuff like that? No. Studio Comics is proud to open the doors for any of those up-and-coming comic book creators. So if you are a comic book creator, you're starting, you don't know where to start, you already have your comic book that is already put together, right? Okay. So if you have a comic that is already put together, you have a total of 16 pages. Think about this. You have a total of 16 pages that they are already completed, or they are about to be completed, or you know that you can complete it quite soon. And you want to get it seen on print. You want to see them on print. Then what we are going to be doing this is a gift from CKX and Studio Comics Press. We're going to do a little mini contest. Okay. We're going to do a little mini contest on those people that they are submitting this work. Okay. We are not looking to see we're looking to see masterpieces based on your masterpiece description, right? We are not going to be like, we're not looking for the next Todd McFarlane here, unless you are, and then you send us your work. That would be great. So if you have any work, we are going to be selecting one. Okay, Rob? We're going to be selecting one with 16 pages. However, there might be comic book creators around there that they want to just do a few pages. They have only 2 or 3 pages of this work, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have a couple of pages, then you can still submit it to us. And then we are going to be doing a selection of all this work. Yes, we're going to do a selection of all this work, and then we'll potentially have a book printed and physically done for everybody.
In that case, CKX is going to jump in to help too. We will make the deadline October 23rd, which is when we hope to have our first live show again.
There you go.
So fantastic. They can come and visit you at CKX.
Yes.
With their art.
There you go. There you go. So then everything gets handled over there at CK Expo. We are going to send you the
hello. Hello, Alfonso. You know what? Yeah, that's right. You better run, okay? I'll be submitting my swimsuit issue for publication, and it's gonna win. Yeah.
You know, I really
all
see
this,
the preview
all
of
this.
that. I really see
it's gonna win.
Doctor.
No, sadly, I'm gonna take over the show. I mean, enough of this huggy, kissy, and fun stuff. Okay. Yeah. See, there you go, Rob.
What?
Yeah. The doctor's not too thrilled with all this, like, huggy, kissy. The doctor has a deadline, okay? Welcome to the CK Stevel. So you can see the logo out there. Okay, my next guest, are you ready for that? Has appeared as a Death Eater in the Harry Potter and the Deadly Hallows, and can be seen as King Regis in Final Fantasy 15 or X5, whatever that works. So all the way from across the pond in the UK, please welcome John Kempling. Hello.
Good evening. It seems suitable. It seemed a suitable entrance. Dr. Stevel, pleasure to be here for the second time this evening.
Yeah, you showed up early. I mean, you're quite the go-getter.
Over keen.
Totally. And what you were doing is you're practicing guitar live, learning how to do guitar, showing us your artwork, and I feel like I've wasted my life.
I kind of feel like I've wasted mine because I'm 54 and I've only just realized that it's possible to teach yourself stuff if you put the effort in. So, so I started learning guitar 10th of January this year. So I do about 5 hours a day. Which sounds crazy. I know it sounds like when I that look on your face when I say 5 hours a day, but actually the way I break it up, my skill set is actually, because I'm quite a lazy person, which is lazy / efficient, because lazy people tend to be quite efficient people. So some people would say lazy, I would say efficient. So when I looked at learning guitar, I wanted to do a lot of practice every day, but make it really efficient. I didn't want to just spend 5 hours practicing guitar and go insane. So I break it up and hide the practice amongst my day so that it doesn't feel like 5 hours. That makes sense.
I do the same thing with working out. Like one day I do 2 push-ups, and then the next day I would do a few more.
Slip it in where it's appropriate, right?
Actually, it's just me trying to crawl up the stairs, but it's a push-up. I got to get myself up, right? I wake up every day with a superhero pose, and that's because it takes me so long to get up.
So long.
So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good. I'm just looking at how red my face is. I'm just whether it's just the weird filter I've got on, but I look like my face is really red. Sorry, I haven't seen myself all day. I haven't looked in a mirror, and I'm just seeing myself. I look all very ruddy. I think I'm flushed with excitement, Dr. Stevel. I think that's what it is.
We got 2 evil characters right now.
With you, live
with John Kempling, King Regis.
When I first arrived, I didn't have my reverb on, so I've just bought myself a reverb pedal for my audio. So I'm playing with it because I didn't have one. So there's no reverb, and there we have reverb.
When you came on earlier, you sounded like Darth Vader, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be cool."
I cranked it right up. Yeah, I cranked it right up there. There you go. The power of the knob.
I've been called a knob a few times, but yes, okay.
So I'm at your disposal. Yes, I'm a 54-year-old actor / model / streamer, and I was in Deathly Hallows. I worked on Deathly Hallows 1 and 2 because they filmed them back to back as one big super movie. And my Death Eater featured very briefly in both of them. But I'm mostly known amongst the Harry Potter fans out there. Hello, Harry Potter fans. How are you? I'm mostly known as the Death Eater who stops the Hogwarts Express by raising his hand dramatically in Deathly Hallows 1. There you go, as perfectly copied there by Dr. Stevel. And then I wander down the train, and Neville Longbottom, who at the time was quite a loser himself, calls me a loser. So I was called. I mean, that's an insult, right? I let him off. Too many witnesses. He's on a train full of kids.
But you're a Death Eater. Who cares?
I'm evil. I mean, like you, I'm evil, not stupid.
Fair enough. Yeah.
No,
I mean, you got to set an example, though. Turn him into a pig or something,
Well,
so no one else calls you.
So in actual fact, I mean, this is why I'm here to talk about the details. So it's interesting that scene, as it appears in the movie, doesn't really make much sense. It's a nice scene. It's dramatic. We cut to this dramatic music, and we see Neville looking out the train window. The first shot is Neville, and he turns, looks out the train window, and he looks foreboding. Then you cut to the 2 Death Eater plumes in front of the train. So it's a lovely little scene. But all in all, when it's over at a minute's length, Neville's a bit scared. Death Eaters, they stop the train. They walk down the train. Neville says, "He's not here, loser." The Death Eater appears to feel like a loser and walk off. And then we never see that Death Eater again until Deathly Hallows 2.
Oh.
So
what a bully.
As a standalone scene, it makes no sense. But it's my job to travel the world, physically or virtually, telling people why it does make sense and what they missed.
Tell us what makes sense. Why? I mean, Harry Potter wasn't there and he disappeared.
So it's a weird story of the cleverness of the Harry Potter script writing as well, and the light touch that they use. So they wanted to plant the seed that some Death Eaters were up to no good on the Hogwarts Express, but they didn't want to give away what he was doing. Later on in the movie, though, you find out that Luna Lovegood has been kidnapped by Death Eaters, and you were meant to go, the guys on the train, they kidnapped Luna on the train, which is really good storytelling. Plant a little non sequitur scene, and then later on, it all makes sense. But because of the line they gave Neville Longbottom, which was, "He's not here, losers," he called us, two of us, because they gave Neville that line, and Neville's quite a powerful character. Neville says he's not here, indicating that Neville thinks the Death Eater's looking for Harry Potter. So all the kids on the train go along with that and think, stupid Death Eater looking for Harry Potter, who's not on the train. And a billion Harry Potter fans watched it and went, Harry's not on the train, you idiot. Yeah. But the truth is, I was never looking for Harry Potter. I was sent by Voldemort to kidnap Luna Lovegood. So when Neville Longbottom stands up, and you'll appreciate this as a villain, as a world-class villain, when Neville Longbottom stood up and said to my Death Eater, to my character, "He's not here," my Death Eater, quick as a flash, realized this idiot's just given me perfect cover. Everyone on this train now thinks I'm looking for Harry Potter, who's not on the train. So they all think there's nothing I can do. So I just let it hang in the air and walk off and calmly kidnap Luna Lovegood from the next carriage. Thanks, Neville.
Neville, what a loser.
There you go. And people often ask people, and you may be asking now out there in the comments land, saying, "What's your character's name?" My character has no name. They never named my character, which is unusual for the that level of detail that JK was into. I put it down to the fact that my Death Eater has no name.
Call him Scott the Death Eater, right?
If you're hiring Dr. Evil, Dr. Stevel, if you are having to hire an underhand character to do some nefarious work for you, you don't want to know his name, do you? The less you know,
No.
You don't want a paper trail.
Otherwise, otherwise you'd have a little name tag that says, "Hello, my name is John."
Exactly.
Death Eater, right?
Yes.
With a little smiley face.
So I reckon Voldemort just said, "Send in the Death Eater," and they sent in the Death Eater.
Okay,
the nameless.
Say that again.
Send in the Death Eater.
Oh, it gives me chills with the nice little dramatic pause.
Yes. Actors, we can't turn it off. So there you go. So I was looking for Luna Lovegood, but the way they filmed it and set it up, it kind of looks like I was looking for Harry and he wasn't there, so it makes no sense. But for me, it's been great because it means I can go around the world at Comic-Cons telling people the true nature of that scene, and instilling endless
they just learned something new and they could tell their friends.
That's all you dream of as a Harry Potter fan, I think, learning something new, something you didn't already know, someone revealing a new layer in that.
Well, we've got something revealing. I mean, when you did that scene, you were so powerful that you ripped off the handle of the carriage door.
Yes, I did. I was terrified. That was my very first day working on Harry Potter. The day that you see me stopping the train was my very first day on the train. And then it was about 3 weeks later, I was brought back to do the internal scene with the door slamming. Yeah, and they said to me, "Look, John, the way we're going to cut the scene, we see that dramatic shot of you raising your hand. Then there's going to be like a slam, and then we're in the train, and you're opening the door, and you're in the train. So we want you to open the train door, the carriage door, really loud, really slam it, really get these kids' attention. You're a Death Eater. You're not afraid of slamming a door." But obviously, we were filming on a proper vintage carriage. No, I never paid any attention as to what I was actually slamming against what, if you know what I mean. The door would stop, but I didn't pay any attention as to why it was stopping because I was told by the director, David Yates, slam the door. So they'd say action, I'd slam the door open. Callum looks up at me, I think, as I slam the door open and says, "My father will hear about this." I then walk through the carriage, doing all that hard stare and looking mean. Then Neville stands up. My father, "He's not here, losers." Then I'd pause, take a few steps, cut, and then I'd reset. So we did about 4 takes, no problem. It's all going great. I'm living the dream. I'm on Harry Potter and I'm doing this scene and I can't believe my luck. Slam the door, brilliant. Callum in my face, walking down. Neville stands up, deadly stare, walk off. Then on about the 5th take, as I slammed the door open, rather than just going, it went, and it kept on going. It didn't stop. It just kept on going. So like a true professional, you don't stop until you say cut. So I just kept on going. But in my head, that take is very different. So the camera was in front of me watching me walk down. I like to think they use this take in the final cut because in that take, and only that take, as I'm walking down in between action and cut, I'm doing all the physical stuff that I've done every other time, but in my head, I'm not going to swear, but in my head there is an expletive just going round and round and round and round as I'm walking down the train, acting, being
fudge.
filmed on. I'm just going fudge, fudge, fudge. I just smashed the Hogwarts Express, but no one shouted cut, so I don't cut. You just keep on going. But if they've used that take, then that's maybe why I look quite intimidating and bemused as I'm walking down the train, because it was that take. Now, part of the reason I was fudging was because I was thinking, oh, I'm going to be in trouble. The minute they say cut, someone is going to go, okay, well, that's a wrap for half an hour while we fix the Hogwarts Express. Thank you, Mr. Campling. I was expecting, it to be somehow my fault. But of course, this is Warner Brothers on Harry Potter, and they do everything correct. And they said cut with no pause for breath, an apology to me. So sorry about the train, John. Would you like to step out? And we've got a cup of tea waiting for you. And I was immediately stepped off the train and given a cup of tea and calmed down and my hair stroked. And I saw two woodworkers step on as I stepped off. And before I'd even brought the cup to my lip, I could hear hammering on the train and drilling.
Wow.
And I barely had 2 sips of my tea and I was brought back on. The first AD took me over and showed me what they'd done, and they'd fitted so it was a sliding door. And at the top of the sliding door and at the bottom, in literally 2 minutes, these 2 chippies, these wood carpenters, had fitted 2 felt-covered doorstops that you would be happy to have in your own home to this carriage door. And the first AD grabbed the handle and said to me, "So you're okay now, John?" And he slammed it as hard as he could with both hands about 5 times and said, "There you go, John. Really sorry that happened. Hope it hasn't upset you or disturbed you. You're doing great. Off we go." And we carried on and did a couple more takes. But that 2 minutes where I was apologized to, stepped off, given tea, that was a moment where I realized, yeah, that's the might of a big film shoot. Carpenter's just on standby in case an overzealous actor smashes a door.
It's not even your fault, too. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was a really nice moment, and really kind of showed up the shoot for what it was, which was a really lovely environment where everyone was very looked after and cared for, and no one was looking to blame anybody.
I'm going to take a moment here. Gramazing Reed, he's a magician, a local magician. No, actually, he's not a magician. He's a 7th level wizard. Okay.
Perfect.
And he's asking, does John have any artifacts from the Harry Potter movies?
Well, again, Gramazing, thank you for the question. It's a great one. So you've got to bear in mind the time context here. This was the last 2 movies. This was Deathly Hallows 1. And if you know your Harry Potter, you probably know that there were stories on the first movies. So many things went missing, so many props. From Radcliffe down, they were all nicking stuff because it was so beautiful. It's just endless artistry on that film shoot. Every single department is someone who's at the top of their artistic game. So whether it's a notepad in Gringotts that will never be seen because it's in a drawer, it's all beautiful. So people were taking it home all the time. And by the time I came to work on it on the 7th movie, you couldn't take your own breath home with you without someone questioning it. All I got in the end was a pair of socks that I accidentally didn't take off and wore home. So they gave you socks as part of your costume sometimes, just black socks, just plain black socks. It's just a nice cleanliness and hygiene thing. You turn up and they say, "Here's your main costume and we'll give you some socks as well." And a thermal top, because when I stopped the Hogwarts Express, we filmed that in Scotland in November. So when you see me raise my arm, that took 2 days, 2 4-hour shooting sessions of me basically just raising my arm, and then the train would back up. So also the train was really there. You can't really tell in the film, but it's weird. They didn't film it in a way that shows the train is really there. But for a weekend, it was me, 100 crew, and the train on a bit of train track in Scotland.
I also hear that you had a stunt man with you.
You have done good research, man. This is Dr. Stevel. You are no slouch. I am bowing to
My
your
business
knowledge here.
to-
You got
my
an earpiece,
business to
haven't
know
you?
these
You got an
things.
earpiece.
Yeah.
You got Dr. Google coming in your ear. Yes, no. So again, for various reasons, so we filmed it on a section of ScotRail train track. Now, ScotRail was the local Scottish train company, and it was before the track was electrified, so it was just normal track with no electrification. And it's the actual train line across Scotland, and they had permission to film in between trains. So we were in the middle of nowhere, and the only way to get there was on a train. So we traveled to location on the Hogwarts Express for 2 hours. Then we decamped, and they put up a big tent for me to stay in because I was the only actor and 100 crew. And one of the crew was a stuntman who doubled for Ron quite a lot. So gingerhead stuntman. And the plan was that so the actual train was there on the train track in front of me. So there's a certain sleeper, the wooden blocks. There's a certain sleeper that I'm standing on. And then they said, right, we want the Hogwarts Express 100 sleepers away from John. That's where it's going to start. They will get steam up. They will be waiting. We will say action train. They will release the brake. The steam train will start to move towards John. When the steam train travels 10 sleepers, we will say action John. And then John will do his amazing arm raising acting that we've cast him for. Exactly. So it was all good. So it was like, okay, everyone understand. Action 1 is the train. It's a little bit hit and miss because steam trains are steam trains. So there'll be a little bit of a delay, but then it would start moving. Action 2, John, raise your arm. However, and also the third instruction was to the train driver. They said, when you see the actor raise his arm, put the brake on. I'm very proud of this because if you think about it, Dr. Steeble, it means not only did I stop the Hogwarts Express as the character, but I stopped it for real because their instruction was when you see the actor raise his arm, slam the brake on. So I really did stop the Hogwarts Express. But for safety,
that's better
they
than
said,
Amazing Reed can do. Just saying. That's a card
exactly.
trick,
I'm the
man.
only person. It's only ever been stopped twice, once by Dementors, once by me. However, for safety, they said, look, if the train doesn't stop for any reason, if it doesn't stop for another 5 sleepers, and there was a sleeper that was marked, then we're gonna give you this guy. I can't remember his name was. I wish I could remember his name. And he stood next to me. I'm gonna get up for this. I'm standing here being a Death Eater, waiting to do this, and he stood here like this, waiting. And his job for 2 days was, if that train doesn't stop by that extra sleeper, take John out, rugby tackle him out the way, save his life, save him from the very slow moving Hogwarts Express. But it meant I had someone to talk to as well, because no one else was anywhere near me, because obviously it's quite a wide shot. So I was stood on my own. The director, everyone was over in the video village. So it gave me someone to talk to. So it was quite a nice thought. Just a bizarre scenario to have a man waiting to rugby tackle you out the way of a slow moving train. Yeah.
And then puts an element of danger there. It's like, okay, the train doesn't stop.
I kind of feel though, I don't want to over egg it at all. So the speed the train was going, although it was moving, obviously it was very slow. Had the train not stopped when I put my arm up, had they just kept on going, all that would have happened is this. I'll give you a side view. My hand would have done that, and then I would have got on and gone with it. It wasn't going that fast, but because of the way it's edited, a lot of people are shocked to know that me and the train were in the same space, because they could have easily done it with just 2 shots on different days and green screens. But no, for 2 days, me and that train were scene partners. It was a little bit like a Western. If you imagine a Western, the standoff in the street of a Western, I was the bad guy, the bad cowboy, and the train was the sheriff. And they did a few takes. They filmed it a very different way, and they filmed it because if you look next time you watch it, notice what my left hand is. So my right hand is the one that raises, but my left hand is next to my wand, a bit like a gunfighter. I've kind of like flicked my cape, and you can see my wand. And because in my head for my character, I said to myself, I'm just gonna. I'm a Death Eater. I'm on the train track. When I do this train's going to stop. But if it doesn't stop, we shall whip out the wand and Levioso that bad boy. So that was my inner monologue. But because of that, the director spotted it and said, "Oh, you look like cowboys standing off." So he filmed it like with the camera pulling out from alongside where my wand was, like next to the cowboy's gun. It's a shame they didn't use that take. a little bit of Ennio Morricone in the background.
Oh wow! And with this, I mean, you've been acting for a long time, most all your life, but because it's a Harry Potter movie, right? Suddenly you're getting invited to all these cons, and now you're an instant celebrity over a small part. I mean, you've done many like leading man and romantic lead and all that stuff, but now because of this one small part, you're like a huge celebrity. Everyone loves you.
I am typecast as the Death Eater, and quite proudly so. It is odd, isn't it? How? So I think my scene, the train stopping scene, is about 60 seconds long, but it's 60 seconds in Harry Potter, so it's different to 60 seconds in something else. Genuinely, one of the most exciting things that has happened to me in my career, and not just for the. It's very easy to make it sound like it made me a bit more famous, and it was, so you earn a bit more money, and that's obviously great. You want that as an actor, but it's been so much more than that. It's been pulled into that whole community, that fandom. There are, as we know, and like you say, being then drawn into the world of Comic-Cons and being a signing guest. There's just been. It never crossed my mind. I didn't even think about it for about 2 years after I'd worked on Harry Potter. None of that crossed my mind, kind of connecting to the fans. I was very uncomfortable with being recognized or people mentioning it. I had a weird relationship with that sudden bit of fame because I'd been an actor for a long time in incognito. But I'm so glad I worked my way through it, because what then opened up for me was, as you know, is the fabulous world of, pop culture, Comic-Con, fandom, loveliness. So yeah, I'm so glad that it did happen. It's only because I grew my hair as well. Had I not grown my hair,
that story, yeah. I mean,
yeah. So the casting of that train stopping Death Eater came down to two actors who were both brought in for a private sort of audition with David Yates at Leavesden Studios, and it was me with my sort of hair down to here and a beard, and a completely bald guy. So that yes, exactly, a beautiful, handsome, hairless specimen like yourself. So this is actually, so in the green room before we went in for the second audition, it was like me and you, and we were both going up for the same role and both thinking, so they either want all the hair or none of the hair. There's nothing in between. And luckily, David Yates liked my face and liked my hair, and I got that role. I don't know whether the other guy got anything in the end. And in that movie, there were about 30 kind of Death Eater roles that were up for grabs. I was given the train stopping Death Eater from all of those, and most of the others ended up just being like, they weren't extras, they were actors, but they ended up being in group scenes, and they were hardly seen at all. So I lucked out that I got the one Death Eater that ended up getting that little scene, and then got brought back for a little bit in Deathly Hallows 2, where I captured Grip Hook, but it never made the final movie. They just used it in the trailer. So the whole thing's been fascinatingly complex and
well, thank you, John, for taking your time and coming here like 2 hours early. But we've got another guest that's lined up for the debut. I would like to chat with you for hours on this, because it's just fantastic. You are a fantastic person.
Thank you, Dr. Stevel. Likewise too. And I do waffle a bit. I tend to use two words where one word would do, and I do apologize. I'm trying to get.
But you are entertaining. Hence, the stories are riveting. They're great. I'm imagining everything that happened while you're telling the story. So this is. Thank you for being here. I mean, hopefully you can come to the live show when quarantine.
That would be amazing. Really looking forward to getting back on that Comic-Con trail. And I did a lot of Comic-Cons in the UK for a few years, but then actually breaking out and going, and went over to Canada for a Final Fantasy event, and I've done Mexico and America and Europe. And to me, that was the real, wow, this is such a gift. This is just an incredible thing to do for work, to do this traveling and to meet people around the world. So yeah, I'd love to come out there to you guys at some point if it's possible. Don't hesitate to inquire.
Oh, don't worry. We will be inquiring. My boys will talk to your boys, and they'll talk to them. It's going to happen. And before we leave, Gramazing Reed says, "Thanks, John. So friendly for a Death Eater."
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I'm really doing the Death Eaters a disservice. But remember, I'm half King Regis, a benevolent king. So John Campling sits somewhere in the middle between evil Death Eater and benevolent King Regis. It's perfect.
Right? Final Fantasy, King Regis. You're there.
Yes.
And thank you very much. Appreciate
Dr.
it.
Steeple, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the con. Take it easy, guys. Bye.
Bye. Wait, that's out of character. Okay, that was pretty fun. Death Eater. See, I'm making this like a whole new level of evil. Now, next up is a debut of a brand new podcast called The Dangerous. Hold on. I had this all going, but The Dangerous Podcast, hosted by Dangerous Danny Davis, former WWE Evil Bad Boy referee, and co-hosted by Terry Matthews, I believe.
The name is Matthew Terry.
Matthew Terry. See, I got the names right. I was just backwards. Yeah.
You just got just a little backwards. That's all well, Steve. You and I, we got a little bit of a history, but that's okay.
We do, and I thank you for that. That was amazing. We kind of met at CK Expo.
We did. We first met at CK Expo when I was kind of mediating between you and
Todd the Blashaw. Yeah.
Todd the Blashaw. That's right.
So a nice little friendly chat.
For a nice little friendly chat. That's right. So you've already gotten 3 minutes into me, Steve. I'm not gonna fault you for it. Maybe you and I will discuss down the road. But you already got 3 minutes out of me. And
I can just call John back, okay? I'm just gonna.
Yeah. But I got places to go, and I certainly got people to talk to.
All right, I'll leave this up to you, okay?
Get out. Thanks a lot, Steve. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthew Terry. Welcome to the CK Expo. It is great for me to be back at the CK Expo. This is kind of where I busted my Expo cherry. Let's say that. Before we get going, there is a few things that I do want to say to you. Number one, there was a bit of a change of the schedule. The schedule that was posted, which you can see right there, it was talking about that there was an interview with Adele Simmons at 5:30. We are going until 5:45. Adele is going on at 6:30. So Rob's interview with Adele Simmons is on the schedule at 5:30. That should read 6:30. I'm just going to read it to you here. So stay here, listen to our great content, and then stick around for an interview with John Allen at 6 o'clock, and then the interview with Adele Simmons at 6:30. As I said, my name is Matthew Terry. Thank you so much for joining me for the debut episode of the Dangerous Podcast. And I'm not alone. I am not alone. I am not by myself. Thank God. Because I'm with someone who I'm a huge fan of. I am a huge, that's just all I really have to say is that I'm a huge fan of this guy. And I'm going to bring him in right now. Dangerous Danny Davis, how are you, my friend? I am how's everything in Canada? Probably just as messed up as down there. Actually, how is the pandemic going around you? Have you been hit by it? Oh, I've got a ton of COVID weight. Let me tell you, my 9 to 5, I work for the YMCA, so I work for a gym. So when I was actually working, because right now I'm on leave, intended to come back, I would work. Yes, I clean the toilets.
Hello, how are you? I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay. Not really, but we cannot hear Dangerous Danny Davis.
I'm gonna cut you off here 1 second, Steve. I can't hear you because of the way that I have my switchboard up. Dr. Steve is off here to my left, and he's talking to me. He's gonna pop up here on the screen too. So, folks, I can't hear him. So if he's talking crap about me, I'm sorry. So if you got something to say to me, Steve, put it in the chat. All right, Danny, I do have a bunch of questions here for you, and folks, moving forward, you can. Let me see. Oh, I'm just checking to see if Steve has been doing this. All right. Going forward, you can send us questions at the dangerouspod@gmail.com. At the dangerous. Let me get this straight. I do get better at this, Danny. I promise. The dangerouspod@gmail.com. I do have a list of questions as well. I can see the chat here off to my right. you can ask us questions as we go here. I certainly encourage that. Oh, Stevel's telling me to look over. We cannot hear Danny Davis. Is that what you're saying? You cannot hear Dan? Why can't you hear Danny Davis? Okay, hold on. I don't know. They can hear me, but they can't hear you. What's going on here?
Is Danny really there?
Danny's really here. Danny, can you talk? Okay, hold on. All right, Danny, okay. Can you hear Danny now? Danny, talk. Okay. No, you can't hear Danny. Why can't we hear Danny Davis? I can hear Danny Davis.
You can hear him, but we can't hear him through here. We can just hear your lovely voice. Not really. But
not really.
It's not lovely, but we can hear it.
Yeah. Okay, so no, I don't think they're messing with me because he's got a look on his face just like this ain't going well.
No, really. I'd rather be out there, with the playing blackjack.
Yeah. This should be, what is going on here? Why am I not? Is your mic through the board or the camera? It's on the board. My mic is on the board and he's on the board. He's coming through my cell phone.
Ricky Movie Madhouse.
Keep moving. Oh. Does anybody have any suggestions? CK Expo in StreamYard? Huh?
Is there a way we can put the wait, you're hearing him somehow.
I got to pop in just for a second.
Sure.
If you go
we got Rob popping in here, Danny.
If you go into your cam and mic settings on the screen.
My cam and mic settings, hold on.
In StreamYard?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, click on audio.
Oh, that's okay. That will probably do something. Where's HP? The camera's here, but I don't want that. I want audio. That's what I want.
Click audio, and then pick the audio.
Where is it?
Now we can't hear you.
Actually sounds better that way, but
Not yet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you. It's the dangerous one.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there's Danny.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear both of you. Thank you very much.
Yes, you can hear me. Okay, Danny, say something.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Dangerous
We can hear
Danny
you,
Davis
Danny.
over here.
Can you hear Danny? Danny's talking.
Absolutely.
Can you hear
Danny?
Danny? All right.
Hey!
Well, okay. So the trade-off is that they can hear us, but we can't hear them.
Maybe that's a good thing.
No need to hear us, just you guys.
Yes. All right. So there. All right. So it looks like we can move forward now, Danny. We're 10 minutes in. This is a great debut, let me tell you. All right, Danny.
Let me say this. All good things start a little rough. Well, I'm sure we'll work out the bugs, and before you know it, we'll be one of the top rates around.
I don't doubt that at all. Yeah. Let's just get right to the questions here because we've taken up a lot of time. I'm going to go to the first question here. It's from Rob Dakin. I don't know. He sent it by email. Has WWE ever approached you about being inducted into the Hall of Fame? Just a couple weeks ago, WrestleMania season. We're now in Hall of Fame season. It's the same. Has WWE ever approached you about going in?
Not as yet. No, there's a lot of us out here who think that we're being overlooked, and there are reasons for that. I guess I don't know what they are or what they could be, but there are so many great wrestlers, even before my time, that need to be considered before they catch up to my era in wrestling, let's say. I can't name a lot of them, but, there are so many. And that's when I do ask about it or get some information on it through the grapevine, as it were, with the WWE, they usually come back with that. They say, well, Danny, there's hundreds of guys before us. And that's true, So I just wait my turn, and maybe someday soon it'll happen for Dangerous Danny Davis or Danny Davis, the referee, or both, or who knows. But they should start putting referees in the Hall of Fame. I do agree with that.
Well, I don't think there is any other referees.
No, there isn't. And there are some great referees out there. And, you know, back in the day, it took 3 to get a match over or get done what they wanted to do. And that's another subject. But I think that there should be a Hall of Fame for the referees. And it should be with the WWE. Someone else may come up with that concept and then beat them to the punch.
Well, they very
because
well.
there's more than one Hall of Fame. You know, there's an International Wrestling Hall of Fame that just opened up in New York State, up in Albany, and there are other ones down in Texas. There's one, and so you know, I'll have to wait and see. But I am in the New England Wrestling Hall of Fame over here. I was inducted in 2007. Joe Bruin is the guy who runs that, and they have that every year. So I was one of the first ones to go into that Hall of Fame. So I'm not completely out of the Hall of Fame picture.
Well, like on top of you, like I think of the Hebners. I think of Joey Morella.
The Hebners, yeah. Joey Morella, yes, would be one of the ones that should be put in there, I think. And there are many that should be put in there. Guys that we have forgotten.
Yeah.
That were in the business before. You know, Dick Crow, I think, was one of them. I mean, there's so many. I mean, I didn't make a list of them, I'm sorry for that I don't remember who they were. But as you pointed out, there are so many that could be. Yeah, I mean, it could be a whole bunch of in the Hall of Fame of it.
Yeah.
You know,
and not just a referee. And again, I'm not blowing smoke up your backside. Like, you're a memorable entity in wrestling.
The Hart Foundation, I could be put in that with Jimmy Hart and Brett and myself. I mean, you know, and Jim's gone.
Yeah.
But, you know, we still could be put in it, and you know, by myself as Mr. X and Dangerous Danny Davis. If you get my cards that they have out, the little trading cards.
Yep.
You know, I was the only guy for years that did that made the transition into wrestling and then from referee, and was successful in both. And it says that on the trading cards, and I think it's one of the tops trading cards, something like that. So again, yeah, I mean, they don't have to. They can put me in many times or just once or whatever. But I do agree that Dangerous Danny Davis, the world famous bad guy referee, or Mr. X, or all three should be put in the Hall of Fame.
Like, I can think of some other referees who were brought in, but they were wrestlers. So they were brought in to be referees, and they never transitioned back to wrestlers. I can think of some that came in and were referees that could still wrestle. Like, there's some in the NXT program right now. And I can think of other, but I can't think of someone who was known as a referee, distinctly as a referee, then became a wrestler and was a good one. And again, not blowing smoke up your backside. Like, even looking back now, and I told you this when I interviewed you on It's Time to Fight, that I went back and I watched you on the mic and I watched you in the ring, and I was just like, this guy's good. Like, he's not some storyline referee that, like, okay, we'll take him down, let's show him some stuff, just enough to get by. Like, you were having 10, 15-minute matches, and they weren't
with some of the best in the business. Yes,
exactly. And it's not like
Santana, you know, Shawn Michaels, Young Guy Doug, Jake the Snake Roberts, just to name a few. I mean, these guys, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I mean, I main evented with a lot of guys. Brutus Beefcake, we main evented in a lot of towns. Springfield, Mass, and just to name one, Boston, Mass. Tito Santana and I sold out the San Diego Sports Arena 2 times in a row. I mean, you know, as Dangerous Danny Davis and as Mr. X, I did pretty well. I was in the ring with them. Of course, I was a jobber, so I had the opportunity to be in the ring with some of the greats of the time and of the past.
I wouldn't qualify you as a jobber. I wouldn't really qualify you as a jobber.
Mr. X, you know,
Mr. X. I see. That's right, of course.
We all started out as jobbers.
Yes.
Hulk Hogan was a jobber at one time. You know, I mean, we all started out, and that's how you learn. You know, you get and how you were taught, and taught the right way. And you know, it's a little different. The dynamics are a little different today as they were then. We never had anything scripted. We never had anything practiced. We never went into the arena and practiced our matches. They would say, "Give us 15 minutes. So and so's going over." Boom. What do you want to do? I want to do this. All right, for the finish. Boom, done. We'd have a 15-minute match, and that was it. You know, it was just a different wrestling business at that time. And I was taught from the best. Jay Strombo was my teacher.
Yeah.
How can you get better than that?
Yeah.
And Rick McGraw, I don't know who remembers that, but he was the guy who weight trained me. Brought me in the gym and showed me how to use weights and what to lift and how to lift and all that stuff. I mean, you know, these guys treated me great. I was in the business for a long, long time, and I wore many hats. I'm very proud of my career and what I did with the WWF at the time. And I was with Vince's father, the WWF, when I started out. I was just a little punk kid running around getting coffee, picking guys up at the airport. You know, I wore many hats.
Yeah.
So that goes back to the first question. Why wouldn't someone like that, to put that much time and effort into a business, not be considered for the Hall of Fame, you know, at some point in time?
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, are you on good terms with WWE?
Yes, I'm on very good terms. Well, I'd say very good terms. See, my friend Howard Finkel, you know, he was there most of the time. When I called, I could talk to him. I called down there. They don't even know who I am. I mean, I've called down there before Howard passed and asked for Howard Finkel, and these kids down there don't even know who Howard Finkel was. So it's changed so much. But yeah. I do have contact with people from the WWE, and I talk to them at length sometimes, and sometimes it's, "Hello, I'm busy. Can I call you back?" And you know, you may not hear from them for a couple months, but yeah, I'm still on good terms with the WWE.
All right, let's get on to another question here. Garnet Walker, he sent in an email along the lines of the refereeing. If two guys started shooting on one another, what did you do as a referee?
Let them go.
Just let them go?
Let them go. And then when they, you know, they calm down, they calm down. If they didn't, then it would probably, you know, when it went too far, you would have to DQ them and end the match or count one out or whatever. And there were no questions. But that's the way you would handle that when someone started shooting on each other.
Yeah.
You know, you let it go for a while, see if they calm down. And it has happened to me. I've been in the ring many times when a couple of wrestlers started shooting on each other. And they call it stiffening up. They used to call it stiffen up. You stiffen up on me, you know, and start throwing real punches and not wanting to take a bump or whatever. So you let it go until either it calms down or it don't. You know, and if it don't, then you just you know, you step in between them or whatever, get hit and get DQ'd. That's all. DQ it and stop the match. Yeah. And hopefully it would end there, and they would go back to the dressing room and have at it in the dressing room. But that didn't happen too often.
All right, along the lines of referees, Anthony, I'm Dinardo. Anthony, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. It's to me it's Dinardo.
Call him Tony.
Tony. Hey, Tony has a question for you. But it pertains to Randy Savage. Randy Savage being I'm giving you the Reader's Digest version. He had written a long version. I'm giving you the Reader's Digest here. Randy Savage being protective of Elizabeth is legendary. Did Randy ever get upset with the referees for admonishing Elizabeth or saying too much to her during matches?
Nope, that never happened. Not to my knowledge. When you go to the ring, in them days, business was business, and it was probably gone over what to say, what to do, and with her, and even if you went a little too far, it was never a problem with Randy. He was there. He knew he could protect her, and it never happened. Not to me anyway. I mean, he was protective of her, and for good reason. You know, a lot of those guys were creeps. You know, you couldn't trust them, and he was very protective of her. But no, you never got admonished from him for doing anything too much saying too much to her or whatever. You never touched her.
Yeah.
That was the one rule. You don't put your hands on her.
Yeah.
And only if it was, supposed to happen, as they say.
Yeah.
But you knew that, and you didn't do it even if it wasn't Randy Savage and Miss Elizabeth. If it was anybody.
Yeah.
You knew enough not to do that. Yeah.
Well,
and not because of fear of Randy Savage, the repercussions, but you just didn't do that. It was unprofessional.
Well, I think because if I remember correctly, the reference is when a referee is like, if a referee or a heel manager gets too close, you're like, hey, I'm keeping my eyes on you. Don't do anything. So I think that's what he was referring to. And
see, now that's a different question. You asked me about a referee admonishing Elizabeth.
Well, no, I meant like a referee. Like if the manager is getting a little too close, or the heel manager is getting too close, the referee will say like, "Hey, I'm keeping an eye on you. Don't do anything shady."
Well, you might do that just for the people's to see.
Yeah.
But if in them days, your spot was precious. In other words, if you had a spot and you were working with Randy Savage, who was drawing big money, so if you were working with him, you were making big money. So you did nothing to jeopardize that. No one would jeopardize the paydays just to be a goof and go over and do something to Miss Elizabeth. And it didn't have to be them two. It could be anybody. They did what they knew they could get away with, but they wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the fact that they were working with Randy Savage, because it wouldn't be Randy that would cut it off. It would be the office to say, hey, look, this guy's an asshole. He's not doing, he's doing too much, or he's not putting so and so over or whatever. So kill the angle.
Oh, okay.
So they would kill it. Yeah. So nobody would do that to jeopardize their spot, because there are 100 guys waiting for that spot. So,
well, somebody mentioned to me earlier today, because I had said that I had this question about Elizabeth, and they were mentioning that actually 8 days from today is the anniversary of her passing.
Yeah.
What was your relationship with not just Elizabeth, but with Randy?
Oh, Randy and I were good friends. We talked many times. Oh, well, we didn't. We went out. We had dinner together. But we didn't travel together because we were on different levels. And he would have to be somewhere else. But anyway, yeah, we got along fine. And Miss Elizabeth, I was always hello. She always said hi to everybody and hello back. Yeah. And how have you been? How's Randy or whatever? But there was no. She was very cordial, and her passing was too early. She went too early. She was a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
She had a beautiful heart, and I'm sorry that that happened to her. Yeah. And there's nothing I can do to change it. But I will always remember her as a complete lady at all times, and a nice person to me. So that was important to me. And we were, friends as being in the wrestling business. Everybody was, cordial to each other.
Well, I never got the chance to meet the woman, but
you missed a good opportunity to meet someone really, really, really fantastic.
Just radiated, just lady in class.
Yes.
Someone has popped up a question here from Geek Pool. Did Danny? I'm guessing he's not an old school wrestling fan, but he's asking, or they're asking. I'm not going to say it's a man or woman behind Geek Pool. Did Danny ever wrestle or referee at WrestleMania? And
he must be pretty young.
Yeah, he must be a little young because
let me
let's just take
your
answer the question, Reader's Digest version here, because it's not like you were at one WrestleMania, but you answer the question.
Well, I was actually in 10 of the first 10 WrestleManias in one way or another, whether I was taking tickets or selling, putting up chairs or putting the ring up, or refereeing, or both, or wrestling as Mr. X, or wrestling on a dark card. I was in the first 10 WrestleManias. So yes, I did wrestle in WrestleMania 3. It was one of my best, my most memorable. Everybody remembers that. he should look that up online about WrestleMania 3.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, that'd be something nice he could do, and he could see where we are all, and what a hell of a night it was. And WrestleMania 3 will go down in history as one of the greatest WrestleManias of all time, in my opinion.
For sure. And then WrestleMania 4, you were in the 20. Let me see if I can do this. WrestleMania 4, you were in the 20-man battle royal.
All right.
Yeah, and how was that?
That was exciting. I was just kind of starting out as Mr. X, to be put in WrestleMania. Mm-hmm. Everybody wanted to be in WrestleMania,
Yeah.
And to be picked to be there was just quite at that point in time in your career, you're very excited. It was a fantastic feeling. I mean, how can you describe it?
Yeah. And actually, your introduction, again, not blowing smoke up your backside, your introduction to WrestleMania 4 is one of the ones I remember the most, because the camera was right on you. They went, "Dangerous Danny Davis," and you kind of strutted out to the middle, and everybody just booed the crap out of you. And you just kind of got this reaction like, "Hey, what the heck's your problem?"
Yeah.
And your facials and everything, I just remember that.
Well, WrestleMania 4, they that was the thing, and you touched on it earlier, that I wasn't just another. I was able to do what they asked of me, and do it well.
Yeah.
So that's why it continued. And as Mr. X, I did a lot of TV tapings. You go back, and again, I used the word Jabba, but they're enhancement talent now. So, but that's where it all started, and
the politically correct term.
to get that kind of heat for a guy who just came on the scene like that is it was fantastic, and I loved every minute of it. But that was the idea back then. The more heat you had, the better. And it wasn't always a pleasure to go to the ring, because people would try to get at you, and you'd have to be escorted from the hotel room to your car, and from the car to your hotel room, and stuff like that. But you get along. We get along with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, WrestleMania 4, all of them. Any WrestleMania is a great event, and it has to be, because that's the finale of all. Back then, it was usually the finale of all the angles and stuff like that, and it was built up for that. So any WrestleMania had to be great. Even the first couple were fantastic, where they did 2 links, one in California, one in Nassau Coliseum in New York.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and Chicago.
So that was the first, but they never did that again, because it didn't seem to work out. But anyway, that was the beginning. You could see the ball starting to roll, and it was Vince's idea.
Yeah.
To do that, of course, Vince McMahon Jr.
Yeah.
And everybody said he thought he was crazy and nuts and all this stuff, but you see where it is today. So.
And then by WrestleMania 5, I think you were back into refereeing, were you not?
No, I don't think it was 5. I don't think it was 5. It could have been.
WrestleMania 5 was Hogan Savage in the main. I'm trying to think if I remember you from anywhere.
Oh, Jesus. Well, we'll have to look it up. Yeah. Have one of your fans look it up and get back to us.
I know WrestleMania 6, because I can distinctly remember you in Sky Dome refereeing. Who I can't remember who, but I can remember. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I can distinctly remember, and I'm not saying this out of bias. I can distinctly remember you, even though you were a referee.
Well, that's the key. That's the key, Matt. When you're in that business, I wore what they gave me to wear, and I got it over. And to be remembered was the key back then. You had to do something to be remembered that the fans wanted to see. The fans either hated you or loved you for. And that was, again, they gave me that gimmick and that angle, and I went with it. And that's why it worked, because I was able, as you said, to be good on the mic and do what I had to do and do it well. And that was the key. That was the key to the business back then. And you had a lot of competition back then. I mean, you had some of the greats, Hulk Hogan's, Randy Savage's, Tito Santana's, name it. The list goes on and on. And to be part of that, and to be, as they say back in the day, getting over, well, it was great. It was hard to do, but you did it. And again, they gave me the keys to the house, I guess you could say, and I opened the door and went in. So, and it was great while it lasted.
All right.
We all knew the beginning. The sooner you began, the sooner it would be over, because they had other guys they wanted to bring along.
I'm looking off to the right here, and Geekpool, he's kind of answered. I don't know if he's a little butthurt or not, but I've seen WrestleMania 6 through 37. I am 42. I just have a bad memory. Geekpool, that's why I was trying to put it as nice as possible. I was trying to like that. Oh, well, maybe he's a younger one. I'm a younger fan because Danny has been out of wrestling for quite a while. Okay, they're popping it up now. Because Danny's been out of the business for a little while. So I wasn't trying to to attack you. I was trying to put it as nice as possible. And I was trying to be as respectful as possible. Oh no, I'm talking for myself, Danny.
I didn't take it that way. No,
I'm taking
a lot of people.
That's what I'm trying to say.
A lot of people don't know,
because
and that's all right.
Sometimes I forget that. Okay, he says I'm not offended. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But in my mind, sometimes I forget that I had no life, and I was all wrestling, and I analyze this from a very young age. So that's why I was trying to think to myself, or trying to myself, like, Geekpool, I'm not trying to offend you. Just to me, that's just like, what are you doing asking? Yeah. So I thought, but if you're not offended, Geekpool, more power to you. Thank you very much.
Yes,
very nice to meet you.
And don't hesitate to call back with some more questions. It's nice to hear from you.
Exactly. We are hitting 5:30, so I'm going to remind everybody, because the scheduling for the CK Expo, I'm going to go through this quickly. If you're on here expecting the Adele Simmons interview, Rob's interview with Adele Simmons is on the schedule for 5:30. That should read 6:30, so stay here, listen to our great content, and then stick around for an interview with John Allen at 6 o'clock. And then that interview with Adele Simmons is at 6:30. So stick around for that. While I have a little pause, I'm going to remind everybody, you can see right in front of me here, Mr. X, the life story of Dangerous Danny Davis. You can pick that up at Danny's website, which is www.dangerousdannydavis.com. You can also pick up Mr. X masks. You can pick up autographed memorabilia. Lots of great stuff over on that website. Again, you can send us questions for future episodes to the Dangerous Pod at gmail.com. You can follow us on Twitter at Danger Danny Pod. All right, so where we're going to go from here? Let me get back to my list of questions. Let's see. In your book, I just talked about your book. Let's get to the book. In your book, you describe yourself as a guy who can really fight. Did anyone ever take liberties with you in the ring?
No.
All right, moving on.
Well, no, and let me explain. You didn't, being tough didn't have a lot of correlation to the business, because there were a lot of tough guys. I mean, way tougher than I could ever imagine being. And it's mutual respect. You don't, as they say, you don't spit into the wind, and you don't tug on Superman's cape. I don't know if that is relevant or not, but you don't do that. And you respect everybody. You treat everybody with the same respect, whether, he can't fight or he can fight or whatever. And that was the way it was done, and it was demanded. I mean, there were times, don't get me wrong, that there were, let's say, collisions between two guys, but no one ever abused me, and I never did it to anybody else. I'm sure, and everybody knew that my past and where I came from, whether through word of mouth or just plain asking me straight up. So yeah, no one ever did that to me, and I never did it to anybody else. And again, it was very rare for anything like that to happen. Not that it didn't happen, and not that people weren't pissed at people, but you were kind of a family-oriented thing, and it blew over. It's like your brother. You're yelling at your brother, arguing with your brother, or fighting with your brother, and it just passes.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to that question. But yeah, to say I was tough is probably. What I did was, I was a street fighter when I was a kid, and I did it when I was young. And I did it because that's the way I had to live. And my book explains it more. It goes into more detail. But I guess you could say I was a tough kid. And in the streets and stuff like that. A little different than today. Being a street kid today is a little different than then. But yeah, I was the guy that always took care of business if needed to be, and was picked to fight. Different opponents, different. And back then you had like not territories but turf. And you went into the west side of a town. You went in there and you got cornered by some guys. Then the question would be, do we all want to fight, or do we just pick one guy from each group and fight it out, whoever wins? So, and I was the guy who was always picked to fight. So
now, what we're basically talking about here is prize fighting, just out in public, really. Like there's nothing. There's nothing illegal or shady about it. It was two people like, hey, I'm going to fight you, and whoever wins walks away with the cash, doesn't it?
Well, whatever it was, whatever the prize was, it wasn't always cash at the time, but it was no rules, and it was just one guy on one guy, and sometimes it get out of hand, and someone from the other side or your side would, get excited and start pushing the other guy or whatever, and it may turn into a brawl, but not very often, because most people are happy to know that they didn't have to fight, So the guy you were fighting felt the same way you did, knowing that these guys are watching us fight and they're not going to get hurt. But yeah, it got down and dirty a lot of times. I mean, they were broken, things broken and bones broken and noses twisted around and stitches and whatever. But yeah, it was the way it was back then. And that's what I was a street kid, and it was the mean streets, as they call it. And I survived, and I was someone who you shouldn't mess with. But no, being a wrestler had, people knew my past, but no one ever took liberties with me.
Yeah. We got about 8 minutes left in our slot. We're going till about 4 or 5:45. So I'm gonna stay on the book. That last question, by the way, was from Chris Hillier. Man, these last names are really killing me. Chris Hillier. We're going to call you Chris. We'll just call you Chris. That question was from Chris. This question is from Clarissa Arthur. And Clarissa wants to know, or she says, I'm halfway through your book. This question actually came in today. I'm halfway through your book. I just finished reading about you and your younger brother, Billy, being in reform school together. Do you still keep in contact with Billy and the rest of your family? And how are they doing?
Oh, yes. Well, I lost a sister a few years ago, very young, 50 years old.
Who you talk about in the book as well, I think at the beginning with
right, Jeannie was her name.
Yeah.
And the rest of my family, my other sister, who is her age now, just survived cancer. She's a cancer survivor, so just let her know that I love her.
Yeah.
And my brother I keep in touch with, and my other sister siblings I keep in touch with. We're not a close family because we live in different parts of the country. So, but we do keep in touch, and whenever there's we keep in touch on the phone. But whenever there's an emergency or anything like that, then yes, we all get together. We all stand together, and it's a nice thing to do. And they're all right as far as I know. And I'm doing well, and we do keep in touch. So I can pass that on to everybody. They should always keep in touch with their family, no matter where they live or how far they live or what your feelings are towards them. So, because your family's forever, man.
Now, it was a while ago that I last read the book, because I've read it several times. Billy went into reform school. Like you met up with him.
Oh, the reform school thing. I'm sorry. I get off of that. Yeah,
but I was just going to say, like, did Billy follow in your footsteps? Because I don't think you really touch on why Billy ended up in reform school.
Well, my brother was a little different than I was. He wasn't and I say this with all respect, I was the oldest brother, the oldest boy, so I was the guy who took care of things, took care of business and stuff, and he was more or less a different sort. He had his fights and trouble like that, but nothing like I did. And he ended up in reform school because he wouldn't go to school, and that's why I was in the reform school too. Is because we didn't go to school.
Because of
truancy. Because of our home life. I mean, we had no home life. We were street kids.
Yeah.
So, and that has no reflection on my parents, but that's just the way it was. And the book goes into detail. But he was different than I was. He's just complete opposite of what I was. And I always protected him and looked out for him, as I did with all my sisters and brothers, because, again, the father was not in the picture. And my mother tried to raise 6 of us, and we had to find our way. And fortunately, we all survived. And the reform school thing was an education in terms of, that's where, without reform school, I don't know if I would have made it, because, for however long I was there, I was fed, I was clothed, I was clean, so, and again, I even fought in there, but it was in a ring with gloves and stuff like that. And so they called it the silver mittens back then. There was a little thing they did, and we were trained to box there.
And
legally.
instead of the golden gloves, it was the silver mittens.
Well, it was because we were so young. We were only, see, when you reach 16, they let you go because they can't do anything about, you can quit school if you want to at that age.
Yeah.
So they kept you there for until you were 16, or let you out early if you show that you had what it takes to go back home and go to school and stuff like that, because you went to school all day there.
Yeah.
You get up early, you work the farm. It was a farm thing, and your military, it was a military oriented thing where you marched everywhere, and you got stripes if you did well, if it was taken away if you didn't. And but again, that goes in. That place wasn't a very nice place to be. I make it sound nice, but it was pretty cruel and pretty hard. But you weren't there because you were a nice kid. You were there because of you needed to be. So the reform school thing, I did learn a lot. I was, I did get whatever education they were giving me, and like I say, it wasn't a bad thing in terms of having a place to sleep, and everything was regimented. And you ate 3 squares a day, but you worked. You get up early and you worked the farm. You milked the cows. You fed the chickens. You worked the fields, and whatever they needed you to do. So
you brought out the dead rats.
But it wasn't a very nice place. The guys were cruel. They were abusive. They were, but you put yourself in there. It's your own fault.
Yeah. All right, Danny, before they cut us off here in a couple of minutes, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for
thank you. Thank Rob and Anthony, Tony, and the Geek Pool, and Carissa, and everybody else that called in or had questions. And I appreciate you all. And thanks for remembering me. And I'm looking forward to continuing this little journey that Matt and I are on. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart.
All right, I will be in contact with you, sir. It looks like now I'm going to warn Rob. Rob, I can't hear you yet. Just give me a second. All right, Danny, I'm going to talk to you soon. And folks, we're going to start getting this going. We're going to take some questions. As I said, the Dangerous Podcast at gmail.com. Send us some questions. Danny, I will talk to you soon, sir.
All right, we're out.
All right, take care.
Nope, I can't hear you. There we go.
Why can't you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yep.
You can hear me now, but I can't hear you.
Gotta love audio.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to talk, and then you're going to talk. Hi, Rob. How are you?
I'm great, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. What can I do for you, Rob?
I wanted to thank you for getting on here, doing that podcast, getting Danny together, and I'm excited to hear what you guys are going to come up with on this podcast.
I am for sure too. This is a little annoying pushing the button, but it's what I got to do. No, I'm very excited to do this. As I said, I'm not blowing smoke up anyone's ass, but I do want to thank Rob, because it was a year ago we were supposed to do CK Expo, and Danny and I were supposed to meet up, and we were supposed to start this podcast. You got a hold of me and you said, "Hey, you want to do something with Danny Davis?" And I thought, "Oh, that'd be freaking awesome." And then I'm like, "Wait a second." And I got a hold of you and I said, "Wait a second. Are we talking Ohio Valley Danny Davis, which is still cool? Or are we talking Dangerous Danny Davis?" And you're like, "Dangerous Danny Davis." And I'm like, F yeah. But I didn't say F. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then COVID happened, life happened, personal stuff happened. And then I got out of contact with Danny, And then when I finally like got back to things, I'm just like, oh crap, like I haven't talked to Danny in a long time. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to contact him now because it's been several months. And then Danny, I think, reached out to you, and you reached out to me and said, hey, why aren't you getting a hold of Danny? I'm like, well, I guess I got to get a hold of Danny now. So I want to thank you, Rob, because, you gave me a gift. You put it right there on my lap, and I thought I had wasted it. And this is an opportunity that, I'm very gracious to have, and it's all because of you. Thank you very much. I'm going to push the button now so you can say, oh, Matt.
No, dude, honestly, I was just chatting with Danny one day, and he mentioned it to me. And it's like, I'd still love to get you guys out. He goes, well, I haven't talked to Matt in a while. And it's like, you know what? With COVID, I bet you any money. He thought, I bet you with COVID, he put it on hold. And so that's when I reached out to you, and we got the ball rolling again. So
it wasn't just COVID. As I said, life happened. And you know what? I'm going to take this quick opportunity. I know we're running a little bit late here. I'm going to take this quick opportunity. My wife, some people know, most people don't, but the people who know have been awesome. My wife is dealing with some health stuff. And to everybody, every single person, I'm going to get a little emotional now, who has reached out and, best wishes and all that great stuff. I take every opportunity on any show that I've ever done. Thank you so much for reaching out and giving a crap about not just me, but my wife, the things she's going through. I appreciate all of that. So I'm going to push the button again.
Buddy, we'll be wishing her well. Yeah. And I know life gets in the way, and especially something like that can happen. So absolutely, we're wishing her 100% well. Okay. And go ahead. Oh, I was just going to get back into the show part. Did you want to say something? You didn't push the button.
Yeah, now I do have to push the button. I'm sorry. See, I'm not used to this. All right. So people are just looking at me going, all right. I'm going to let you get back to the show. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, because I kind of jumped in here right now. Oh, yeah. Rachel Gray here said, sending your prayers, good vibes. There we go.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I appreciate that wholeheartedly. I really, truly do.
I kind of jumped the feed from Steve. He doesn't know I'm even here yet, because if you notice, he kind of hijacked everything.
And what are you doing? What are you doing? Hello, my freaking show. I'm really sorry about your wife, but seriously, you sound a lot better right now. Okay, look at that. Wow, I can hear myself think now. Rob, you have no right. I took the show from you to make it better. Okay, so now you can just leave. Take Max with you, and
I don't think so, Dr. Stevel. You're going down.
What are you going to do, Ladybug? I'll squash you like the little bug you are.
Oh goodness. Every time I get
really?
there's a call.
Oh, great. It's a last cosplayer. What's going on?
Oh,
really?
Are you trying to take things
an
over
evil
again?
genius? Really? This is the best we can come up with? An evil genius?
It's time for the pest control.
I defeat evil geniuses before breakfast.
Remove the bald guy.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay,
It's
I'm going to make
nothing.
the show better, okay? I've already introduced some really good characters. We're not going to have a little bug. Some Disney superhero and a Superman one. And what are you, Transformer? I don't know. What, Megatron or something? Just stop, okay? It's my show. I've earned this
You're
thing.
nothing like the screensaver.
You know what?
What was that?
Never your show.
I'm working now because of COVID. What's your excuse?
Like I said, COVID is because you're so ugly. That's why they created this little pandemic to hide your face. So thank you very much for that. Agree. Another person.
Who invited the Lex Luthor wannabe? This is absolutely terrible. Bald super genius? This is
You should be able to take him out, no
the
problem.
worst Lex Luthor cosplay I've ever seen. Oh, terrible.
You're worse than, Henry Cavill, you weirdo.
I think we have the best. Oh, where did he go? Just a second.
Let's go. Come on.
Yo. Hello. What
Take
the
him
heck are you
down.
doing, Rob? This is my
Somebody
feed.
take him down.
Get off the big
Anybody
picture. That's my spot. How are we doing? And what is that thing at the bottom?
I got like Justice League things I got to do. Can we beat this pretender real quick here? What's going on?
I just hit you with a freaking rock, okay?
Is this even legal now? Or
I know, it looks like
what
he's
is that?
strange.
This little Rocky. Super hippity?
Super hippie, what's
my
that?
Lord, we have super hippie in the house.
I think his
Oh my
camera's
God.
frozen though.
Looks like he's afraid of the dark.
Where's the Frightenstein?
Wow.
Are you serious there, Transformer guy?
I
Wow.
think the camera is frozen. Yes.
Oh
Way to go, Rob. Way to go. You ruined my show. I want nothing to do with this anymore. You guys are all
no. It's not your
jerks.
show, Steeple.
You know, I'm looking at all this, and I'm sorry, all I can think of is like me up here in the corner, just going like, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things is kind of the same.
But it's not you. It's actually the bald geek. So we got to get him out of here.
Zip it.
Absolutely. I'm
I
down
want
with
to make you
that.
feel better with hookers and blackjack.
Don't throw me out yet. I'll be
okay?
right back.
Yeah, we're right. He's got to go to the bathroom. I scared him, okay? And what are you doing with that twirly little thing, Bug? I'm going to
That's your
squash you.
weapon.
Is it really? And how are you going to hit me? I control the feed. Oh, great. He's putting on a wig. He's
I
cross-dressing
don't think
again.
so.
Well, where did
Yeah, okay.
Superman, you can just fly there, right? Like, just fly there quickly.
Oh,
hit
Matt,
him
that was
real
great.
quick.
I'm afraid. Oh,
Come back.
jeez. Okay.
Okay,
So-
we lost Super Hippie. He was supposed to be our saving grace.
Oh, Super,
That's the only
stop.
cosplay thing I
There's
possibly
something
have.
happening. My
Put it on.
screen's starting out.
Put
Your
it on.
screen's
It's a lot
starting
better
out.
than what you look like.
That diabolical Dr.
no.
Evil. He's affecting the electronic feed.
Stop the.
No. Everybody shield your eyes. That's what happened for me. Just
Oh my gosh.
just don't look.
Like that man
Then
that
he can't-
touched me in the van the other day.
Don't look.
All right.
Don't look, then he
Gotta
can't
go.
hypnotize you.
And
That's how the screensaver did it.
did it
Is it
work?
working?
Is he gone?
Gone.
He's gone.
Did it work?
Oh, dang, Krypton, he's gone. That's terrible. Wow.
And that's how it's done,
I knew it
team.
was.
Well done.
Good job,
It looks like
everyone.
Fist bumps all around.
Let's
Fist bump.
really get this back.
There we go. There we go. Matt's got me. Appreciate it.
My goodness, that was something scary.
Oh wow.
But we handled it beautifully. Well done, guys.
Yeah.
job,
guys,
team.
thank you so much for saving this. Like this was yeah. Our show was lost, and I appreciate you guys stepping up.
That was really fun.
All right,
All
lots
part of
of
the
fun
job.
doing it. Thanks for having us, Rob.
Yeah,
Hey.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Gray, Messiah, London, all of you. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
The doctor messaged in.
Oh, he wants to get the last word in.
Games.
Aw, it's
Because
tough
that's
being the
all he
weakest
can do
link.
now. That's all he can
Goodbye,
do.
Lex Luthor wannabe.
He's a dollar store kingpin.
Dollar stores
Next time,
kingpin,
he
that's
says.
for sure.
Well, guys, thank you so much, so much. I will let you get back to your Justice League and incredible family. And well, okay, you're an orphan, so you can go
It's
sit in
dinner
the cave.
time. I mean, I was trying to take a break.
I'm having lobster.
Oh yeah,
Lobster Thermidor again.
All right, thanks
Robert,
again,
Robert.
Rob, for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for running the ticker just a little bit longer here on the bottom. I really appreciate that. And you know what? I have the utmost respect for you guys. I really do. And I'm not blowing smoke. You guys are awesome at this whole cosplay and this whole, and I know what cosplay. But you guys look awesome, and like that takes a lot of, dedication. I think you guys are absolutely awesome.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, bud.
you.
All right, kick me out now.
Okay, Matt's gone.
Bye-bye.
Oh, guys, again, thank you so much for not only saving the show, but being in the show. Can't
Oh,
thank you
no,
enough.
man. Thank you for having me. And
I
us.
had a blast.
It was an honor, and it wouldn't be CKX without us. So
Exactly.
all of us together.
Exactly. This is CKX Radio, and Sylvia, wherever she is.
Yeah, what happened to her? Did she just bounce out, or what happened?
Something.
She went to take care of Steve personally.
Maybe, you know what? That sounds like something she would do.
That sounds like
Right?
Sylvia. Yep.
Yep.
She
Oh, wait, she
messaged in.
commented.
There you
Sorry,
go.
you needed to
You
defeat
defeat
a
a
monster.
monster.
Yep. Yep.
That makes
She had
sense.
another monster that was closer to her. So,
Yep.
makes sense.
Okie dokie.
All right,
Well,
well,
guys,
I'm going to
thank you
head out to, like I said, it's dinner time, and, they're not going to feed themselves.
Jack,
So.
Jack, I can anticipate a little fight there.
Possibly. I'll see you guys later. Keep
Bye,
everything
guys.
safe out there, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Bye, Rachel.
Oh,
Oh.
Steve said, "I am not a monster."
Okay, Elephant Man. Whatever. I'm gonna leave you and Bruce there. Oh, sorry, Batman. My bad. To discuss things.
That's okay, Clark. That's okay.
Hey, that's below the belt. I'm going to go fly out to the Fortress of Solitude and think about making some dinner myself, actually. So
Don't forget to hit up the lens crafters on your way.
What?
Don't forget to hit up the lens crafters on the way there, bud.
Bye, guys. Have fun.
See you, buddy. Batman, thank you.
No, Robert. Thank you for having me, man. So much fun. You guys at CK Expo treat me so awesome. I've had so much fun today. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to put on the suit. It's been so long.
Right? It has been. It has been. And it's good to see you in it, buddy.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having us. Thanks for everything. It was such a wonderful experience. Thanks for letting me be a part of this.
Anytime.
You take care and keep on fighting a good battle, my friend.
Will do, buddy. See you soon.
Anytime.
That's awesome. Okay, so we got our show back, thank goodness. Super Hippie popped in there, and it looked like his camera froze. I'm not sure what happened, but it was amazing to see Super Hippie again after so long. I think the last time we saw him, he looked, what was it? Something like this.
This super show will return in a minute. 58 seconds, 59. What does it all mean? It's all relative.
That was Super Hippie from the hilarious House of Frightenstein. This day has been a blast, but we're not done yet. Okay. We have another person coming on. I'm going to introduce the person that will be interviewing him. This is my pod brother from the movie Madhouse, Jason. Buddy, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing just fine. You know,
yes,
just trying to make it through the day, COVID and all that stuff. You know how it goes.
I hear you.
You guys have had quite the adventure over there, from what I've been seeing.
It's been a little interesting. Absolutely, absolutely. So, are you ready for your interview?
Absolutely.
We have none other than the man of 1,000 voices, Mr. John Allen.
Hello.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm good.
I am going to jump out, and I will leave you in the faithful hands of my buddy Jason.
Excellent.
Pleased to meet you. Hello there, John.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you doing today?
I am on time, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. It's just a couple minutes early, but why not?
Technically, we're a couple minutes early, but we're here. We're live. We're ready to do this.
Good deal. I want to do something special for the fans of Canada here.
Well, we definitely have those. So you know, let's start with the basic introductions. You are John. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's old school.
Not
did
to
you,
boast,
did you get that yourself, or did you pick that up like online? Or
no, I met him. He was doing an appearance a couple years back in sort of the Orange County area of Southern California, and you know, I'd missed out on the book signing like many years ago, so I was at least going to make it to this. He was even nice enough to put them on me himself, like back in the day. So that was cool.
That's awesome. yeah. Bret Hart. That's the Hart family's kind of wrestling royalty up here in Canada.
Yeah. So I've heard.
So, well, tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, where you're from? I believe California, right?
Yeah. San Diego, born and raised. Chula Vista, if you want to get super technical. Now residing in the North Hollywood area of Los Angeles, so I can be closer to the studios and whatnot. There's only so much, there's voice work in San Diego, but for pursuing acting full time and stuff, you got to be here or New York.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah.
So tell us, like, how did you get into it? Like, I know you do acting and voice acting. I think it seems like you're just looking at your body of work, it seems to be a lot more voice acting, but you do like actual in front of the camera acting as well. I'm really curious, how do you go from I want to be an actor, then you fall into the voice acting, which to me seems almost more demanding.
Interesting.
Because you have a lot more to work with when you're in person, and you're interacting directly. Where with voice acting, you got to picture a lot of it yourself, right? You don't have a lot of cast to interact with directly.
It really depends upon the project. Like with anime, because we have to isolate so much and we're dubbing to picture, we are actually watching it as we record. And so for that one, it's never an ensemble. However, like for what we would consider more like prelay animation, yeah, a lot of the time we are actually kind of in a group on separate mics in the same room. So you do have a little bit more of a banter and interplay, I suppose you would call it that way.
Oh, I honestly didn't realize that it happened that way. All the behind the scenes stuff when I see voice actors at work, usually they're isolated or maybe two of them together kind of thing.
Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't have thought that there'd be like a group effort going on at one time. That's kind of cool. Definitely makes it easier, right?
I prefer it. I think most actors do because, you got someone to play off of. Like at the very least, I hope my gain settings are okay here. At the very least, like if I am doing a situation where I'm the only one in the booth, I really like it when somebody who I'm doing a scene with is already recorded and they can at least play that back for me to kind of help you immerse yourself into that moment a little bit more.
Yeah, get a little more natural reaction kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, I've never tried to do any sort of voice acting or anything. I've always been kind of curious. When you're going out for a role with voice acting, anime, whatever the case, do they usually like tell you what they're looking for, or they tell you what the character is, and then you kind of try to find your own version of a voice for them?
It sort of depends. It's a case by case basis. The more info they can give me, the better, because obviously, like, I don't like if they treat it like a contest and they're just looking for the person with the golden ticket. I prefer to approach it like they have a problem. This character needs an actor, and like let's figure out how to solve that problem. Make it more of a collaborative effort, if that makes sense. So ideally, if it's for a character rather than like something that's like a commercial or narration, I like when they provide a picture. Like if they've already rendered like what the fellow's supposed to look like, that gives me so much to work with in and of itself. A little bit of background, and then sometimes they'll give you just the lines they want you to read. Sometimes they'll give you the lines of whoever else is speaking to that person within that scene for a little bit more context.
Okay,
and that's some of them like will give you 4 pages of dialogue they want you to record, and it's like, well, is this an audition or is this the gig? But
that does seem kind of excessive, right?
I don't know. I mean, it's only an annoyance if like you're backed up like with just so many that you got to bang out by a due date. And me, I'm someone who can disguise and change his voice pretty well. So if I'm given the chance, I'll read for like every character they give me as opposed to like 2 or 3.
Have you ever gotten any work where you were playing opposite yourself?
Yeah. I was actually, let's see, like in the Gujitsu stuff, for example, there was actually a clip I was rendering where Thrash is speaking with Tritops in like one of the newer episodes. So I was gonna, always nice to talk with yourself or something like that. Some sort of funny caption like, I'm crazy, I'm talking to myself here, something like that.
Okay. Does it get kind of like surreal at times?
Yeah, there's a couple like I think it's weirder for the people watching me. Like in the case of an ensemble record, like if I'm going down a page of dialogue and it's back and forth between 2 characters, like this show I did that's out in not in the US, but a couple other countries called Tasty Tales of the Food Truckers. Like,
I saw it on your list. That definitely looked interesting. That's probably aimed at younger children?
Absolutely, yeah, because it's kind of teaching them about different places and different food dishes that kids might not normally be aware of. So I guess it's like it's weird. We recorded that in throughout 2017 in the US for a US market, but it's kind of like in the show itself, it's doing sort of a world tour before it comes out to kids in the US.
There's definitely been a trend going in that direction with food education lately. I believe Sesame Street's even delved into it. I think Cookie Monster might have a food truck or something.
Yeah,
so
well.
I've seen that trend. It's funny that you record it, but it's not even shown in the North American market yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir on that one. I hesitate to even mention it because of the fact that like, oh, am I spoiling anything? But it's like, I don't. It certainly doesn't like break any sort of non-disclosure agreements. It's just there was certainly a good example to be found of like Sonny talking with Nagish and stuff like that in that show. I mean,
Okay,
I did a lot of ancillary characters in that one, and then there's another one coming out from that same company that I play like 20 different like side characters on. So
are you the only cast member?
No, no. I think they just liked working with me. They knew I can sound. They like that they can throw any sort of vocal characteristics at me, and I can usually replicate it to what they're asking for. So it makes things simple. When you've already got like a working relationship and a rapport with someone, obviously you want to work new people into the mix for fresh energy as well. But in this case, they knew what I brought to the table, and they're like, yeah, let's get John in on some more stuff.
Just like any other like Hollywood director, they have
right.
Have
like
their
they're always
friends,
talking about the Willy Wonka guy in every single. I'm drawing a blank. Not
Willy
old
Wonka?
school Willy Wonka, new school Willy Wonka.
Johnny Depp,
and he's
Helena
always
Bonham Carter.
Sorry,
with Tim Burton.
Tim Burton. Thank you. Excuse me. My brain is still catching up here to the nature.
It's all good. I knew where you were going.
Thank you. Well, then chime in sooner.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I am by far not a professional journalist by any means.
you're
Although
doing
I have a couple hard-hitting questions for you later.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Where are the bodies?
Not quite. Maybe not that deep.
Okay.
3
feet deep.
But when you talk about like Tim Burton, you're right. He's Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter. Kevin Smith, my idol, he's same thing. He's got his circle. Adam Sandler has his group. So it naturally it just happens. It's almost like Hollywood clicks, if you will. But but they know what they can pull out of you. They know what they can expect, and sometimes you might be able to surprise them too, right? You probably still have a few tricks in your bag, right?
Just a couple, yeah. I don't think everybody's heard everything from me just yet. They've heard a lot, but
do you workshop new stuff at home, like when you're sitting around and bored? Oh, yeah, geez, what's going on?
Sometimes I find that I'm definitely like just goofing around and doing impressions all the time, and sometimes you can take an impression and just sort of work it around until it becomes its own thing. So, in fact, it was Pat Fraley who was the voice of Krang in the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He was the one that taught me that a lot of the times bad impressions can make the best original characters. And not to put myself over too much, but I usually get pretty close on my impressions, so that it took a while for that one to stick, but I eventually kind of got the psychology of what he was talking about.
That is kind of where voice acting tends to go, right? When you're watching really strong voice acting, you can see, okay, they're trying to go for like a De Niro kind of vibe or something like that.
That's right? Definitely where it starts. In fact, to your earlier question, in addition, like the picture, the dialogue, and maybe some context, a lot of another thing that they do most of the time these days is we're looking for like a Ron Swanson type, or we're looking for a Jack Black type. They try to give you, a celebrity reference to kind of get you in the ballpark of what they're looking for.
Oh, gee, that's the smart way to do it, right?
Yeah, it helps a lot.
Well, have you ever gone into a situation where they weren't sure quite what they were looking for, and they just
when they're doing what?
When they weren't sure what they were looking for? So they, have you ever been in a situation where we think we kind of want something like this, but maybe they ask you for suggestions. What else have you got?
Yeah, that's why I'm prone to doing at least 2 takes on a lot of the stuff I send in. A, it helps my chances, and as far as booking goes, and then B, like to go back to the Triceratops character on Gujitsu, the reference they had for that, it was surprised me because he's this big burly brawler kind of guy, and I can't offhand remember who the reference was for that, but it was an actor from one of the Mummy movies, very, very prim and popish. And I'm like, well, I don't know how much that fits this guy's look. So I sort of, I gave them what they wanted as take 1, but then as a backup alternate take 2, I did more of like, all right, well, let's have him have sort of a European accent, but let's beef him up and make him more of like a pub crawler, like, hey there, mate, that sort of thing. And I'm probably just butchering that right now, but and they ended up going with that one because they had an idea in mind, kind of, and then they heard this other idea and a little light bulb went off, I guess, and they're like, oh, well, that's a thought. Let's go with that.
Well, I at least for me personally, I know when I see like a character, the voice has to fit the character. So if you're picturing a big burly dude and he's got a high pitched, kind of almost effeminate voice,
Mhm.
that dichotomy doesn't really work.
I mean,
can
it
work. It can work on a
can
short
for
gag.
comedic purposes. It can, but I said, I just, I said, like, again, give them what they want. But hey, here's something to consider as a backup. Not me telling them how to cast this guy, just
Absolutely
simply
not,
giving them.
right?
No, just giving them more options to play with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just the whole like high pitch for a big guy, just that's a short term gag.
I mean, it worked for Mike Tyson, but
are you going to tell him no?
No, Mike Tyson, no,
yeah,
absolutely
exactly.
not. Way above my insurance.
I hear you. Although a friend of mine saw him at an ice cream parlor in Niagara Falls, Canada, and he was the nicest dude possible. So
He was just getting some butterscotch ripple.
something like that, yeah.
Ice cream.
I
scream, you scream.
What would you say? No promises. Once it's on the internet, you don't know where it's going to go, right?
You had another question?
Yeah. What would you say is probably the number one project you've done that gets you that most people might recognize you from?
Well, it depends on what they're into. I think Alessi from JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. I get asked about that one a lot. Atta boy to you. I get asked about that one a lot, or asked to do the voice. Pokemon Masters is another one. Thornton and Brawley from that. I've gotten some requests.
That was a video game, right?
It was, yes.
Okay.
And still is.
Well, sorry. I don't know why I use past tense.
The one that I'm really proud of these days, and they're still releasing episodes right now on Funimation as we speak, is Red Blood Cell AC 1677 on Cells at Work Code Black.
When I was
kind of representing his colors.
That one looked really, really cool. That's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the original Cells at Work for research. Adorable. I love the platelets. This one obviously goes in a much darker route, hence Code Black, because before it was kind of like in a healthy, functioning, presumably younger body that the cells were trying to keep things in order. And in Code Black, man, I don't want to see the guy that they're in because he's just having problems left and right all over the place and is pretty much dying. So it's very much like a Greek tragedy in that there's this sense of foreboding all over the place of like they're struggling so hard and for what,
It reminds me back to do you remember there was a movie probably 15 years ago at least, Osmosis Jones.
Yep.
Yeah, similar concept, but obviously with the Code Black, definitely it sounds like it's definitely going in a much darker direction.
Yeah, there's still laughs to be had, obviously, because there's one episode where how can I say this? I don't know if there's kids watching. They're helping somebody rise to the occasion, the red blood cells.
All right, enough said.
I think it's episode 3.
That's an important health concern.
Yes.
No.
Yes. At a certain age, yes.
I might have said too much. Excuse me. I lost my track where I was going to go here.
I know I brought up a certain subject and I just derailed everything. I apologize.
It's a sore subject.
Oh God.
Not my intention at all. So you mentioned the Pokemon Masters. Why won't my thing stay still here? I don't know what's going on. I need a better setup. I'm again not a professional.
I just got this boom arm like the other day, so.
See, I'm just using my phone with my headphones.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't have gear. That's Rob's doing. He's got the gear. You mentioned Pokemon because that's a huge phenomenon. So, like, you always see the stereotype at cons and stuff of people approaching someone who worked on a project thinking they're going to know everything about that project. Does that happen to you? Do people ask you about your Pokemon adventures? And
Well, not really. I did. In fact, there was a really nice fan in, I believe in England, who sent me some cards to sign, and then there was an extra one, and he's very particular about how he wanted stuff signed. So I was like, There's this extra one. How do you want this one done? He's like, oh, that's for you. That's Brawly's Pokemon, and it took me a second to resonate with that, because when we worked on the game, I didn't really watch the cartoon except maybe 2 episodes back in the day when it came out, like 98, 99. And when we're working on the game, we weren't working to picture on that one. So I didn't, I wasn't as familiar with like what my guy's companions were.
Okay.
So, but other shows, yeah. I like I couldn't quote you every detail in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but the Dragon Ball Z stuff, Dragon Ball Super, that's something that I've enjoyed as a fan. I could probably beat most people at trivia on that one.
I've never been huge into a lot of anime. Like there's a handful I've watched throughout the years. My older son, he's big into some of the newer stuff. Dragon Ball was one that I tried to get into, but the station that showed it around here would never. It's almost like they showed like 2 episodes a day, and when you came back to the next day, if you missed one day, you were totally lost in the story. It was so weird.
It's kind of fast. It's usually one like a week or something like that.
Yeah, no, they were pounding them out on this channel so quick that you miss one day and the story was entirely different. It was
and plus,
weird.
to make things even more confusing, you're in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you were at that time when you were watching it. I mean, I was going to say your cast jumped around as much as ours did, and I think that's kind of accurate, how at a certain point we switched from it being recorded by the Ocean Group to the folks doing it in-house in Texas. And then at a certain point, the Ocean guys kind of got their chance again, and then they started. That was the one that Canada was getting, I believe, for like throughout the Cell and Majin Buu stuff.
Oh, I would not have thought they would change like actor groups mid-show. Like that seems odd.
Well, yeah, they did those original 52 or 53 episodes with the likes of Brian Drummond and Ian Corlett and Scott McNeil. And then it just kind of went into syndication for a while. And then once they got it up on Toonami, that's where it really found its audience in the US. And then they went back and started dubbing the remainder of the series.
Okay.
Supply and demand. It's a whole thing about, how that's bounced around. And I guess even like with Dragon Ball Super, there was sort of a similar thing with Bang Zoom was contracted to do a version of Dragon Ball Super specifically for Toonami Asia, and I do not know how that came about or why.
They're making anime market specific.
I guess it came down to some kind of contracts regarding the distribution, but I'm not really privy to the details on that one. When I worked on those shows, it was just for a cup of coffee, like a one-liner in DBZ. And then for Dragon Ball Super, I recorded it in Los Angeles, but it was for the version that more people are familiar with, that's recorded in Texas.
Okay.
We just did a phone patch kind of deal.
Okay. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure it's one I've heard about, but I've never seen. And what few people that in my circle, there's not a lot of anime fans, unfortunately, but they seem to be very 50-50 on JoJo. Like that show seems to really be polarizing for some people. And
it was for me too.
Really?
I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with my character, but there's some imagery as far as what he does to people that I wasn't sure if I wanted to be the guy.
Oh,
where basically his stand is that if you step on Alessi's shadow, it de-ages you. And for one poor lady, she gets de-aged down to even a fetus.
Whoa.
Which is, pretty creepy stuff. And I remember when I was watching, I wasn't sure about it, so I was doing some research on the show. I watched what was like the first episode that was available on Netflix at the time. And I guess to establish how mean this other guy was, the dude hucks a turtle against a wall and cracks his shell. And I dropped a couple F-bombs on that because I had a turtle growing up.
Whoa.
So but I also got to respect that it's clearly doing something right to have the passionate fan base that it does. Some really great artwork, some really great characters, and obviously some very good really great action scenes. So I'm still trying to immerse myself more in that fan base and get up to speed on some things.
Do you have any newer projects that on the rise, anime wise?
Well, we'd mentioned Cells at Work Code Black. There's some other stuff I'm reading for, but I can't really go into details on that. And stuff that may have been booked recently. I also kind of gotta. Yeah. They like to be the ones that make the announcements. So once it's out, I can talk about it more freely.
So Cells at Work Code Black, that's the most recent for your anime work?
Yeah, and I would say so.
Okay.
There was another one that kind of came out recently, but I just do like a small cameo on that one. It was Tanakawa Over the Moon for You. There's an episode where the main cast is playing some video games, and I got called in to do the Street Fighter announcer voice as well as Zangief, which was kind of fun.
Just
really fun.
Hearing your normal talking voice, I could definitely hear that announcer kind of voice.
Yeah.
You definitely
Triumph
have that.
or die.
You definitely
You
have that.
can't give it up.
That timbre that's needed to accentuate.
I get announcer kind of stuff, not like narrator announcer, but like for Kake Gurui, it was a similar kind of voice they had me do as the MC of some things at the school. And in Beyblade Burst Rise, there's a character whose name is Another, and it's a similar thing. He's calling the action. I think maybe it's because they know that I used to do commentary for wrestling shows. So maybe they just figured that would be within my wheelhouse.
Really? We're wrestling.
Yeah.
Interesting. Where was that at?
San Diego was where the bulk of my commentary career was. As far as but in Los Angeles, I wrestle for Brian Kendrick's Wrestling Pro Wrestling.
Very cool. Very cool. You're a wrestler as well?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's not on any of your information online.
It's on
I didn't see it.
Instagram. I feel like I was posting more about my wrestling stuff on there than the voice acting for a while. But
okay, I'm too old. They don't let me on Instagram, so I'm not allowed to work there.
I see.
But, there's an age limit. You have to be below 40, I think, to be on Instagram. So
I'm surprised I'm on there. Now they're trying to get me on TikTok, and I'm like, all right, damn kids.
I'm allowed to look on TikTok. I'm just not allowed to post there yet. Yes.
Yeah, I guess that's what's the bulk of entertainment in 2021 is watching people play video games and homemade music videos. I guess.
Yeah, dance routines.
Just
I'm more of a
shake
fan
it in front of the camera, the front of the telephone for 15 seconds or so.
Something like that. Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of like cute puppy videos though. That's just
me too. I've really been getting into like this one about like a bird that dances like so amazingly to songs. I'll have to send you a link. I think Tico is the name, or is that the one that sings to the songs? There's a bunch.
Very cool. I'm going to be honest. That this wrestling thing has kind of got my attention.
You'd think that the sunglasses would have been a hint.
Well, you might have been. You'd be a fan, sure, but you're an actual wrestler that like you actually do it.
Yeah.
I know a few people locally and whatnot, but and you said you're working with Brian Kendrick's organization.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Any named like stars that have come through your way that
yeah, we've 2 out of 3 members of the New Day have come to see our show.
Wow.
Kofi and Xavier have been there. We're still waiting for Big E. Probably would have happened this year if not for the pandemic. And we've had some people who've been in WWE that have been on who've actually wrestled on the show. Freddie Prinze Jr., big fan of us. He's come by at least once or twice to check out the show.
He doesn't work at the WWE anymore, does he?
No, but he used to, and that's how he knew Brian. And
he was. I remember him. He was a writer for SmackDown, I believe, for a while.
Yeah,
very cool. Very cool.
There was a bunch. I'll tell you, when I was on Stin Bodie's, who you might remember as Kazarni in the WWE.
I've heard the name. Yep.
He ran Freak Show Wrestling in Los Angeles and Las Vegas, and I wrestled as Trump for them. Obviously, both leaning into the comedy very much, and I actually got to, as Trump, referee a match with Jake the Snake Roberts, which was really cool.
Wow, legend.
Yeah.
Very cool.
D'Lo Brown has been on that one. Who else? Cody Rhodes, a bunch, because Sin's a nice guy, so people are happy to come into his crazy world as well.
Awesome. So, I'm not sure how much time we've got left here. Did you have anything? Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting the most important question.
Yeah.
I apologize. Yes, I made sure this is the first thing I wrote down that I was going to ask you.
Okay.
Describe your perfect hamburger. It's important. The people want to know, man.
Well, see, that's changed over the years because I'm trying to be a little bit more carb conscious these days. So I know it's blasphemy for some, but a lot of the time I'll get it lettuce wrapped. But you can't go wrong with a good bacon double cheese, man. I don't mean like, 2 patties when I say double cheeseburger. So that's, yeah. Big
All
fan
right.
of the Western ones as well when you put some barbecue sauce and onions on them.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. What about like, do you need the salad on top? Do you need the lettuce, the tomato, that kind of stuff?
Well, if I do In-N-Out, I get the grilled onions. I mean, I certainly am a big fan of just, throw everything on there that you got,
I've never experienced In-N-Out. That's, if I had a food bucket list, In-N-Out burger is one that I definitely on that list.
Pretty good. Fat Burger is another great one. I don't know if you guys have those out there. What would be like the go-to burger chain in Canada?
McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's.
Okay.
Like those, we don't have too many other
Harvey's.
weird ones.
Arby's.
Harvey's is like the most Canadian. That's definitely a Canadian creation.
They're
Harvey's.
more known for their roast beef sandwiches than burgers, though, right?
No, you're thinking Arby's. This is.
Oh, did you say Hardee's?
Harvey's with a V.
Harvey's.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Thanks, Rob.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, man. Well, thank you for coming.
I'll have to check that out.
Yes, thank you very much, John.
Thanks for having me. This was a pleasure. I look forward to when things calm down in the world a little bit, and I can maybe come meet some folks in person out there. I've never been. I would absolutely love to. I've heard nothing but good things.
Well,
absolutely.
If you get up here our way, the Harvey's burgers on me, man.
Yeah. Yes. We had Diver Down said In-N-Out burgers are so good.
That's what I hear.
They're good, but I mean, this Harvey's sounds like it's nothing to sneeze at either. So now you got me feeling like, so close and yet so far.
Harvey's are so good because you can't eat one without getting messy.
Yes.
That's kind of what like Carl's Jr.'s gimmick was for the longest time. The whole, if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
I like that.
That's a good slogan. I like it. Yeah.
See, that's why I thought you meant Hardee's, because in some areas like Carl's Jr.'s is a Hardee's. So
yeah, I've always heard about that, but no, this is Harvey's with a V.
Good deal.
Awesome. Jason, thanks so much. John, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
No problem. Thanks for letting me be here.
And then, like we said, hopefully we can have a real live convention soon, and we will recreate this in person.
I mean, I'm getting my shots, so I'll see you guys sooner rather than later.
You got it. Thanks so much.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye. There we go. That was excellent. Jason, thank you so much. You jumped out before I could thank you, but thank you. Why am I suddenly off center? That's weird. Getting so excited about this show, I'm moving my chair around. All right. Now, this next person I am super excited to chat with. She has had a finger, a thumb, a hand involved in some of the most major entertainment of our time. So I am so anxious to chat. This is Adele Simmons. Adele, welcome to CKX.
Hello. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Yes. And now I want to make sure we talk about this right away because this was something that was important to you. It was about your book.
Oh, my book. Yes.
Yeah. Let's jump right into that.
Okay. That's the book. And it's available at Amazon Books. Just go to Amazon Books and type in Adele Simmons, and that pops up.
Nice.
And it's available for sale. It's a historical thriller set in 1912 Manhattan at the height of the largest immigration movement known to man, people pouring into New York City. And Tammany Hall is at the height of its corruption when a string of grisly murders happen, very ritualized. And the authorities refuse to admit that these murders are linked, although they obviously are. So the story takes off from there. We go down into underground New York where the subway is being built. So we go through all that excavation on our hunt to find the killer.
Really? This sounds intriguing.
It's a fast read. It's a good read. And I think you'll enjoy it.
Excellent. So yeah, everybody remember that is the Death of Saints.
Yes.
And I think I know what I'm doing as soon as this show is over. I am going
to
Amazon because I love historical pieces, and this is, I would consider modern historical because like you said, 1912. So we're close to us.
Yes. So, you'll see many of the currents that have brought us to where we are in 2021 that had their genesis in this great migratory immigration to New York City, to Manhattan.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, let's start with some of the big topics that you or some of the big projects that you have done in the past, because like I'm looking at your IMDb page and every name on there screams at me from history. Like I know these titles.
Oh yeah.
Like you started out
living under a rock not to know those titles.
Exactly. You started out on Beverly Hills Cop 2.
No, I started out on MacGyver.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I had gotten into the assistant director training program. And the year I got in, which you've probably heard about, it's this horrific 6-hour test that you take to get into the Directors Guild training program. And the year I took it, there were about 1,000 people who had come from everywhere to take the test. And of the 1,000, they interviewed the top 100 scores. And of the top 100, they hired the top 10. So I was one of those fortunate 10. So I'm waiting at home for my first job ever in the industry, and I get a call from Paramount, and they want me to come rushing in to attend my first production meeting. So I run downstairs to where my little Volkswagen Beetle is parked, and it's gone.
Oh, no.
It was stolen during the night. So my husband had an old Mercedes classic, old, that he's fixing up. He's like, oh, I'll find out about that. I'll call the police. You just get in the Mercedes and go. So I get in the Mercedes, old, go. Get to the gate, Paramount Studios, pull into the security guard, and the car dies. So there I am, stuck like a cork in the bottle, blocking a line of cars going down Melrose because my car is stuck in the main gate. The security guard came and helped me push it out of the way, and I hustled down the street and got a gas can, came back, filled the car up with gas, got into the studio, and made my appointment on time. And got hired on MacGyver and spent pretty much the next 17 years at Paramount. But it was a push right up to the last minute to even just get on the lot.
You made an impression.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, at least it had the good ending,
Oh, yeah.
to have all that happen, and then they say, no, thank you. You know, that's
Right.
Yeah.
So my motto is never give up. Push and push and push and push until you make it in the gate.
in some cases, literally.
Literally.
Yes, that's crazy. Well, that's interesting because it's MacGyver's not even listed on here.
Oh, it should be.
Yeah. It starts with Beverly Hills Cop 2 and then No Way Out.
No, there was quite a bit before that. From Beverly Hills Cop 2, I went to Knight Rider. From Knight Rider, I went to Dynasty. And then I think it was Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Interesting. Yet none of the shows are on here.
Oh, well, are you sure you're looking at the full IMDb or?
I think so. It says there's 15 credits, but it sounds like there's a lot more than 15.
There may be.
Yes. I'm thinking somewhere along the line, something didn't get put through on one of the pages, and that's why it's not up to date.
Possibly, but it's I've looked at it a number of times. It always seems to be complete. I'll look at it next time.
Because it does have Next Generation on there.
Yeah.
And Star Trek Borg. Oh, that's a video game.
Yes, that was the very first Star Trek video game, and it was called Star Trek Borg. And that was an interesting challenge to schedule a video game because it's all about binary decisions. If you push this button, we do that. If you push that button, we do this. So you have to be prepared for all of that. And it was a lot of fun.
How does that differ from a show? Because it does sound completely different. Like, how did you approach it?
Well, we shot it just like an episode.
Really?
We shot it on the bridge of a ship, and Sulu had actually reached the rank of captain. So he was the captain of, I forget the name of the ship that we were on. It was one of the starships somewhere in the Delta Quadrant. And we had to battle the Borg for the video game. We had to shoot all of the content for that game.
Wow. I've always wondered about that because you do see it. Like you said, you have to know if that person is going to push the blue button, if they push the red button or the green button. You need everything in there for all of those choices.
Yes.
That's insane. So then I got to ask too, what's it like knowing that you've worked on some of the most iconic shows? Like you said, MacGyver, Knight Rider, just Angel, Star Trek.
Well, probably for me, the drama, the excitement always happens behind the camera, which is why that was my forte. And a lot of it had to do with the people who came to Star Trek. I was standing during the lunch hour one day and the elephant doors were open so anyone could kind of walk into the set. This was back in maybe 88, 89. And who comes walking in but O.J. Simpson, just to look around the set. Of course, this was before he decided to murder his wife.
Yeah.
So I wasn't alarmed when he walked in. But another day, Robin Williams walked in. And it was just like someone walking in off the street to look around, and it was deserted. It was lunchtime. Everyone had taken off for lunch, and I was just kind of hanging around waiting for people to come back from lunch. So I got to spend a good 20, 30 minutes with Robin Williams, just hanging out and chatting about space people.
That's insane.
Yeah. And then, of course, the actors that you get to work with, Whoopi, and of course the cast of Next Generation and Voyager, which was, I can't tell you how much fun that was. Every day was an adventure, was something exciting. The script, what were we going to do? What were we going to blow up today? So it was a wonderful journey. Well, I got to spend the afternoon with Stephen Hawking, when he came to do an episode in which he played himself, and he was playing poker with Data and with Isaac Newton and with Einstein and Data and Stephen Hawking. So that was something. There's so many things that I would never have seen, people I would never have met, had it not been for this phenomenal show that everyone wanted to just come and see. And if you could get on Paramount Lot, you definitely wanted to go over to Stage 8 and see the sets for Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Well, a friend of mine, and this just happened recently, a friend of mine was on The Love Boat back when he was really young. He was a child actor. So I kind of got rewatching those episodes. And that reminded me about episodic television and the fact that they always had guest stars.
Yes.
You know, Next Generation wasn't shy of that either. Like they had people come on for single episodes and high caliber names.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was an attractive show. I mean, I worked with people that actually, I worked with Robert Mitchum. It wasn't on Star Trek, but that is I worked from Robert Mitchum to Kevin Costner in that whole milieu of stardom. So it was really exciting. Something that will never come again.
Yes. Diver Down said, that sounds like a dream poker game.
Yes. Yes.
Well, it was, because it was on the holodeck, right?
It was on the holodeck, and these
There
were
you
all
go.
supposed to be holodeck figures.
So it was technically a dream. There you go, Diver Down.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what made you get into this line of work? Like you said, and I've come to realize too, the real actions behind the camera.
Yes.
How did you?
I often felt like the cameras were pointed in the wrong direction. They should have been turned around and pointed back the other way. I was in school and finishing my second year of college and trying to figure out, what did I want to major in, and ran into an old friend who said, oh, well, I'm going to major in TV. And that sounded like a fun major. I actually envisioned that I would be sitting around in a classroom watching television programs.
No such luck, huh?
No.
Yeah.
So eventually I graduated with my degree in TV and film production. And that led me to the assistant director training program, and that led me to Paramount Studios. I have a Next Generation story that, because you're Canadian, you'll appreciate this story. In American politics, if you're a candidate for a federal office, you and your family are assigned to Secret Service protection. And so one day, the wife of the vice presidential candidate decided she wanted to visit the set. So she came and she had her Secret Service attachment, and we're just kind of standing around the set, and the cinematographer, the DP, is lighting for the next scene that we're getting ready to shoot. And he looks up and he says, "Kill that baby." And the Secret Service immediately pulled their jackets back and put their hands on their guns. So I had to step up and say, okay, everybody just stop, stand still, and explain. He's lighting the set. He's telling that man up there to turn off that baby spotlight. That's all it is. And
Yeah.
everybody kind of chuckled and realized, okay, well, we're not getting ready to have some kind of really dramatic incident here.
Somebody almost got shot there. That's
Well, I won't go that far. It wasn't quite that American.
just for doing their job too. That's just
They're
it.
doing their job. Yeah.
And I will say, as a credit to the Secret Service, that shows you the level of protection that they.
Oh, they were listening.
Yes, they hear everything.
They were listening. They heard "kill," and that was all that they needed to hear. But we had a similar incident when Colin Powell came to visit the set. He was the Joint Chiefs of Staff for all four branches of the military. And so when he came, the fellow with the Halliburton briefcase manacled to his wrist came with him. And actually, had the nuclear codes there on the set with us. So that was rather an ironic moment to be on the Enterprise and really, genuinely have the ability to annihilate everything through an atomic bomb. So that was very exciting.
It's living up to its name at that point. The Enterprise has massive firepower.
Yes, massive firepower for real.
That is awesome. I adore these stories. That's why with you, I agree that the behind the stage stuff, that's where the action is. That's where you got to watch, you know? So now I notice it, and I don't know if this is accurate. The last credit I have shows 2004 for Hair Show.
Yes. That was just a little independent feature with Monique. And we shot it rather quickly, but it's a good little movie. And we shot it all over Los Angeles, and pretty funny movie.
Really? Okay. Now, is that the last thing you've done? Like, have you kind of gotten out of that business now?
Yeah, I retired rather early because I had a daughter and a family, and so I kind of retired back to my family life and to writing and doing more independent projects that didn't require quite so much of my attention while I still had a growing family.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So now, by independent, does this mean it's still unionized, or are you dabbling in the non-union fun stuff?
No, I'm still a member of the Directors Guild. They still collect their dues. So I don't, I've never worked non-union. And now that I'm pretty much retired from actually staying, you know, they have a saying among assistant directors, when your knees go, your career is over. Because if you look on a film set, you'll see those tall director chairs for the director, for the actors, for the DP, for makeup, hair, for everybody. You don't see a chair for the assistant director.
Because they don't sit down.
Assistant directors, it's a matter of honor. You don't sit down as an assistant director. You are on your feet, except for the lunch hour. You're on your feet those 12 to 16-hour days. And it takes a toll. It's, you know, those nights are sometimes it's 24 hours. We shot the last day of Beverly Hills Cop 2. We shot a 36-hour day.
Oh.
Straight through. So
that hurts.
To wrap up shooting, we had no choice. Wrap it up. So those are the days that I think you want to be in your 20s, 30s, and 40s for.
Yeah, you want to be severely active because, but see, I bet you any money you slept better than anybody else on that cast because you were running around the most.
Yes.
So your downtime is down.
Yes. Yes. But it had its rewards. It, you know, everywhere in Los Angeles is really kind of mentally Hollywood. And when we shot A Fistful of Datas for Next Generation, we shot on location at the Universal Western Town back lot. So when we were through for the day, and it was just, if you remember that episode, it had every element you could, multiple datas and body doubles and horses and just everything you can, all the elements you can imagine. But we did it. Patrick Stewart was directing. And instead of taking the crew bus back to the studio to get my car, Patrick said, well, come ride with me. And so I hopped in his little, I think it was an MG, a little red MG, and we're just barreling down the Hollywood freeway. And all of a sudden I noticed out of the side of my eye that there's this parallel line, and it's a convertible. There's this parallel line of cars to my left and to my right. And I look over and I see the people staring at us, and they realize that's Patrick Stewart barreling down the freeway. And so we had like these cars escorting us next to us as we traveled down the freeway. And Patrick and I just looked at each other and laughed. It's Hollywood.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's Captain Picard. That at the point, like that was one of the best Star Trek shows at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now I have to ask then, are you a Trek fan or did you take it as a job?
Oh, when I was 17 and the original series was aired, it aired on a Thursday night, and I was the local neighborhood babysitter. But I never took jobs on Thursday night because on Thursday night I had to be home to watch Star Trek. Little did I know that 20 years later, I would be an integral part of Star Trek. On the pilot encounter at Farpoint, we, again, it's an example of everywhere being Hollywood because we shot it in a little park right up off of Los Feliz, where people today, if they go there and walk up that trail, they will recognize all of that jungle scenery that was supposed to be an alien planet we were on, was actually just that little park up there off of Los Feliz Boulevard. And that's how the show started for me, that very first day shooting on the pilot.
Wow. So is that why you got involved with Voyager?
When Star Trek Next Generation finished, most of the crew, most of the production personnel and writers and everyone just rolled over to Voyager. So I did 7 seasons of Next Generation and 5 seasons of Voyager.
That's a lot of Star Trek.
That's a lot of Star Trek.
So there's, not a lot of lore we can fire at you that you won't know the answers to because you were involved in the lore.
Well, I'm not sure about that. It's been a while, but I'm definitely a fan of the show. Those actors were, in the beginning, the first time you saw Jonathan Frakes walk onto the set, you knew there was a heartthrob on the show. He was tall and handsome, and the shoulders and the blue eyes, and we all just kind of sat back. Whoa. He is still, I'm assuming, I think, a genuine Hollywood heartthrob with those kind of movie star looks. And then to find out that he's a big prankster, that he's just a fun guy, that he is just as liable to pick you up and shake you like a salt shaker as anything else. So there was a real camaraderie, a real sense of family. LeVar and Michael, Whoopi, Marina Sirtis, who was always so much fun. The day that she found out that one of her costumes was going to be, and again, it was for Fistful of Datas, it was a Western. She was going to be playing a character called Durango. She was herself, but she was Durango, wearing this little leather cowgirl jacket. She was thrilled when she found out it was the jacket that Linda Evans had worn in Big Valley.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So, the film industry is really one of traditions of these actors that have this long line of entertainment. And I just always felt so privileged to be a part of that and see that and meet these people and help put that show on the air.
Well, and it's got to be, and I don't want to use the word heartbreaking, but you did 7 seasons of Next Generation. You guys become a family. But now, like you said, most of them rolled over into Voyager, but you still lost a large portion of that family.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, starting with Patrick Stewart, he is exactly the man you want to believe he is. He is that kind and generous and loyal character that you see on that screen. So yeah, it was a loss that the actors all went on to other ventures, other projects. And I still see them occasionally. I know Brent was in a play a few years ago, so I took my daughter and we went down and visited. But again, that was an ensemble that will never come again. And just a wonderful time in my life.
Like they say, lightning in a bottle.
Lightning in a bottle. It was.
So now you focus on writing. That's your passion right now?
Well, I am working on a new project. And I am passionate about it. But there's just being in this Hollywood environment, doing this with you today, meeting other people at other conventions, you always kind of keep your toe in the water when you've been a part of Star Trek. The popularity has just never faded.
No, it has not.
Mm-mm.
I'll be the first to admit, I'm a Star Wars guy. Okay.
Oh no!
I'm on that side of the fence. But I still adore Star Trek for what it was, what they did with it, and where it continues to go today, and for what it's inspired.
Well, if you look at the original series, it was those 1960s progressive ideas that were just coming to light. It was the beginning of the civil rights movement, the beginning of the women's liberation movement, and Gene Roddenberry just kind of crafted all of those themes into the original Star Trek. And so those same themes got carried on in a 20th century 21st century as we move forward toward the year 2000. But those same ethics were there. That same ethos was always there. I remember the day that Gene died, and studio personnel, we were shooting, and studio personnel came down to the stage and told us that Gene had passed away. And so we immediately shut down shooting for the rest of the day. And I was fortunate to be invited to his funeral and memorial service. And the Air Force, because you know he had been a pilot, did a flyby over the funeral as we stood outside, and bagpipers were playing. So it was really very moving, because he was a giant in television, and particularly in science fiction.
Well, I know
he's one of a kind.
Absolutely, and without that, Star Wars wouldn't be here. Like I will be the first to acknowledge that, because Star Wars is what regenerated the sci-fi movement. That's why you had Space 1999 and all these other shows come out, but then Star Wars just kind of pushed it, further. And I think that's what brought back Star Trek again to the movies, and
brought it back again and back again into this huge franchise.
But then you look at what it's inspired too, because right now one of the biggest shows is called The Orville, and that is literally just Star Trek repackaged. It's got Seth MacFarlane at the helm, so of course there's all these little witty jokes through the whole thing.
Big fan.
Oh, me too.
No, Seth MacFarlane, big fan of Star Trek.
Yeah, but you watch it and you can tell, because it's Star Trek. It is, So the imprint that he left is never gone away, and I don't think it ever will.
Well, his original concept was Wagon Train to the Stars. And I'm old enough to remember the original Wagon Train, which was an American TV series, very popular, of American pioneers traveling by wagon train to the West. Mm-hmm. And what Gene wanted to convey was that same adventurous, pioneering migration into space. And that's what he accomplished.
Steve here says, and I think he sums it up for all of us, who have had an exceptional career.
I've been very fortunate. Yes,
Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to put this up one more time. everybody hit Amazon. I've got to talk to one more incredible person, and then I will be hitting Amazon because I need to get a copy of this. The Death of Saints.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Adele.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
You bet. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, that was great. A part of so many incredible shows: Knight Rider, Angel, MacGyver, and Star Trek. Star Trek Voyager. Crazy, crazy, crazy good. Okay, now it is time for our final guest, and we saved the best for last. This is Nurse Joy. This is Megan Hollingshead. How are you today, Megan?
I'm good. I'm good. That was so sweet of you to say you saved the best for last. I know that's not true because I have seen your fabulous lineup.
It's been a great day.
Oh my gosh. I'm flattered to be in such good company, and I'm just putting my phone away. I was taking pictures of your last interview. Wow.
Adele. Oh my gosh.
I want to sit on her lap and have her tell me stories all day long.
You didn't get to hear the one story she told about Secret Service coming onto the set of Next Generation.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did. Oh yeah, dude. I was watching.
That's crazy.
That was so cool.
I can just imagine the stories she could tell. Like she said, she got to sit and chat with Robin Williams for 20 minutes or so because nobody else was there. Like,
it's so awesome. That's so awesome. I grew up watching reruns of Star Trek, of the original. I was like a sci-fi adventure geek. That was my thing. I loved Star Trek, the original, and then Star Wars, Indiana Jones, like action adventure. That was all me. And and then it took me a while to get into the Next Generation because I was like,
I was the same way.
I don't know. I'm very loyal.
I fought it for 3 years.
You did?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it was when it came out, Frito-Lay had these little baby Star Trek cards in them. And it's like, okay, I get it.
That's what won you over, Frito-Lay?
I'll watch it. Okay. Yep. But your career, my gosh, I looked up your IMDb and there's over 170 projects.
Wow.
You like to keep busy.
Thank you. I was like, I'm glad you said that because I wrote on a bio recently, has done over 100 things. I'm like, I wonder if I've really done over 100 things. So thank you for counting for me.
Let me see. IMDb says, where is it? 171 credits.
Yes.
Yes. See,
so I can be honest, say over 100.
That's crazy. But of course, I think the one that's most iconic and it's right at the top is Nurse Joy. Being part of the Pokemon universe. What's that like?
Oh my gosh. I keep just thinking I'm so lucky to be a part of it. It was literally my first voiceover job, and I had no idea what it was going to be. When I got that job and I told my family I was doing a Japanese cartoon and it was in Japanese, but we were going to do English voices. Like I didn't get it. I hadn't seen any anime except like Speed Racer. Do you remember Speed Racer?
I do.
Yeah. And that was it. And my aunt said, "Is it the one that gave children seizures in Japan?" And I said, "No." And then I was like, "Oh, yeah." It
was the one. Yeah.
That was that. But so I had no idea.
I was 7. It was still kind of new. Like I think the only Japanese film I'd ever seen up to that point was Akira.
Yeah.
You know? So I totally understand it.
Yeah, no, there were people who knew a lot more than I did. And I went to a convention. I can't remember if it was before the first movie came out or not. Because it was, this is like the internet was around, but like I only had it at work and it was for work. And like you didn't Google Pokemon and have fan groups pop up. So I really didn't know, most of us in the cast didn't know it was such a big deal until around the time of the first movie. And that's when all of us started having like friends' kids would be blown away that we were in it, or we suddenly started seeing Pikachu everywhere. And then the movie came out and people went nuts. And so that was when we started realizing it. And around that time I went to a convention. I was invited to a convention. I was like, what? Yes, this is ridiculous. So cool. And that's when I've discovered that there was way more anime than I knew about. And fans were like, well, I was there with Crispin Freeman, who he knew way more than I did. And fans were like, well, what manga would you like to see adapted? And what would you like to dub? And I was the dumbest person in the room because I was like,
What's a manga?
I was like, you tell me what you want to see, and I will wonder what that is. So I'm still catching up. I still, I get auditions, and I'm like, I don't know, is this huge or weird or
No
they're
kidding.
all weird, and that's what makes them awesome.
Bill here, he says, I remember Speed Racer. That was his first exposure to anime.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking back now.
So different.
Battle of the Planets. Roughly when was that? Because I think that would have been mine.
I don't remember Battle of the Planets.
It was the one, and I think it's changed names, but it was 5 people, and they had space uniforms, and it almost like a duckbill visor. And the one guy's name was Keop, and he spoke with a stutter.
Okay, I don't know, but I love it.
Yeah?
That sounds awesome. No, I don't know.
I'm going to dig into that because I think that was my first one. But then I didn't watch anything again till Akira, and then
that was your gateway anime.
Yeah, and then I was dragged into Pokemon by my children.
Yes.
Yes.
As so many people are. Of course, I was the opposite. I dragged my children into it. I'm like, watch for mommy. Was
Here we
mommy
go.
in that one?
You said Battle of the Planet or Gotcha Man.
Man.
Gotcha Man.
Wow. Okay, I got to look that up.
I do too. Yeah, I remember Battle of the Planet, but not Gotcha Man. So one thing I've noticed too is people like we spoke to John Allen just a bit earlier. People that voice anime voice a lot of anime. You never see just 1 or 2 shows.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
I'm just curious. Is it because that's what you want to focus on, or is that just what they give you?
It's really good luck. Like in the beginning, that's such a good question. In the beginning, when I did Pokemon, it was one producer, and this still happens. There'll be a producer who does a lot of titles. So a producer will start working with companies in Japan, and they'll buy a whole bunch of titles. And so one producer will know a crop of actors. And so they rehire the same people over and over. In the case of Pokemon, we were literally in the studio, and they would drag us in for other shows. They would all be going on at the same time, and they're like, can you stay for half an hour? Or can you come back tomorrow and do blah, 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 blah. That was a very small group. And so I was really just super lucky to be a part of that, because I learned so much so fast, how to change characters on a dime.
Well, I got to wonder, and as you got into this deeper, where did you find there were shows you wanted to work on? I know you mentioned before, like, why don't you tell me what I want to be? I know.
Okay.
But did you come to realize, no, I want that?
No, still no, because I don't read the manga. And so I'm sorry, I'm getting comfortable. I just took my shoes off. I'm like, why did I wear
The
shoes?
beautiful part about doing live streaming, you can sit on your couch and be as comfortable as you want.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, so I still don't read the manga, although there's one thing coming up that I do know about, because I did a part in the beginning, because I did Bleach. Now there's Burn the Witch was out, and I have to say I was disappointed. I would have liked a chance to work on that. I didn't even know it was happening. And then there's talk of more Bleach being recorded, and fingers crossed. I would love to work on that. I hope it goes back to the same studio, and I hope they cast all the same people, because you never know. Sometimes another studio takes over and they just start all over. That's what happened to Pokemon. They sold Pokemon to another studio, frankly, to do it cheaper, not to criticize, but that's how things, it's called show business, not show.
Yeah. That's the thing. There is an art to it, but there is still a business to it, and people always look at the business side. So,
yeah.
One of the things that's kind of struck me funny is when I was going through here, because Bleach is obviously a huge anime. I have heard of it. I've not watched it yet, but I do want to see it.
That's okay.
But there's Naruto in there. There's Pokemon and stuff. But then there's Megamind. And it's like, where did that come from? That's like right out of left field. That's so different from the anime.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yes. I was like, what was Megamind? Yes, I loved Megamind because so this is a part of how the business works. Anime is a very particular business, and most of it is kind of it's dubbing. And so I think this is true for probably many people in the field. My regular voice acting agent, it's not that she won't do it, it's that she knows how little it pays. So she's like, I'm not going to take 10% of that from you. You know, you go book that on your own. And call me when you're working so I don't double book you. So Megamind actually came from my agent. That's like a major theatrical release. I didn't do that. I did a voice match for Tina Fey on the game. So yeah, stuff like that comes through my agent.
But still, that's like video games.
Yeah, games.
How different is that from the animation?
How what?
How different is that than
From
like,
animation?
you're dubbing as
That's
opposed to
super
games.
different because it's literally the work is super different because there's just a script with row after row of lines, and sometimes there'll be a director and a whole team of people telling you what's going on. Sometimes not. So I don't get to watch what's happening. Often I'll get a character image and they'll play back the audition I did that they liked, and they may or may not throw that out the window as we work. And it's just random lines that may or may not go together.
And see, I guess that's a huge difference we should point out too. When you're doing your anime, it's drawn already.
Yes.
You're voicing over what's drawn.
Yes, and voiced. And in New York, at least when I worked in New York, it was not, we didn't really listen to the Japanese, at least for 4 Kids in the beginning. Maybe that's totally different now. And when I moved to LA, I found it was so much slower because we had to listen to the Japanese and try to be true to the style. I think like 4 Kids got a lot of pushback. 4 Kids was the company that produced Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And a lot of shows that happened at the same time. I think they got a lot of pushback for not being true to the Japanese. But it was Wild West.
I have to ask, if you sat there and listened to the Japanese version of Pokemon, would it make any sense to you? Like you'd hear tone and you'd hear all that.
Yeah.
What words are they saying?
Yeah. Well, we'd have a script. We'd have the script with the Japanese and the English. So I wouldn't necessarily know what they were saying, but you can hear the tone, right? So then when I go to say the English, I can, you can tell the emotion that's in there.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And even when we're not going strictly by the original Japanese, hi Nathaniel. You sometimes still you'll be like, this line makes no sense. Let's listen to how the Japanese actor did it and see if that helps clarify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then now I'm going to ask, because we started out saying, tell me what projects you think I should. What got you into voicing anime?
Well, the thing that got me into acting was my love for action adventure movies. Like I said, Star Trek was a favorite, and Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Poltergeist. And I loved them so much. I wanted to step into the movie theater and step into the screen and be in those movies. It's not that I didn't even necessarily want to act. I just wanted to be part of the world of filmmaking. And so when I read a book, The Making of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I was like, this is it. I am going to have a career in movies and television because I want this. I recognized this years later. I want the camaraderie and the familyness that goes with making film and television. And that really is part of it. I think with a con as well, you work so closely with people on a project, they become your family. So I craved that. And so I started working in theater, I took acting classes. And as with so many things in all areas of life, someone comes up to you and asks if you're willing to do something, and you say yes. So in this case, I had a stage manager who was a very close friend of my very close friends, and she was dating someone, and he had asked her if she knew anyone who did voiceovers, and she said, I think Megan Hollingshead does it. And so I got an audition, and I loved it. It suited me. I suited it. And we went from there. Did I end up working on Raiders of the Lost Ark or Star Trek? No. But isn't it amazing how life you just roll with it?
Exactly. And it's dropped you in the middle of other huge franchises.
Yeah.
Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, like
totally.
In their own right, they are raiders for somebody.
There you go. There you go. That's what I hear people like talk about anime with equal passion. You know, I want to do this so much. And I'm like, yes, go for it. Take the classes, talk to the people, and then be open to what happens next. Cause it's a roller coaster.
Oh, okay.
Yar.
Oh, that's John Allen. There we go.
Yes. We're all in for the roller coaster.
And I accidentally clicked on it because I was trying to click on this question. What is your take
Oh,
on
hi,
Jacob
Bill.
DeGrom this season?
I don't know. I don't know that. Jacob DeGrom.
I'm not sure who that is.
Help me out, Bill. Give me more info. Oh, is that one? That's someone from Sportsing. Is that an athlete, Bill?
Can not only strike him out, but he's got a bat and knows how to. This does sound very baseball-ish.
I love it. Bill is a big sports fan, and he helps me understand everything that's going on in sports when I'm like,
Oh, yes?
Yes.
So, Bill, you'll have to explain Jacob to her then.
Yeah.
Okay. And to us, because I don't.
Mets pitcher. Oh, okay. So I used to be a huge Mets fan when I lived in New York. Like I would go to the games all the time. I would buy cheap tickets and sit way in the back. I am embarrassed to say I no longer know the lineup. But yeah, let's go Mets.
There we go. Oh, and John Allen, he said, I say that as a yes a lot. Yeah.
Like a pirate, because that's the best way.
It does look very pirate-ish, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even the pitcher, put a bandana on him and a patch. That's
Oh, yeah.
pirate.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. So back to anime.
Yay.
Now, I always love asking this question of people. Of your history with what you've done, have you hit your passion project, or is that yet to come? And what would it be if you haven't?
Oh, that's a good one. Have I hit my passion project? I think for that, I think there's no one particular thing. It's the whole body of it is 100% my passion project, because my passion project is waking up, taking on a creative challenge, being a little bit scared, doing it anyway, succeeding sometimes, not always, and going back and doing it again. The only thing I miss from doing the job I'm doing now, especially during COVID, is I miss the camaraderie. So yeah, doing a film, doing theater, I would love to incorporate that into the work I'm doing.
Because yeah, right now you can still record, but you do it from home, or you go into a studio by yourself, or
yeah. And I when COVID first started, and I was auditioning from home, but I didn't have a very good booth, and then I got a better one, and blah blah. But the engineer sent me a Zoom link and a Source Connect link and everything I needed, and I got on the Zoom link, and I just, like I'm doing now, I turned on the camera, I turned on the sound, and they go, "Oh, we don't really need to see you. We're all just gonna Zoom with our cameras off." And I was like, "Well, I put on makeup."
Gives you that warm fuzzy feeling, doesn't it?
Yeah. So none of them do. I do these sessions and no one wants to see anybody. We're all just talking. It's even worse than everybody else's Zoom COVID experience. We don't even look at each other.
I don't think I could even say that to a person. If they took the time to turn the camera on, I would watch the camera just because they did it,
I think they didn't want me to be the only one, because there's like the engineers one place, the directors another place, and maybe there's producers. And I was like, hi guys. And everybody else is like sipping their coffee with their cameras
So
off.
it's more, we don't want to turn our cameras on, so you better
Exactly.
shut yours off. Okay.
Exactly. You turn it off, you're making us uncomfortable.
Yes. Nathan said, Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Beyblade were my main shows as a kid.
Yeah.
I know you're in 2 of those for sure.
Yeah.
An additive of
Digimon.
King, Mar, and
Dinosaur King, Mar, and Bakugan. I know the names. I don't know those shows. But yeah, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Came right on the heels of Pokemon. It was just it's probably my second favorite. Might be my second. It's neck and neck with Pokemon for me learning how to do what I do and having a great time doing it.
So isn't being in Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh kind of like liking Star Wars and Star Trek?
Yes, thank you. Perfect. That is perfection.
They were like the biggest dueling card games I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
So, have you ever had someone come up at a convention and said, "Could you sign my Pokemon card?"
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There's not a My Valentine Yu-Gi-Oh card, but there's the cards she played. There's Harpy Ladies. So yeah, I sign a fair amount of cards, and one of my most like moments at a convention was someone brought a what are the things they wear on their wrists in Yu-Gi-Oh? They're like a card launcher thing.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but I know exactly what you mean.
So someone brought that to me and I just wasn't thinking. And I mean, it was obviously really important to them and very special. And I accidentally wrote Megan Nurse Joy, Hollingshead. And I'm like, oh, that was your special thing. And I ruined it with a Sharpie by writing the wrong character on it. But hopefully they'll forgive me.
I'm sure they were just happy to see you.
Thank you for that. We'll
Yeah.
see. There's like, now I lost $100 on eBay.
The one other credit on here that stood out, and it's really cool because it makes you part of the DC universe.
It does?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was in a video short called Batman Dark Flight. You got to play the Bat computer.
Yes. Yes. And it was for a ride at some park in Singapore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the computer is like, I mean, it wasn't please keep your hands and arms inside the car, although I kind of wished it was. I wanted to say that, but it was like one of those rides that you sit in your seats and the seats bumping and the screen's moving in front of you.
Yep.
So I can't remember any of the lines from that, but thank you. I thank you for letting me know that technically I am in the DC universe.
Yes, you are. Look
The
at that.
voice, yes, the voice of the computer in Batman. I'm gonna.
And see, when I saw a video short, I thought, okay,
You're my
maybe
manager. You should be like teaching me.
if I didn't have this in front of me, I'd be dead in the water. I gotta be honest. When I saw a video short, I thought, okay, maybe a fan film, but you just mentioned it's a ride, so that makes it legit. So
Totes. Yes,
you are officially in.
I'm officially in.
Courtney Hurst. Oh, Courtney, she's one of our huge cosplayers. She's amazing. Do you have a genre of anime that you like working on the most, and do you have one you dislike?
I love working on the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, which are like the cute things for sure. But I prefer, I don't know. I don't know if fans will have to tell me if there's like a genre title. I love Bleach. I love how rock and roll it is. I love the style of drawing. I love the darkness of it. So I really love that. That's my favorite. And then I haven't really done any horror except one, Higurashi, When They Cry. And maybe I loved it because the circumstances were really great, like a great director and a great engineer. We just had fun working on it. And because I didn't know it was horror until we got to the horror scene. And then I was like, what is this?
Always read the script first.
Never. That's not an option in anime. Here's what you're doing today. I'm like, what? Yeah, so I don't like watching horror because I'm too much of a wimp, but I did weirdly enjoy performing horror. I never would have guessed that I would like that.
I think it's because you're in control there. You know, when you're watching a movie, you're not in control. It's got to
That's it. That is it.
Because
That is
honestly, I think people like horror because they don't have control, you know, and it puts them in places they don't want to be.
Yeah.
So
I don't care for that.
no, thank you. I think you clarified my question because I was going to ask Courtney what other genres of anime was there. I thought anime was a genre.
Right.
But
But there's so many different kinds.
Yeah, like you just said horror. So okay.
Yeah, I'm sure there's better names of classifications, but I'm just thinking the biggest difference I can think of are like the cute ones versus the more serious ones. It's almost like they're by age range, you know?
Pokemon, Death Note.
Yeah. But yeah. It's like they're for elementary school. What do you call elementary school in Canada?
It's still elementary. Yeah.
Oh, you could have made up a name and I would have believed you. Yeah.
It's junior school.
Junior school. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so elementary school, like Bleach is more for high school probably, and then horror is for no one.
So the shelf you don't go near.
Yeah. Don't touch
Wow.
that.
I think I just dated myself there. I talked about a video store.
I love my husband and I were just talking about it. I had a favorite video store in New York. Loved that place.
Same here. It's
Right?
the city I grew up in. I would always go there, and it's because of the camaraderie. Really,
Yes.
I love the people that work there.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. The guys who worked at our video store were sort of judgy, you know. I was like, I'm never going to take out a blockbuster Hollywood movie and let them see me do it. Right. Like I had to take out something, you know,
Yep.
cool.
That would be kind of fun. I saw a thing on Jimmy Kimmel. Someone actually did his basement up during COVID, did his basement up as a video store.
No.
Yeah, he had it horror. He had sci-fi. He even had a blue section above the top because he had a counter. He had everything. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let me see here. Nathan's got one more comment. Yeah, I read up on that anime. It's an industry like Hollywood. Also,
Yeah.
I watched anime as a kid, not even knowing it was Japanese.
That's funny. Yes. Yeah.
And see, that's what Battle of the Planets was to me because I watched it not thinking anything about it.
Yeah.
And I've only recently come to find out, oh no, that's
Yeah.
what they called then Japanimation. And now
Yes.
it's anime.
Yeah. I forgot the word Japanimation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same with Speed Racer. Like I knew it was so different from other things I was watching. And probably if it hadn't been about cars, I might have been intrigued by it. I wasn't remotely interested in cars. But I didn't know it was Japanese. Yeah. Just knew it was cuckoo bananas.
Well, I now have some more titles I have to watch because I now want to watch Bleach more than I did before.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for introducing me to some of these titles.
There you go.
Okay, Pokemon, I knew. I got to tell you.
Pokemon, check.
Yeah.
Got it.
No. Thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for having me. This is so cool. And you've been on the air all day long?
Yeah, we started at
You
10.
yourself?
Yep.
Are you exhausted?
I'm a little. Yes.
Yeah. So go take a nap, have a
But
drink.
luckily,
If you haven't
almost
already.
3/4 of the way through, we introduced a brand new podcast so I could run out real quick and I got some food and
Oh, good. Went to the
Yes.
bathroom. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Thanks to the video stream. Awesome. Well, thank you for squeezing me in and adding me onto this amazing day. I can't believe all the cool people you've talked to. And yeah.
I'll thank you just like I
Okay.
thanked everybody else because you volunteered your time to come and chat with us. So I can't thank you enough.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any old time.
Yeah. Anytime you want to come back, you let me know. I was talking to, was it John Allen just before? I would love, once everything's settled, to recreate this show in reality here.
Oh my God. How fun would that be?
Yeah. That would be a
cannot-
blast.
I cannot wait for cons to come back. I can't wait to meet people and hang out and
That's literally why we did this, because the people that go to cons, like you said, are family, and this was our way to keep that family going, even though we can't get together.
yeah, super cool.
So
Super
thank you for joining our family.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. All right. Have a good one.
You too. And
Everybody stay safe. Keep wearing your masks, at least for a little while longer.
exactly. We're almost there. We definitely have a light at the end of the tunnel.
Close. We're so close.
All right. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Oh my God, that was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Megan, for being part of this show. And thank you everybody for watching. We are finally at the end. I'm looking at the counter, 9.5 hours. It's been a long day. And anybody still watching now realizes Facebook shuts off at 8 hours, not the 12 hours they said to me. So I apologize for anybody that didn't get to catch the last little bit of this. It will be on YouTube forever. The first 8 hours will be on Facebook forever. But this has been a blast. I can't thank you all enough. And you know what? I think we'll go out the same way we came in with Macho Man.
CKX, yeah. I heard that you were playing a game of cards. Yes, I did. Well, I will be the first to admit that's not quite the Macho Man's cup of coffee. No, it's not. But I have always got a trick up my sleeve. Yes, I do. And that trick, it will start right here. And it will culminate right there, yeah! On the grandest stage of them all, CK Expo on April 24th, 2021. Yes, it will. Now, this trick goes exactly like this. It will put the Macho Man Randy Savage, yeah, versus cosplayer after cosplayer after cosplayer, which will leave one, yeah. Right there! Standing at the top of that mountain, yes it will. And how do I know this fact to become a reality? Well, that is very simple, really, yeah. It is because nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, does it better than the Macho Man! Oh yeah! Dig it!